You're live, Chair.
Good morning. They turned it on before I was ready for this, so here we go. But we're ready. We're ready to get started. Good morning. Today is December 18th, 2021. It's the full commission meeting. We are continuing with our finalizing our maps. But before we start, I believe Ravi, can you please take roll?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Ravi.
Commissioner Forashari? Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamont?
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani? Commissioner Sanai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
Present.
Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Commissioner Turner?
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Here.
Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad? Commissioner Kutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Ravi. Welcome, everyone, again. So today we are going to start full speed ahead in order to finalize our maps. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you to my fellow commissioners and the line drawers. We've got a lot to do, and I have the utmost faith in everyone that we're going to get it all done. So we're going to start off and finish off Senate. And the one thing with Senate is we'll finish it this morning and we'll review it before we go take public comment, because we will not be able to come back to Senate. And the reason for that is that there's quite a bit of analysis that needs to be done with the Senate. It takes at least a day. So once we approve it, we're going to lock it up and give it to California, and that's what we will be bringing forward later. And then after we finish the Senate, we will go to Congress, finish that up. There's only a couple things. We'll go through it to make sure that I do have a list of everything that we still have outstanding for both Senate and Congress. I think I do, but of course, this is a collaboration between the 14 of us. And after we do that, then we will draft the Board of Equalization map, and that will be based on the districts that we have. The initial base will be the districts that we have for Senate. And hopefully we get all that done before our meal break. In the afternoon, we'll come back and we will go back to the assembly that we approved, or we had consensus 2 weeks ago, I guess it was. So we'll go back again, as I mentioned last night, the phase we're at, just minor edits. Minor refinements, no more iterations, no more going off and trying to map different iterations and versions of areas. And so hopefully we'll get that done today, and then we will go to public comment. We do expect to go to closed session in the afternoon after we come back from our meal, and our run of show is posted on our website. And also, in case you're having troubles finding the most current iterations, please go onto our website at wedrawthelineca.org. You can go under our data tab and go into our map viewer. And on the box, it'll show, just click whichever iteration you want. If you want to see what the current maps look like, if you want to see what our draft look like, or if you want to see what the current iteration. And with that, and then we'll also, before we leave the Senate, we will go back and see if there's any potential for nesting. We kind of went there yesterday, but we're going to do it one more time before we finalize everything. There might be possibilities if there's minor changes or edits to our lines. So with that, we will start, as I said, with Senate. And so right now with Senate, in terms of what I have, we were almost finalizing the discussion regarding Gilroy and San Benito. So we've got that. And then we also were going to go back to Sacramento. There were a couple of areas that we were researching. And I want to open it up to the commissioners. Am I missing any other areas that we still had hanging, or we still need to go back to, or you still want to go back to? Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
Still working on it, but hopefully the East Bay. The San Leandro area.
Okay, hold on. And when you...
San Leandro, the Ashland area.
Okay, and when you
They're
say
in-
you're working on it, you're working on the numbers and trying to see what will work?
Yeah, I
Okay.
know some exchanges, but I'm trying to see. Exactly
Okay.
what.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
This is a small one. We received a note from the Sequan Band of Indians in San Diego, and they said that their tribe was the only one that was split from the Kumeyaay tribes, and I just wanted to check that.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Commissioner Anderson, you were done? Did you have anything else? Your hand's still up.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm going to label that you did a Taylor. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I wondered, for those that were working closer in Los Angeles, was anyone working on this uniting Hemet and East Hemet?
I don't believe anyone was working on that. Is that something that you were working on?
I lifted it the other day, and they're, again, not having familiarity with the area. I thought there were some others that was going to take it on. But yeah, by the time we get there, I'll have something for you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Anything else?
Oops, sorry.
Okay.
Wait.
So, Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry. The requests that we're getting from Eagle Rock and Carson being split are, I'm sorry, I was just going to look it up. I couldn't.
That's for the assembly.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's-
when we get to
I
the
wanna make
assembly,
sure
I think
put
a few
that
of
in
us
the
have
right
already
list.
brought that up. So I did note that for assembly, but thank you for
Sorry. I
making
was-
sure that we don't forget. Anything else by the commissioners? Okay. Oh, you know what? Executive Director Hernandez, do we have anything for business? Sorry, I just kind of went straight to line drawing. There's a nod of no. So, okay, we are okay to go into line drawing. And I see that, was Kennedy, are you up first? Is that the order? I don't know if Karen's there yet. I was on the, we were speaking earlier and I wasn't sure if she's actually arrived where.
She is here. We're all here, all next to each other.
Okay, I'm glad that everyone's cozy, everyone's safe and together. And so should we start, do we want to start with the Sacramento and San Leandro? Is that what we want to do?
That sounds great.
Okay, so Kennedy, you would, okay, thank you. And in terms of the Sacramento, we left it off. I was going to do some research. And if you can just zoom in, please, to let's see. Yes, I believe we're going to move in Alberta and Antelope into the Sacramento, because I needed to do some research to see what the communities of interest were.
So, sorry, I was a little confused. Look at moving Antelope, Alberta into this Sacramento
yes.
district. Okay, let's try that now.
Thank you. And this was based on yesterday, Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Ahmed had worked on this area, and they weren't sure as to which community should be in which districts. So did a little bit of research, and this should not cause us to go over our deviations. If you can let us know, Kennedy, that'd be great.
Yes, let me pull up the pending changes window for you and make it a bigger font than what it is now, so that we can all read
Commissioner
it.
Kennedy appreciates that, as do I, but I'm trying, give it to him.
So that is about 54,352 people. Deviation in Sacramento goes to a
Oh,
0.6,
Placer went
but
down.
Placer, yeah.
Okay. Apparently, my numbers were very different than your numbers. That's okay. We are just gonna leave it. Actually, let's bring Alberta in. Are there any questions or concerns, Commissioner Kennedy?
Just since there is overpopulation in ECA, I didn't know whether you had any swaps that you wanted to do from there into Placer Ed to bring us back into acceptable deviation. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Can you go back down, Kennedy? Let's see. And it was 2%, right? So that means we'd have to. I thank you for that. I think I was trying to look at the neighboring communities, and it looks like I believe this will be a good swap. I think the communities that are next to each other should be next to each other, and I don't want to break those up. So are there any other questions, concerns, general consensus? Okay, Kennedy, please. Thank you.
And boom, it's done. And they're at negative 4.34% in Sacramento, and Placer ED is at negative 2.16%.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Is there anything else in this area before we move on? Okay, I don't see any hands, so we're going to move to Commissioner Anderson. Are you ready for San Leandro?
Do we have another area of the Senate that we're also working on?
Well, we have other areas, but right now we're kind of in the northern area.
Okay.
And then I'll give you a few minutes. I'm going to stall for you. How's that?
Okay, thank you.
We can always
just a few,
come. We can always come back. I was just trying to be a little bit more efficient with the line drawers' time. But that's Tamina is Gilroy, correct? But actually,
Tamina is also this area. That,
right. But I think both of you, with both Kennedy,
Gilroy
we wanted to tie up the Gilroy San Benito. So if we can just go there quickly. And I'm going to say what I believe we did yesterday, and Commissioner Kennedy is going to correct me if I'm wrong. So yesterday we did try to bring Gilroy in, and we did try to look at some of the population from San Benito to include from Hollister with the San Ben Fresno district, and we opted not to do any of that. So right now the maps that you see are the maps that we are going forward with at this time. That's my understanding of where we left off. And Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a question. I noted in last night's comments, as well as I believe I saw, I was skimming through this morning's COI testimony on the Airtable. There was a request to move the business district of San Jose's Little Saigon in with the residential area. And they did note that it's part of that VRA district part of San Jose, but they felt that because it's a business district, they thought that there would be no implications to the LCVAP or even the deviation. So I was...
And is this for the Senate?
Yes. Senate district.
For the San Jose district?
Yeah, do you see that little arm that cuts in?
Yes. But that's not a VRA district, correct?
Oh.
To me, it's not a VRA district.
I'm sorry. I guess just wherever that arm is, it
Can we zoom in, please?
Yeah.
Let's zoom in.
And I'm not, to be honest, I'm not sure exactly. I just wanted to just lift it up and just see if we could take a look at it. And Tamina, I don't know if you might be more familiar with the area.
And so with, what area was it again?
They
Commissioner
mentioned
Kutagawa?
Evergreen.
Is Tamina? Oh, there's Tamina. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
had to, so Evergreen is actually, let me zoom out a little bit,
So it's
is
far
this
out.
area
Yeah.
over here.
And I don't know if
And
either,
there are
if
enemies
Commissioner
quite
Yee
well.
or somebody else is familiar with specifically the area. This was just,
Okay.
just a input, so.
Okay. And I see Commissioner Yee has his hand up.
I'm pretty sure this relates to the congressional districts, not the Senate.
Okay,
Okay. So if you can remember to bring it up for congressional.
yeah,
that'd be
I thought
great.
they had said Senate, so that's why, okay, no problem.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes, can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm actually just en route, but I was glad that I was able to log in. I think my understanding where we left off yesterday was that we had looked at two options for bringing together, many of the agricultural workers and essential workers in this area. I didn't realize that was the end of that. I hope it's not the end of it. My preference would still be to try and find a way to bring in the communities of Gilroy, I believe I don't have my notes in front of me right now, San Martin and Morgan Hill, into the San Benito district. I understand that means swapping some of the areas in Santa Cruz to have them go with San Jose. I think to me that would still make sense to go in that route. These are, million-person districts, so it's almost, we have to make trade-offs. And for me, I would like to see those communities be able to be kept together in the mid-coast districts.
Okay, thank you. And I may defer to Commissioner Kennedy, but I believe where we left it yesterday, and I will go to Commissioner Anderson in a second, is we had tried various iterations, and at the end, this is what we came to. This is the only map where Santa Clara is whole. And this is the only iteration where we have Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Benito are together. And I believe the consensus was that we were all good with it. With that, I will go to Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just verifying something. Yeah, I think this is the only one where Santa Cruz is actually with Monterey, et cetera. Santa Cruz has been cut up in pretty much every other one. But I think this only city that it's Gilroy. I'd have to see the Latino heat map to see if San Martin is also. There's quite a bit of distance as I drive that area before you hit Gilroy, and the community of interest testimony is Gilroy, Watsonville, Hollister. So I was really shooting for Gilroy, but I thought it ended up taking, because I don't have the numbers on Gilroy right now, but I thought it ended up taking significant amounts of Santa Cruz. And I think Commissioner Forchard was the one who said, really, guys, sorry, I can't do that. So
Okay, thank you.
that was my understanding what happened.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Toledo, great timing.
Left off that it was very difficult to make many major adjustments. We were exploring. I think Commissioner Anderson did bring up Gilroy. I remember that, and we had already been looking at explorations around Gilroy and San Martin and other agricultural areas, and we're looking for a swap that we could do. So maybe as we go through San Leandro, and if there's a swap that we can do, but it just looks very difficult. So if we can't make a simple swap, I think we're going to have to move on. But if there's a simple swap that we can do to bring in the city of Gilroy, San Martin, and I believe it's the little city on and San Martin area, the Gilroy, San Martin area, and into that Morgan Hill. Thank you. So so those are the three cities we were trying to do, but that's a lot of people. And there may not be an appropriate swap. And that was when we decided not to bring in San Benito, or Hollister rather, when we decided not to bring in Hollister, it made bringing Gilroy and San Martin very difficult. So if we can't find a swap, I think we have to move on, unfortunately. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tamina. It would be at least 112,000. Right. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. Yesterday, commissioners had asked about Mira Mesa in San Diego, and I had said that it wasn't we were given very finite time yesterday to look, and we really worked on the southeastern portion. There may be a way to fix that line. It might involve 2 little swaps, and so I just wanted to ask if I could look into that.
It will be quick. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, on this area, I definitely wouldn't do Morgan Hill. It is really, it's so changed than it was just a few years ago. I just try to get Gilroy in. So it's only the 60,000, but it was still a lot.
Right, and we did look into that yesterday. So
correct.
At this point, we are at the point where there was general consensus, and this is how we're going to leave it, and we are going to move on at this point.
Then can we go to, since we still have Tamina, I think the only other outstanding issue is trying to do something about the San Leandro.
Yes, I was going to go there, Commissioner Anderson.
Great. Okay, and I'm just going to take my few minutes here. You see San Leandro and the San Lorenzo, Castro Valley, Ashland, they're in Alameda County. And what we've done here is take them out of Alameda County and put them into Contra Costa County. It's the only way you can get to Contra Costa County, which they're with, is there's a small road called Crow Canyon that goes into San Ramon. Otherwise, you have to go out the 580 into Dublin and up the 680 to get in there. They are, Castro Valley has a little bit that does go over the hill. San Leandro, Ashland, Lorenzo being thrown over, it's, working class minorities to be thrown into a much wealthier area is not to say it's not going to be popular, is not even, it's not going to be popular, but then also to not be in their own county is really bad. So I was really trying to do something with it, but not having any play in the Sac-Stan is just killing it. I could not come up with an idea that would actually work without breaking up multiple COIs. And I'd really like to try to do something, but Commissioner Yee and I, Commissioner Turner and I, Commissioner Forciari and I have been looking at it, and I just have to mention that because people are not going to be happy. So I'm
at the end of the day, there's a lot of cities that aren't with their counties, or county lines are broken, unfortunately. But
this is true for this area,
our
though.
mandate. Our mandate is to draw fair lines based on all of the communities of interest. And unfortunately, many of the communities of interest do conflict. And then we also have population restrictions, and we have Voting Rights Act districts. So we do have other criteria that are higher. So with that, Commissioner Anderson, it sounds like we are moving forward with what we have now, right? Correct? Okay.
It was the Eden Tech area, the Fremont going down is what happened. And so unfortunately, this happens to this area in all 3 maps.
Okay, great. Sorry about that, but thank you so much. It looks like the next area we are going to is Los Angeles with Hemet and East Hemet. And that would be Jamie and Commissioner Turner. And just hold on a little bit, Commissioner Turner.
Okay.
We're going to wait for Jamie. And again,
I am happy to work with you on this area, and also East Hemet is in San Bernardino County. It's,
San Bernardino. Okay, is that
it's
Sivan's?
in Sivan's area?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oops, or it's in Riverside County. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Is
Sivan
Sivan on right now or no? No. And that's fine. If you feel comfortable helping us with that, Jamie, that would be great. I apologize. I was
happy to. Sivan is on. I'm not sure if her map is set up right now. So Sivan, if you're there, let us know.
I'm on. My map is not quite ready yet, but if you wanted to work on LA and then return to this in 10 or 15 minutes, I would be happy to take a look.
We don't have anything for Los Angeles, but Commissioner Turner,
I can
if
stay
you could-
on while Jamie looks at this then and
okay.
offer any insight.
Great, thank you. So if I'm going to go to Commissioner Turner to see what she wanted to look at.
Yes, I do. I wanted to look at the testimony that we've received since summer, uniting Hemet and East Hemet. I brought it up the other day and not familiar with the area. I was hoping one of the other commissioners that is familiar with the area could pick it up so that it would move a little bit quicker. But I'm going to just go from the testimony and see if these are swaps that won't interrupt other COIs. This is an important COI that we've had for a while. The request is, Jamie, you'll be more familiar with it, from the SBRC to bring in Hemet and East Hemet from MCV. That's going to unite a lot of the COIs there. And it suggests that with that move, we're bringing in East Vale. I just want you to hear it so that before we do it, bringing in East Vale from the SBCR to balance. And then lastly, bringing in some areas, Sage, Idlewood, from the SWRC. So it's like a 3-district swap. And what I was hoping to learn from the others, I don't think or know if it breaks up any of the other COIs or what the issue would be, but we've had this in summer. And I just feel like we've not, at least I've not heard us talk about it out loud. And I just want to check on being able to make this happen.
Chair, or excuse me, sorry, Commissioner Turner, thank you so much for bringing this up. The other day we did take a look. So Hemet and East Hemet are currently together just in the MCV district. We had looked at potentially bringing them in, or a portion of Hemet in at least, and the effect was lowering the CVAP of the SBRC district, or the Latino CVAP, below 50. And again, like, this is a VRA district. So I think this is a worthwhile swap to look at, but I would just urge the commission to remember the importance of VRA considerations and the fact that this is at a 52.14% Latino CVAP, which we've been advised from VRA Council to not lower any further. So I would, be curious to see what the results of this swap would be, but just remembering that this is VRA that we have worked extensively on already. So thank you.
Thank you, Sivan. I appreciate that information. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. While we have Sivan, whether it's now or later, I wanted to also raise the issue of the Victor Valley and what the community is looking for there. Various sectors of the community are asking for Apple Valley to be switched for a portion of Hesperia. Apple Valley is about 75 or 76,000, and that's currently in that Antelope Valley, Victor Valley district. It would, if we could move Apple Valley to the MCV district and bring as much of Hesperia as possible into the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley district, I think that would help.
Okay, let's just do one at a time, and I didn't have that on my list, so let me put that on the list then. Commissioner Toledo?
Thank you, Chair. I do remember the SBRC conversation. I remember we tried to bring in Hemet and East Hemet, and our goals for this area was to get to closer to somewhere between a little bit higher in the CVAP, and but the highest we could get it to was to the level we have at this point. So that was a challenge, and it continues to be a challenge. I know Sivan spent a lot of time on this. I think we should definitely take a look, but I know we spent quite a bit of time in the SBRC district.
So, the question, Commissioner, Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. So
in the, I thought you were saying.
No, I didn't see your hand, Commissioner Turner. So it sounds like we've already looked in it. We've tried to bring them in, but it
This might
sounds
be-
like it lowered the CVAP.
We
The
did
Latino
quite a few
CVAP?
things. We may not have done this swap, so it might be worthwhile to take a look at this swap.
Jamie, did you have a question, comment?
Commissioner Toledo took the words right out of my mouth. I don't think we've tried this
Okay.
district rotation.
Okay, all right, great. So Commissioner Turner?
That's it. I was going to say we've tried one thing
Mm-hmm.
they're giving us, and what I believe is that it will not reduce. Of course, we won't do it if it does, but I don't believe it does reduce, and then we'll honor all of these other COIs as well.
Right, and we also need to make sure there might be other COIs we might be splitting up, so we want to make sure that we're
Right.
aware of everything, so thank you. And then
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo, did you have something?
I was just going to say I'm going to keep my fingers crossed.
Okay, all right, let's
Thank
go.
you.
Let's go on this hopefully somewhat quick journey, but let's go.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the current percent Latino CVAP of SBRC is 52.14%. And just doing the first two steps that Commissioner Turner outlined of adding this in and then removing Eastvale, we'll be able to see right away if this is going to lower the CVAP of SBRC. So it'll be very quick. And I'm going to make this change, then go to Eastvale and look at that swap. So one moment. So removing Eastvale from SBRC will change the Latino CVAP in SBRC to 51.01%. Is this something that the Commission would like to move forward with?
So what I'm seeing is that it's lowering the CVAP, but some of the changes, so we don't know if potentially picking something else up might increase it?
Right.
Okay,
And
so
with the, go ahead.
So we can go on this journey, but if it's eventually going to lower it, then we'll reverse it back. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner, was there another piece that was going to be added or removed to SBRC?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they wanted, didn't they want Hemet? Oh, wait, hold on.
Then
So
I
was-
think the next thing was SAGE
Yes,
into MCV.
And the piece also that Commissioner Kennedy was talking about will also help with this.
So Commissioner Turner, could you please repeat the last part of the direction? What areas
yes.
SAGE and what other areas should go with MCV, please?
Sage, Idlewood, Pine Cove, Mountain Center, and areas between Sage and Idlewood, Pine Cove, and the Mountain Center from the SWRC.
Commissioner Kennedy, did you have something to add for this?
Yes, the Hesperia Apple Valley swap is going to be irrelevant to this as far as raising or lowering the LCVAP in SBRC. It's completely different districts.
Thank you.
So with this change, the percent deviation of MCV would be negative 10.34% deviation. Are there other areas that we should look at?
Bring in Apple Valley and Spring Valley Lake into anti-Victor Cal. and a portion of Hesperia.
Understood. Thank you. While I make that change.
And just for clarification, right now Hesperia is whole, correct?
Yes.
So splitting, okay.
Okay, so just moving Apple Valley in would make the percent deviation of the Antelope Victor Valley district -6%. So I'm going to make this change, and then we can look at evening out the population between Hesperia and Antelope Valley and Victor Valley. So one moment, please, while I do that. And I'm wondering, I don't know if this would work, but oh, you know what? Oak Hills would still be split. Never mind. Scratch that thought. And Commissioner Turner, do you have direction on what part of Hesperia?
Yeah, it's north of Main Street and west. Let's see, include area north of Main Street and West Avenue. Is that Hesperia? Let me see, a portion of Hesperia. Unite more of Hesperia with other Victor Valley communities of Victorville and Adelanto. And the COI says for a simple fix, include areas north of Main Street and west.
Jamie, before you spend time balancing this district, I just wanted to look back at SBRC and at the Latino CVAP. And I would re-ask my question to Commissioner Turner about if there were additional areas in SBRC district that you would like to add or remove, because the Latino CVAP has dropped by a full percentage point after making these changes. So I just wanted to bring the commission's attention back to that district, because I think that the Apple Valley swap is potentially something that we could explore as not related to these changes later, but the VRA district would be a higher priority to make sure we're at a good place for.
Sure it is. I don't, but I hope I'm not just trying on my own to do this for this particular COI. For those that know the area, perhaps they can assist and help with this. I'm just trying to be responsive to the COIs that's coming in. And
I'm ignoring Andrew. No, I'm not. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. And the one thing that I just wanted to point out about SBRC is this feels like weeks ago, but it was just a couple of days ago. We we did this in live line drawing, where that district started out at just over 50%. We were able to get it to 51.2% in live line drawing, and just trying a number of different options that Commissioner Turner that you're describing. We did look at a number of these different options, and we were given direction to work offline to see if we could increase that any more, and then that Savan spent a lot of time working to get it to 52.14. So we just wanted to happy if somebody can think of another direction to go with SBRC, where we can add more, but we did extensively look at this to get it to 52. So I'm not sure where else we could go, but just wanted to remind everybody of that exploration that we did the other day. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that reminder, Andrew. And Commissioner Kennedy? Or are you waiting for later?
No,
Okay.
I was going to try to help Jamie save some time by saying that some of the input has indicated that we could probably balance that Apple Valley move in Hesperia just by using the same lines as were used in, I forget whether it's the assembly map or the congressional map. But in general, I think it would be helpful to use previous lines where we can. Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Sorry, I was just going to try to be responsive to Commissioner Turner. I am sort of vaguely familiar with this area in Riverside, but am certainly not an expert. So would very much have to rely on COI testimony to support with this visualization. I'm in favor of exploring, but it sounds like what we got maybe wasn't sufficient with respect to our goals in SBRC. So I will say that I think we've heard a lot. I remember absolutely hearing a lot. Hemet and East Hemet need to stay together. I don't know that we heard a lot. Hemet and East Hemet need to stay together in a Southwest Riverside district. So I think this may be sort of somewhat comparatively newer information. And so we may, I would love to be able to accommodate this request. But I think in terms of like order of priorities, what we've heard from the community is keep us together and then keep us together in this particular area. So, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Sadwani, and before, just right before, sorry about that. We're taking, okay, no, go ahead, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I had worked a little bit on this with Sivan earlier, or in the week, so I just wanted to lift that, what Andrew had said. We actually did look at Hesperia, knowing that COI was there. I believe in our assembly lines, we have a cut in Hesperia. We had attempted to use that cut as potentially the same place where we would take from, and it did lower the CVAP. And so I think, unfortunately, in this instance, I don't see a path forward to bringing to making Hemet being able to bring Hemet into that district.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Let's see, Sal, are you there? I was going to go to the to our BRA Council. Salvador.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Any or Fred's there as well. So, any feedback
We're
or
both
comments to the conversation that we're having?
Yeah, sorry, I've been working with Dale getting ready for the overview for you folks. Yeah, as you know, we've advised before, the higher priority is obviously the Voting Rights Act compliance, takes precedence over COIs, and we would advise against reducing the potential effectiveness of a district solely for the purpose of a COI if that can be avoided.
Great, thank you. Is that the balance, right?
So,
It looks like it's balanced now?
Yeah, so this
Okay.
would balance it. This again is the move between Antelope Valley and between the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley District and MCV. This change, I'll zoom in so we can see the streets. This is Main Street following 7th Ave North. If the commission would like to accept this, we can, and then changing the Hemet, East Hemet, like undoing those swaps would probably need to come and rebalance this.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo?
Can we just zoom out a little bit? I'd like to see the district. Thank you.
Well, as long as we've gone this far, let's continue on this journey. And again, if it doesn't work, we can reverse it. Thanks.
So I should accept this change?
Yes, thank you.
So where would you like to go next? What, could you please?
Commissioner Turner, what was the next direction?
Chair, I thought we completed, but.
Oh, was that it?
we-
Oh, wait, is it balanced? Hold on. Zoom out.
Yep, so everything is balanced,
Oh,
and I think
okay.
that the
I thought there was one
question
more.
is whether you would like to keep SBRC as it is here with Hemet and East Hemet together without Eastvale, or if you would prefer to go back to how it was before we started this.
We are going to go back to the original. Unfortunately, it did lower the Latino CVAP, and it was from 52.14 to 51.01. Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. And Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Vasquez, did you have something?
Sorry, no.
Oh, okay. We will go to Victor Valley. Commissioner Kennedy? With the Apple Valley for Hesperia? Is that
We've
what it
done
was?
that.
Oh, you did do it.
We just did it.
We actually reverted those changes. And so we can go, we would have had to rebalance that anyway. So it sounds like the request is to remove Apple Valley and instead to split Hesperia.
Okay, great. I was concentrating more on the Hemet, East Hemet, so sorry about that. Okay, great. So that's done. And so the last...
Sorry, Chair. I didn't realize that it had been undone. It was done.
Right, but now it has to be done. Right. Okay, so now we still have to do it. Yes, okay. All right. So let's do, yes. Thank you.
And Commissioner Turner, it sounded, or excuse me, Commissioner Kennedy, it sounded like you would like me to use the same lines as an assembly. Is that true, or do you have different direction on where to split?
Thank you, Jamie. I mean, that was the suggestion that came from the community. I'm fine with it. It doesn't necessarily leave the shapeliest remainder of Hesperia, but that was the guidance, or that was the request that came in from the community. Thank you.
So this change would make the Antelope Valley Victor Valley District negative 1.34% deviation and MCV 2.38%. It does follow the boundary for assembly and in Hesperia, and I'm going to zoom out so that you can see sort of the change. So Apple Valley is here in MCV, and then Hesperia would be split.
And before Hesperia was not split, right, Jamie?
That's correct.
Okay. Any comments regarding this move? Are we splitting up any COIs other than splitting the city, which is still a communities of interest, but Commissioner Kennedy?
I'd be happy to see more of Hesperia in there. I think the idea, or my understanding of the idea, was to get as much of Hesperia as possible into there. So I'd be happy to see more of the city moved in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, that would be ideal. Jamie, to the left, is that part of Hesperia too on the, oh wait, I can't see. I need to zoom out.
This on the very left is Oak Hills.
Yeah.
And also,
yes, on the other side.
Hesperia, the 15 does go through Hesperia, and it splits Oak Hills down the middle. So Oak Hills has two non-contiguous
sections. We have to keep it. Okay.
On either side of the 15, which includes Hesperia.
Thank you. The zooming out helped.
Hey, yeah.
So it looks like you're able to get all of it. I think that's an extra.
Oh,
what do you
yeah,
think?
sorry.
That's an
I was
extra
muted.
gift?
That's a
Yeah,
bonus.
sorry. I was muted. Yeah, it looks like you can bring in, it's basically trading Apple Valley for Hesperia and Oak Hills, and I'll zoom out so you can see.
I think there's still a little bit on the bottom. Not that I'm a type A or anything, but.
I think that.
Oh, no,
this
it's
is all
nope.
one.
That's true. Yeah.
And if you'd like, I can try and include these areas on the highway.
That was like the bonus, Jamie. You did a bonus right now.
We do what we can.
Okay.
Chair, would you like me to make this change?
Does anyone have concerns with this change? Okay, let's lock it in. Nice swap. Okay, so let's see, per my notes. Then that's it for this area, correct, Commissioner Kennedy? We're done with this area?
Yes, thank you.
And the only other area I have is San Diego, is that correct? Anything from the commissioners? Going once, going twice? Okay, we're gonna go to San Diego. Thank you, Jamie. Then Sivan, and then I will hand it over to Commissioner Sinai for the tribal communities and land, right? Okay.
Maybe I can share my map if you wanted to, or if you want to, I don't know how you want to do this.
Jamie, is it easier for you to do it? Or what do you want to do?
I'm either or. I just wasn't sure if Siobhan's map was ready, so that's why I was waiting. But I can share. I stopped sharing and Siobhan can share.
Okay,
Thank you
that
so
sounds
much.
great. We'll have Siobhan share. Thank you.
So, well, I just wanted to put up the situation. I wanted to cue up the situation for all of us. So we've heard from the Sequan. Okay, originally we tried to put all tribal lands together, and we worked really hard on that. And then we heard from the Pala Indians chair that that they didn't want to do it that way. That they just go ahead and keep their lands to, you know, whatever makes sense. Just don't split them in half. Now we're hearing from Sequan saying, please put us with the other Kumeyaay nations. And so I believe Sequan is the southeast corner, if I'm not mistaken. And Siobhan and Andrew, I'm hoping you can help on that. And they didn't give us much more information than put us with the other Kumeyaay tribes, which would be all the tribes of San Diego, from my understanding. So I just wanted to put that all in context to say, if it's that little corner I thought that was Crest, but if that's the tribal land that's in Poway Escondido, if that's Sequan, then we might be able, no, but I don't think that's Sequan. Can you all tell us where Sequan tribal land?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have labels, so I was just looking up a different map that I can reference. One moment, please.
Chair.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you. There's a listing of tribal lands at sandiego.edu. So Sequan Band of Kumeyaay Nation is located 20 miles from San Diego, 6 miles from El Cajon, between Interstate 8 and Highway 94.
Right. That's that little spot right there.
Commissioner Kennedy, would you repeat that one more time?
20 miles from San Diego, 6 miles from El Cajon, between Interstate 8 and State Highway 94.
I think it's right by Crest.
Here.
Yep, there we go. That's where I was. So I think what I would suggest, if we can, is move them. They are with the other.
They're in the same district with
Crest.
With Crest, but they're also in the same district with some of the other tribal lands
correct.
In the north.
Right. And to take them out,
you would only put them in SCCA, which the other travel.
Currently, they're in the Cor Cajon district, which does not stretch north. I think what would be an easy move would be moving this population into the SD POW Escondido district, which would include other reservations in the central kind of corridor of the state.
Okay, let's see how that looks. Thank you, Siobhan.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let me just bring up the pending changes box. All right, so it looks like that there are 187 people who were counted as living in this land for the census. So we could make this population move and not necessarily need to move any population back in to keep the districts balanced.
Perfect.
Should I go ahead and commit this, Chair?
Yeah, just one second. Commissioner Kennedy, did you have anything else?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Sinai, are there any issues? Anyone have any comments regarding this move? Okay, let's lock it in.
All right, that change is committed. I would note that it looks like there is a small section of this city of Crest that has overlap, so that will show up as a split, but I think for the purposes we are trying to do, that is that's an okay thing.
Great. Thank you, Sivan. Okay, that is all that I have for Senate. Oops. I spoke too soon. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Sorry, this is the OCD part of me. If you really zoom in, it looks like there's little bits
I
of
saw
water.
that too, and I was trying to just, bring it in and let it go. I get it. Let's zoom in. We have to get that little, yes. Yeah.
So just bringing more of this unincorporated area to make this look a little bit less funky? Is that what you're talking about?
No, Sivan, do you see those little like square-ish kind of places up in that like top? I don't know if it's
Between Crest and that area, correct?
I mean, is that the boundaries of, are those the boundaries of the Sequin Nation, or I just don't know if they got forgotten or if it just looks really odd, so it's just.
So yeah,
That's
so it
the
looks
boundary.
like this is just unincorporated area, but I can snap the boundary to the Crest City border.
I think that would be better.
Yeah.
And that would cause us to come back to our happy place right now.
Okay, sounds good. Should I also add this census block right here, just so it's not?
No, that's okay.
No, it's okay. But you do have those two other little.
One more.
Up on the upper right side.
To the right, where my arrow is.
Yeah, right.
That's already in the
Yeah,
district.
they're in already.
Oh,
yes.
but they're showing up as white. That's why.
It's because it's an unincorporated area.
Oh, I see.
In between.
Okay, so they're already
Yep.
included. Okay,
Mhm.
They are already included. That's correct.
Yes.
Sorry, the OCD is coming out. Thank you.
It's okay. We love all of our traits. Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Kutagawa? So this is, as far as I know, this is all we had left to discuss for Senate. And, Commissioner Turner?
Yep, so can I just see, and anyone can show the map, the Central Valley area?
And so what, just to review what it looks like now, or?
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay, we're also gonna, after this, we're also gonna try to do a assembly district overlay to see if there's any possibilities of nesting, but of course, nesting is our lowest prior criteria. Thanks. Commissioner Sinai.
I just want to say that we did put on the list looking at some of the parts of San Diego. I looked at them briefly on my own. It's okay. Honestly, with San Diego, there's a lot of push to want all sorts of things in our requests, and people are sending emails and stuff. San Diego is much more complex than. Hopefully you all have learned a little bit about the complexity of San Diego, and it's not just complex in the southern part of San Diego. There's a lot of complexity in the northern part of San Diego, especially that 78 corridor. I just wanted to say that, it would be easy to build San Diego without the rest of the state of California, but you need to stick, it's a neighborly thing. And so there's give and take. And I do, it feels weird sometimes the way that San Diego is set up, but I know I trust in San Diegans and all Californians that we're going to make it work. And we did keep looking, and there's a lot of negatives in San Diego. That's why it's hard to move even just small neighborhoods, because it just makes it more negative. And so we did look at it.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Anything else? Should I call you Commissioner Taylor with your hand, with your hand raised? We are going to Yes, Central Valley. And what were we going to look in the Central Valley, Commissioner Turner?
Fresno, Kern, Fresno, Kern area, particularly looking at the famous fig garden.
Oh, the OFIG, yeah. Okay. And
so,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so for this particular area, so we have Old Fig Garden and then we have Fig Garden Loop. And just wanting to see, so we have, there we go. And so what I want to be able to do is to bring in Old Fig. Let's see. They're in what area? Yeah. I wanted to be able to bring Old Fig, swap Old Fig Garden Loop for Old Fig Garden.
You want to bring it, I'm sorry.
Yep, I wanted to, so we have.
Bring it into.
We have Old Fig Garden into, what do we have it at now?
We have it in S. Bend, Fresno.
Mm-hmm.
And so do you want to bring it into the Fresno Kern?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, I thought we took it out. I thought the COI was to take it out.
You're absolutely right. And so I'm learning now that we may have been mixing, or I may have been mixing Old Fig Garden Loop with Old Fig Garden. And I spent a couple of hours yesterday researching Old Fig Garden and Old Fig Garden Loop and looking at the history of both and what have you. And I think there's a lot of, there's Old Fig Garden, there's Old Fig Garden Loop, there's Fig Garden Gardens, all of those, the park, all of that. And I just want to take a look at it. I think if we're watching our CVAP, our LCVAP numbers in both of these areas, but if this will be a much quicker exploration. Let's see if we swap the loop for the Old Fig Gardens and see what it will do for our CVAP numbers.
Okay.
And one moment as I'm making that switch.
2, 7, 6.
And let me pull up the pending changes window. And I'm going to clean up a little bit of these edges. And so as Old Fig Garden, I think as we've looked before, it was around like 5,000 people. And so right now we currently have, as it's getting lower as I clean up the areas on the sides, this is around 8,000. One moment, just a few more blocks to click out of here to follow the loop. There's actually Fig Garden Drive is what I'm following right now, out and down to Bullard. And I'm not entirely sure of what all to bring in, but going out to Bullard and then down, or
Down.
just Fig Garden Loop?
Go out to Bullard and down, please.
So this is oh, sorry.
I was going to say might be. I see we're a little bit too much in Fresno Kern, but where are we good on our
What's the
CVAP,
CVAP
LCVAP
numbers look like? Thank you.
So that would bring San Benito Fresno to a 52.7.
And they were,
So it dropped it. It dropped from 53.23.
It was 53, it went to 53.23 once I removed Old Fig Garden, this Old Fig Garden right here.
Yeah.
But it was originally, with the way it was before, was at 53.03.
53.03. Okay, so that's still a drop. Let's see, and we're still over as well. So if we take out the street before Bullard.
Okay, let me try to do that. I did get a little closer. Let me keep removing here. Yeah, so it is continuing to drop.
So I see you have it at what? It's not the 53? I'm looking in the wrong area, Fresno.
Sorry, it's, oh yeah, so yeah, it's at 53 here actually. So it increased a little. It's taking a bit of a weird shape.
Yeah, because we still need to get the deviations still off. And it looks like a face. I'm just saying.
And this is a weird block, so I'm going to keep that here. But it is at 53 even if I bring in this section. This is under 53. It's at under 5%, 5.34. However, I do know we have some unincorporated area here. If you wanted to try to bring that up, maybe.
So let me find out from the commissioners. We have it at a 53 from a 53.03 there. I want to figure out how do you feel about that, because we can find this other percentage on the other end to remove.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to appreciate you, Commissioner Turner, because I think this has been a tough area for us. We've had a lot of testimony about Old Fig Garden, but I think it was actually meant to be about Fig Garden Loop. I just want to also note on the congressional maps, we had looked at this as well. I think a part of it is when we looked at it using the heat maps, there's actually seems to be a reasonable number of Latinos on the western side of Old Fig Garden, which is, I think, potentially why that quick drop. Yeah, I see right in there. So I support this change. You know, certainly if we can keep the CVEP by taking out some of the unincorporated areas somewhere else, I'm fine with that. I smile though. OFG forever. This conversation, I think, has definitely been a big part of figuring out our strategy for these districts. But I'm glad that we've kind of come to some clarity on what the COI testimony really is here. So I would support this change so long as we can try and find other places to remove.
Thank you. This adds to our leg and our neck. We have a face now. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm curious about the black CVAP, because if that goes up from our original.
So it was at a 6.29% and it raises with this to a 6.35.
Great, sounds good. So it's combined between the two. Overall it goes up with the two.
Yes, overall between taking Old Fig Garden, this Old Fig Garden out and then bringing Loop in.
Great, sounds good. So I'm supportive of the change.
Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to see if instead of grabbing from unincorporated, what if we did grab the west side of Old Fig Garden where the Latino population lives? Because I'm gotta guess that those neighbors are just, they're right by each other, So
It's because
Going the wrong way.
Thank you. Kennedy, can you zoom in a little bit where you have it highlighted right now, please? What if you went just straight down from where, I want to call it the nose? Yeah, because when you had the heat map on, there appeared to be concentration of Latinos there. Thank you.
And since there is a freeway or some kind of street North Santa Fe Avenue, it'll start to go outwards here. So the blocks don't align with going straight. Unfortunately, they start to, but I can start to take.
And maybe just do the next one. Do the next one right above. Yeah. Did it help?
However, the CVAP.
No, it went down. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, right there, it went down, but can we leave that and go back to the unincorporated areas and see if by us removing more from the unincorporated areas that have less of heat map, the Latino CVAP heat map showing, perhaps that number will still increase as we balance this number. So I'm looking at the far, yep.
So to do that, I would have to commit this change first.
I think we'll find it and see over there where it's the Fresno Bully Rescue.
Yes, I most definitely can go there. I just would have to okay?
Yes, hold on. Commissioner Sadwani and then Commissioner Kutagawa and then Commissioner Sanai. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just wanted to just check. I generally speaking, I do support it. I do want to just go back and recap what the Latino CVAP is because again, VRA being number one. But secondly, I also want to just ask about, in these moves, what's going to be the impact to also the Hmong and the Punjabi communities. I believe there's also a Muslim community. I'm not sure exactly where they are in relation to all of these. I know we've split them up quite a bit, and so I just want to make sure that we're not doing more harm. Thank you.
So I do not have the Hmong on this computer. However, I do know that we would be splitting one of the Hmong that reaches from Sunnyside to Sanger. It goes up to about this line here. And so taking the unincorporated area.
Oh, from there? Okay.
Yeah, the Khoi is from Sunnyside to Sanger up in this unincorporated area.
Is there any population at the other corner? No, go to the, okay.
Oh,
go
sorry.
to the left.
Left.
Keep going. My left. Right. Oh, that's what I was thinking, that corner right there where Barstow was, but that's not unincorporated. Oh,
I don't think, yeah.
No. Is it unincorporated? I was thinking right there where that Riverside Nursery and Landscape, but is that an unincorporated area?
Well, you would also have to go through the city here and break up the Khoi that's west of the 99 to get out here. You'd have to get through this population kind of.
What's the south border?
The south border of
San Ben Fresno. Oh, no, never mind.
Any suggestions, Kennedy?
Maybe if you wanted to take from a different district, I think taking from S. Ben Fresno, Espen Fresno is still at a reasonable level, and you really don't want to mess with Kings Kern because I mean, you can do what you want, what you will. But taking
Right, we're
from
just
Kings
trying to
Kern will-
minimize, yeah.
And so possibly taking from, I'm going to turn off this layer to make the map move a little bit faster.
I think
But-
Commissioner Furnishari probably has a great idea.
Oh, I don't know if it's a great idea, but if you could
Talking about
zoom
like the
back
6,
into
7
right next to Old Fig
difference.
Garden.
Yeah.
Zoom in to the right there. And can you turn on the heat map again? It looks like a block
Okay. Yeah.
kind of right below your.
I mean, so
Keep going to the right or east, keep going.
yeah.
Up a little bit, right there. Seems to be maybe that might be an option to move north. I don't know.
I can certainly try that.
Okay.
I would have to, I'm assuming, but I don't want to assume until I get the green light that I can accept this change.
Well, let's go ahead and accept it because if it doesn't work out, we can always reverse it.
We most definitely can.
And then if we do that, but then also on right there where your hand is, like that section right next to, yeah, I mean, doesn't seem to be very high.
But anything helps, so I
Right.
will take
Like
that
on
too.
either side of that, the old fig, it looks like it might not be that highly with the Latino population.
And so then I'm going to start by taking these blocks here. And I don't know, would you want me to go across here or just, I'll keep it localized at first. This gets it down to a 4.96. Latino
see
CVAP.
that. Up.
Yeah, so with this
Okay.
highlighted, yeah.
Okay, so it looks like we're within our deviations. What is the CVAP again?
5314 from 5303.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns making this change? The final CVAP is 53. It's a little bit higher, actually. 50. What was it again?
5314.
Okay. There it is. I was looking at the wrong side. And we started with, remind me again what we started with. It was right at 53. Kennedy?
53.03.
03, right. Okay. Does anyone have any concerns? Commissioner Kutagawa? Oh, yeah, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the CVAPs for everything. Thank you.
Right. Did you have any follow-up, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Just want to just make sure that we're not breaking up any of the other COIs with these. But these looks like small changes just to reach the deviations, I think, right?
Yes. Yes. Okay, we're good? Okay.
Thank you.
Lock them in. Okay, we have 5 minutes until break. Are there any other areas? Nope, I said that wrong. There are no other areas that I know of that we are going to review at this point. And so what I would like to do is if Jamie, Kennedy, Sivan, and Tamina, I'd like to see if there's any possibilities of nesting. I'm pretty sure it's going to be minimal, if anything. So Thank you. Let's go on the 3-hour tour right here. But it's not 3 hours, it's a 3-minute tour.
Well, is it okay to start in my area, Chair?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So looking at, and again, those lines are in blue. We have them in black. If you want me to change it or anything, you let me know. So starting in the Kern, Tulare, Kings, Fresno area in Assembly, we have the district Bakers, our VRA districts in that one. You have one in Bakersfield, one in Kings, Tulare. And when we turn on our district, you see that the boundaries are similar. Again, there's some slight changes, so it's not obviously 100% nested. I don't know if there's partial nesting or it's just not nested, but they do follow similar boundaries here. Moving up the side, we had Fresno all the way to Tulare, Kern, and Senate, and Assembly. You have Tulare and Fresno kind of together, Tulare and Kern together. However, Fresno's going north, so we take that portion and put it in for Senate. So that's a difference you have there. Moving up into the San Benito, Fresno, Merced, we had Fresno and Assembly. This Fresno district and the Merced district, which again are not nested. There are some slight boundary differences, as you can see here. Moving north, we have Stanislaus district, which is encompassed by this line here. It follows the same line in Assembly and Senate, except for this goes out into ECA. And in this one, the district above is going out and taking parts of Calaveras and Amador, and with San Joaquin. You have Stockton and Mountain House and Tracy over here to the left side. We can look at our ECA district as well, districts. So in Assembly for the ECA, it's Inyo, Alpine, parts of Fresno, Madera, up to Calaveras. And in our Senate, the district goes up to about El Dorado line. So we do have a bit more cities in here. We have all of El Dorado, some of Placer, and in Assembly, it's kind of carved. El Dorado and Roseville are kind of together more. So moving into Sacramento, one moment while I zoom in there. And so we just did the San Joaquin area. So in Sacramento, in your Assembly plans, you have kind of half of Sacramento split down and then half going north. And your Senate district takes all of the city of Sacramento, takes in Foothill Farms, McClellan Park, or North Highlands, McClellan Park, which in Assembly it was not in there. You did have parts of Arden Arcade, Carmichael, that's all out now. And then you have Rosemont in here, which did not in Assembly either, but the rest are in there together. And again, you had a Placer going out to, let me turn this off. You had a West Placer, it's no longer that at all, but just northern parts of Sacramento County. And so in Senate, you have that mixed with some of Placer, which before Placer was out to El Dorado. So those two overlap a bit in that way. And then going farther north, you have your really big district up here for Senate and in Assembly. It does take the entirety of the Sutter Yuba Sierra district, but the NorCal district goes a little bit further down than your Senate district does. And this Lake Napa is split because we take in Colusa from that as well. Yeah.
Okay, Kennedy. So it looks like a negative in terms of being able to nest. So I appreciate you taking us on that journey. And again, it is our 6 criteria. I do feel that our Assembly and our Senate both are honoring many kois that we received. And we are going to go to break, so then we'll continue the nesting for the probably Tamina's area next. Thank you. So we're going to go on break, and we'll be back at 11:15. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our journey in the Senate with the Senate districts, and we just got done we overlapped our assembly districts to see if there were possibilities for nesting, and at least for the north, right now, we have not seen any possibilities. So we're going to continue on to the North Coast as well as the Bay Area, Contra Costa, and then also moving on down to the coast, I think all the way to Ventura. Right, Tamina? And so on this journey, we're going with Tamina. And just a reminder to all of my fellow commissioners is for the captioning and for our court reporter and for our interpreters, please just one person at a time speaking. If you wish to say something, please use the hand button. It's worked out really well. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Tamina.
Hello, Chair. So hello, Commission. So we are looking at the North Coast area right now. The black lines that you're seeing are our current Senate iteration, where we last left them. And the blue ones are our assembly. So I'm going to take off the black for a second, just so you can take a look at what our assembly looks like. We do have one VRA area in assembly, and that is this 80 Benito district. We do not have the same consideration in Senate. So the areas from the North Coast all the way south do not have any considerations which would technically prevent you from matching these up as you would please. I'll turn on the Senate layers again so you can see kind of where we are, what this difference is over here. And ask the chair how she would like to proceed.
Okay, so yeah, if you could just leave that on, let's go all the way up to the Oregon border. Sorry. I just wanted to see what the differences were. Okay, so if we go, let's keep moving down. Oops. So there we see okay, that's a change in that one. Okay. And please, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, the only ones that we have a chance of nesting are if we switch Lake and make that modification in Sonoma, so we could switch those two would nest, and then San Francisco nests. That's it in the entire state as far as I saw from the last time we did this. And I was looking at that, toying with that in the Senate district to try to see if we could do an arrangement in the rest of the area, because none of the rest of the areas match as far as nesting, to try to get San Lorenzo, and Leandro and that in. But you know, it would involve other changes. And other than that, there is no other nesting except San Francisco.
But they would, as you noted, they would require changes, correct? Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, they would. We need to spend time on that, and we weren't going to do that today. And there are other issues that I don't think people they'd say I don't like that. So,
okay, so thank you. So based on that, we will continue to move on. Any other comments before we move on with this? And Tamina, you know these maps so well. We do too, but did you see any that were somewhat close that we could possibly? But again, if it requires too much architectural changes, we will just continue on. Again, nesting is criteria 6. And we've spent quite a bit of time building these Senate districts based on communities of interest information, as well as our Voting Rights Act considerations. So anything, Tamina? I didn't see anything. You are a miracle worker, though, I gotta say.
Thank you, Chair. I would agree with Commissioner Anderson that there are possibilities, but nothing that would be exact at this moment. San Francisco is probably the closest, and we did pretty much, the way it's drawn is pretty close to nesting. We moved them both into the same district, as you can see.
Okay, hold on. Let me see that one. So can we zoom into that, just that piece of it, please? Thank you. Okay, and then move down. And so what would the difference be? Is it on the bottom? Oh, I see. It's the Cupertino piece of it. I see. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, just Tamina, I just want to make sure San Francisco is nested. Is that correct? When you said almost, were you talking about the rest of the peninsula? I thought San Francisco is indeed nested.
Yes, let me turn off and on the layer for you so we can just take a look here. So this is East SF.
So that one is nested.
West SF, yes.
Oh,
So
we got
they are-
one.
Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, no, when you said, your
Hey,
comment
little
scared me
victories,
there.
little victories.
Sorry, your comment scared me there for a minute. I went, wait a minute, I thought that was nested.
No,
So-
you kept going down. I'm like, I
Thank
think
you.
that's right. Okay.
Yeah,
So we got
thank
one. Right. We met the criteria number 6 on one of them. But then I was going further down, but I believe the other ones would require quite a bit of architectural changes. Right, Tamina?
Yes, because we started this current Senate map in the mid coast, and it would take some redrawing.
Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just wanted to, I know I mentioned this yesterday, since San Francisco got mentioned, in the Assembly District for, I guess, between Chinatown and North Beach, there was a request to use Van Ness as the separation line between the district, and I don't know if it matters for the Senate. The other question I have is, can you just remind me, why is Cupertino separated out in one but not the other?
Tamina, you're going to zoom into the Cupertino?
Sure.
And I'm sorry, just before that, Commissioner Kutagawa, for the Van Ness, that was for the Assembly?
Yes, that was for the Assembly.
Okay, and that's San Francisco. So for Senate, it's going to be nested, so it won't.
So it won't matter.
Right, but remind
I'll
me.
remember. Yeah,
yes,
that's part of
thank
my
you
list
so
for the
much.
Assembly.
Okay,
yes.
great, perfect. And then the Cupertino.
I believe so. Cupertino here, you'll remember. Hold on, let me turn off the AD lines for a second. The goal here with this district was to try to keep as much of San Jose together as possible, and that's what moved Cupertino out in order to take the space.
Okay, we should try to minimize the splits, I believe. Okay.
But in the Assembly, it's included with Santa Clara and Sunnyvale? I know, I'm only asking because they've asked so much about it.
Yes, in the Assembly it is.
In
It
the
appears to be.
Assembly, they are together, and so in Senate, it was essentially a swap of this area of San Jose and Burbank with Cupertino.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to say that we may not have 100% nesting in a lot of places, but we did learn a lot through the Assembly that we applied to Senate, and as well as there were times that we said, we couldn't give it to them before, so let's try to keep this core together. And so it's more for the public than for us, but just that I think I'm proud of the work that we've done either way, even if we only are at 1.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I know it's for the Assembly, but the San Francisco split, we had to keep moving it eastward away from Van Ness, just for population, basically. So we'd have to redo a lot of other parts of San Francisco if we were to move it back to Van Ness.
I agree. Thank you, Commissioner Yee, for that reminder. And Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you for that. I wasn't sure. I was just trying to keep track of all the requests that we got on the communities of interest testimony in the Airtable. I guess maybe it's more of a process question. I noticed that in some of the Senate districts that we're seeing, there are small changes or differences between what we did in the Assembly versus what's in the Senate. In those cases, do we want to relook at some of those lines, or are we just going to leave them? It looked like there was like minimal line differences, so just a question on that.
I think if we look throughout the whole state for those type of changes, it would probably take us another week to try to look at the differences. So at this point, as you noted, there may be minimal changes, but it would also require, for equity purposes, to look at the entire state. And at this point, I would agree with Commissioner Sinai. I believe we all went on this journey, and I've learned so much about California, not only from all of the input, but from my fellow commissioners. And I also feel proud of what we've drawn and how we've gotten here. So thank you. Anything else, Tamina? Are we good?
We are good, Chair.
Okay, so let's keep moving to LA. Yeah, that's right. You already did Central, right? Or did Central Valley. Yeah, and then a part of it too with another thing we're proud of is that we do have quite a few Voting Rights Act districts, and of course those will be drawn differently from Assembly versus Senate, and those also restrict us in terms of what our districts will look like from one map to the other. And now we have Jamie, another miracle worker.
Hello. I will turn on the Assembly districts here in LA County. I'll make the lines a little bit smaller in hopes that it might be easier to see. There's a lot of lines on the map here. So the black lines represent the Senate maps. The blue lines are the Assembly maps. As we discussed yesterday, just because of so many VRA considerations and different VRA considerations for Assembly and Senate, here in San Gabriel Valley, not possible to nest, which of course impacts sort of possibilities out in, impacting possibilities all around, really. I'm just gonna kind of keep looking here. And yeah, but I guess it hasn't changed from yesterday, not really a great opportunity to nest here based on your current Assembly lines and current Senate lines, which you've worked hard to create.
I think we worked hard. Jamie, you are such a huge part of it as well. So please do not leave yourself out of any of that. Unless you purposely want to leave yourself out, then I understand. Commissioner Anderson.
Chair, I apologize for this. I thought the change was in the Assembly. It is actually in the Senate, and it's a very simple one. It's up in the 210 area, 210 area in the forest. It was the the Nature for All, that comment came in. Remember, they were trying to expand, and he said we went too far. This is in that SD.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, and he said we wanted to go to the.
It was a Sousa, right? It was a Sousa. We went too far. Yes,
correct. And it's into the forest. And he said you're supposed to go to just where the East Fork and West Fork met. And basically, it was like remove that very last change. We went all the way up to close to an area that's populated. It's a remotely populated, not remotely populated. It's a remote, one of those walk-in hike areas. If we could make, I don't think it involves any population whatsoever.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna.
We do that in the Senate.
Jamie, can we just look at that really quick?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I might pass the baton to Commissioner Yee here, if that's okay.
Yes, perfect, because he.
Okay, all right, we're going to listen to Commissioner Yee. Here we go.
Thank you. So so it has to do with census blocks. If we do include the East Fork, we do get that whole large extension to the north. So the choice is don't include the East Fork or include it as it appears. The concern of the COI was that we're making SD 210 a bit more awkwardly shaped. I don't know if that's a weighty concern because we're all in the forest land here. So Does that really matter? I don't know. It doesn't bother me, but you could say the same thing about going that far north. Maybe that doesn't matter either. Maybe Jamie, if you could show us the census block there and what the difference would be.
Have you seen how some of our districts are? It does not bother
right.
me. Does not-
Yeah.
And especially, there is zero population in this area, correct?
Correct.
So this is one census block. And just to reiterate what Commissioner Yee noted, having both sides of the water included in one district would require either moving this whole kind of reservoir area into SD 210 or including this large census block, which does go further north than the testimony asked for, into SD 10 WE.
Thank you very much for that
Okay.
explanation.
All right. Thanks. So, Commissioner, I just wanted to, so you're recommending we keep what we have?
That's my inclination.
Okay.
And it's the same in all three plans. Yeah.
Okay. And then Commissioner Anderson, you were okay with keeping it the way it is?
That's what I was saying, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, can I just on this point, I mean, I'm fine either way on it, and the court testimony that I'm reading is referring specifically to the congressional district, but I do want to just say that when the initial request to go up to the forks, I guess, in this one, another term for the Twitterverse to add, we did have it just right above it. It was just another piece of court testimony that came in that asked to have it extended further up. But at one point, it was closer to the fork without, taking the entirety of it out too. So just wanted to note that.
Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember when we first did it, I thought it looked odd, but my inclination is to keep it as it is. Are there anyone else have any other comments or against it or for it? Well, no, if you're for it, that's okay. Okay, we'll just keep moving on. Thank you, Jamie. Oh, Jamie, you were done, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Anywhere else
I just realized you were done.
You would like to see?
Okay. So what I came away with was, in terms of trying to nest, would take probably 2 weeks, maybe, right? And again, and I don't want to minimize it. I just feel that, and I believe as the commission, we all feel that we have fair assembly maps and fair Senate maps, not necessarily with the ability to nest. Okay, thank you. So with that, we will go to Sivan.
Thank you, Chair. I did just want to remind the commission that we looked at this last night briefly. So I just wanted to ask if there was an area that you wanted me to focus on.
No, I just wanted because we are going to this will be the Senate we will not come back to, so I just wanted to make sure we all had a chance to see it one more time, just in case, because after everyone's general consensus, we will provide instructions to Karen in terms of how to move forward with this. Thank you. So if you could just do another brief, you did a great, overview yesterday, but one more time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So again, none of our districts are fully nested, but I think that the Senate lines follow a lot of the rationale, shall we say, of the assembly districts. So for example, this AD SICA district is a lot like our Senate SICA district. So it comprises of all of Imperial, a portion of the Coachella Valley, and then the South Bay, San Diego area. And then just moving up into San Diego, again, we have kind of our central district. In the assembly, it's a little bit more north-south. But we also have the coast to the west, and then our East County districts for both Senate and Assembly. And then just moving up into Orange County. Also similar, we have our VRA districts in the same area, Santa Ana, Anaheim. We have our Little Saigon that is kept intact in both the Assembly and the Senate district. You can see some of the differences in the inland part of the county. And then moving into Riverside County. This is the Temescal Valley Temecula corridor. And then our Inland Empire and our VRA districts in this area. And then just zooming out to San Bernardino County. You can see we have some differences in the Victor Valley High Desert area, but a large portion of the county kept intact, and the same for both Assembly and Senate. And here is the region. I'm happy to go back on any area that we want to see more detail on.
Great, thank you, Sivan. So again, we don't have the nesting possibilities right now, or Commissioner Kutagawa.
You know what? No, that's okay. I'm gonna just hold off right now. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the northern portion of the Senate district in San Bernardino County, the Needles area, and you know, we've reminded ourselves a number of times that the idea is that the western boundary of that area is going to be the same for Senate, Assembly, and Congressional. I just wanted to make sure if we're finalizing the Senate maps first, then I want to make sure that the line here on the Senate district is in fact the line that we're going to use for Assembly and Congress, and that it's not going to throw us off when we're trying to balance to one person on Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. Right now, it appears to have, you appear to have the same boundary. But when you balance to 1 or 0, it might change just a little bit, because obviously here our deviation is higher for the Assembly and for the Senate. But in generalities, it's approximately the same configuration.
Yeah, I have in blue the Assembly lines, in green the current Senate lines, and then in black on top is the Congressional latest iteration. So you can see that they all go along the same boundary. As to if the Congressional boundary will change, that is up to the Commission, but we could always go back and tweak that block or two on the Senate if it came to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you very much, Sivan. The reason why it looks like you can see a little blue in areas, is that just because of the thickness of line?
Yeah, that is just the way that the lines are projecting on the mapping software, but the underlying geography of which block is in which district is by number, and that all will be consistent.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm just going to ask, I'm not going to say it has to be changed, but going to South Orange County, just seeing some, I guess, public comment about that San Clemente, San Juan Capistrano, and Dana Point have close ties. I know we separated out San Juan Capistrano just to make the population numbers move. But I thought I'd just ask if San Juan Capistrano were brought in, what would need to go out? And I don't know if there's anything that can go out, actually.
I think we just went through this yesterday, right?
Yeah, that's why I was just asking. I don't think there is, but I thought I'd just ask. I just refreshing my memory.
Right. Sivan, could you take us to that? But my inclination right now is we went through this yesterday. We'll leave it how it is, but Sivan.
Yeah, so I think we had talked about potentially splitting Laguna Niguel when it was in the OC Coastal District. It's a little bit tricky because we're trying to move San Juan Capistrano into the OC Coast. So the most ideal move would be moving something from OC Coast back into the SOC NSD. Unfortunately, there's not really anything to be added, considering these are all coastal cities, and it would kind of defeat the purpose if we put one of the coastal cities back in just to balance the population. So it would turn into another, looking at like a three-way swap between these three districts and trying to balance it out that way.
Okay, thank you, Sivan. No, I just wanted to at least ask, and I would prefer not to split cities. I think our preference is to try to keep cities as whole as we can. Thank you.
Yeah, and just pointing out that COI is kept together in the Assembly District because we don't have the coastal districts. So I do think at this point it is a bit of a trade-off, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you. No, and you have to look at it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to make new relationships, new alliances. It's a brand new day. So I think we need to look at it that way. Okay, so I believe, unless I hear any differently, we are done with the Senate. Oh, I always speak too soon. Commissioner Kitagawa.
Yes, sorry. I thought we were just saying we're done for this part, but my apologies. Can we go back up to LA, specifically that 210 area?
We'll go briefly, but just when we get to Congress, if we can just, at the beginning, let's state what all of the, what we want to look at so that we're not going back and forth. But we'll go very quickly back to Jamie.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I apologize. What would you like to see in LA County?
The 210, I believe?
Yes. I like your hair.
I know, I like her hair too.
And specifically, can we look at the way I'm looking at it on the screen? It's the westernmost boundary, or the left side, specifically La Cañada Flint Ridge, La Crescenta.
So what exactly?
So what I'm looking to see, if it's possible, it may possibly also include a split of that upper top half of Glendale. But I noticed there is a minus deviation in the SCSFV. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. If I was thinking that if we move it in there, at least we would unite some of the Armenian community, because they did state that Glendale, La Crescenta, and La Cañada are communities of interest for them. It would also, I think, minimize or at least bring down some of the concerns that were brought up by some of the COIs in that West San Gabriel Valley area. I don't believe this SCSFB is a VRA district, unless I'm wrong, and if it is, then can't touch it. I don't,
No, the SCSFV is not a VRA. My understanding, it's not. La Crescencia is 20,000. That's the population, I believe. So that would require splitting Glendale, as you noted, correct?
yes, just that,
Just
looks
that
like-
portion,
Yeah,
kinda
just
like-
that top tip portion there. And also moving La Cañada Flint Ridge as well, too.
Okay, do we have any other comments regarding this area before we take a quick look? Okay, Jamie, can you?
Just
oh,
a quick
go ahead.
note that making this change will reduce the San Fernando Valley based district's Latino CVAP to below 50%. And I will pull that up right now.
Do I have any feedback from my fellow commissioners on this move? Commissioner Toledo?
I think that would, I wouldn't be in support of making the change, especially at this point, since we've looked at so many options already. Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez?
I'm also not in support of this change, given how hard we've worked to protect a community of interest in the San Fernando Valley.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I just want to note that we're talking about multiple communities of interest here too, though, because we also have a similar working class community in the San Gabriel Valley, and I'm trying to balance some of their needs as well too. And then we're also have requests from the Armenian community too.
Commissioner Vasquez, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I hear that, Commissioner Kutagawa. Like I said, I've been eyeballing and trying to figure out a way to ensure that, these we do right by working class communities across the state. I think in this particular case, I think ultimately it's going to be a wash in terms of, working class communities in the San Fernando Valley versus working class communities in the San Gabriel Valley. And so I just think in particular for this particular map, I would like to prioritize those communities in the San Fernando Valley, given how much on the edge they are in terms of being able to protect their community's interest. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
We keep looking at COIs, but I just wanted to, and we can keep looking at them and try to make it better. And each one is important, but the VRA districts are our second. Oh, but I thought we were told that making the change.
No, it's not a VRA district. It would lower the Latino CVAP though.
Okay.
But it's not a VRA.
Okay.
That was what the comment was made.
Thank you for correcting that.
Anything
I'd
else?
rather, I just think it's, in other areas, we have moved quickly because there is still more, every time I want to bring up a COI in San Diego, we move forward. And so I just think we've got to see what we can support and prioritize. Thank you.
Commissioner Ahmed?
I'm not in support of this change. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I was going to say in areas where we don't have VRA, I think we've also received counsel across the state about crossover support in voting. And I think we can look at some of that if we're not in a VRA area, and perhaps dropping the Latino CVAP by small percentages. If it increases percentages in other areas, it will still serve the same purpose.
Commissioner
I had my hand
Kutagawa?
raised for something else.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I was just going to ask if we could see, just with the highlighted areas, what it would do to the CVAPs for all the communities in both the 210 and the SCSFB.
Okay. Yes, of course.
Yes, I will read those out. So if you compare against the percentages on the label, just a quick reminder, the first percent is the percent deviation. The second, Latino CVAP. Third, Black CVAP. Fourth, Asian CVAP. And the last one is white CVAP. So please keep that in mind. And I will read off the CVAP percentages that would be the result. So for SC-SFV, Latino CVAP would become 48.16%. Black CVAP would become 4.82%. Asian CVAP would become 11.84%, and white CVAP would become 34.09%. For SD 210, Latino CVAP would become 23.62%. Black CVAP would become 4.98%. Asian CVAP would become 30.46%, and white CVAP would become 39.49%.
So it looks like there's increases to SD 210, but some decreases to the SC-SFB.
Yeah, that's, for my numbers, that's. Commissioner Sinai? Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I appreciated that exercise, and for me, it reconfirms that I am not in favor of this change because there is an overall reduction in Black and Latino communities in the San Fernando Valley, and I am not in favor of this change.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also not in favor of the change. Thank you.
And Commissioner Kitagawa?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Commissioner Sadwani to also weigh in on this too, because she does live in this area. So I'm going to put her on the spot on this.
Okay, thank you. You know, I do live in La Cañada. I will say I don't have a strong preference one way or another. I think that the changes that we have made to this map in general over the course of the last several days were largely in support of the criteria that we have, you know, including balancing population and adherence to the Voting Rights Act. And I think that we have done that. I honestly, I know I've pushed back on other commissioners when they've said that certain areas were non-starters. So I certainly will not say that about the area where I live. So whatever the will of the full commission is, I'm happy to go with.
Okay.
I will just note, if I can, I will note, you know, a lot of the testimony that we have had coming in has specifically called out La Cañada as being a affluent area that should not be mixed with working class communities. I think the challenge here in the Senate maps, however, is when we're pulling together approximately a million people into districts, it's almost impossible not to mix areas of different economic incomes and socioeconomic factors. So I think that it's whether they're in SD 210 or SC-SFV, it almost creates similar kinds of concerns and issues. So I just want to raise that, and I definitely appreciate Commissioner Kitagawa for raising that, because certainly we've had a lot of testimony come in the last few days, and I have been reading it as well, and I want to be responsive to it. I'm not sure what the path forward would be, though. Here, I'm hearing from others that this isn't a direction. I'm happy to go with whatever the group wants in this area. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. And again, I sort of feel like Commissioner Sadwani, I don't want to be impartial to a place that I know pretty intimately. However, I would have to agree with some of the things that she's saying. This community, La Cañada, especially, there's so many people that go back and forth between these communities, different economic levels, people coming over from Pasadena, from Altadena, from Glendale. It really is by use of the 210 corridors. So I have to agree with her statements, but I'm going to go with the will of the commission and listen to the court testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. So I heard more opposition to this move than support. So at this time, we're going to move forward and leave it as it is. But again, there's so much. We would love to be able to fulfill everyone's wishes, but unfortunately, it's not possible. There's quite a bit of conflicting information too in terms of communities of interest. We also have the numbers, the population in terms of drawing districts as equally populated as possible. And also, we actually have tried to make a concerted effort to try to keep communities in terms of cities and towns together, trying to minimize those breaks as well. So with that, we'll leave it as is. Thank you, Jamie, for that. And we're at a point now, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Since we have been spending little bits of time, it's quite a bit of time on Senate districts, I have been able to come up with one small change I would like to make in that East Bay would involve Tamina, but I could tell her what that is. If we just went up the map, I could just show you what it is. And it is in the adding the area right above Hayward. If you zoom in a little bit, it's Fairview, and it's in Cocoa, I guess it is. Yeah, that city right there. It's like 11,000 people. I think we could safely add it to Eden Tech and wouldn't do anything else. And the reason is Cal State Hayward, Cal State East Bay is just south of this, and the Fairview. If you zoom in, it's an entire area that is south of 580, and it's basically pretty much everyone thinks it's Hayward. And in terms of their shopping, everything in this area, that is the same. And so you see, it's south of 580, and so it's sort of unincorporated at the north part of this, and all the housing involved is connected to Hayward. So could we please?
Do we have
add Fairview?
Okay. Do we have communities of interest for that, Commissioner Anderson?
I did not. I have not looked specifically. I know that this entire area wanted to be with Hayward. This all wanted to be together, and at least in their same county. And right now they're not connected to the county at all. And so I've been trying to do something to add this portion back to where it should belong.
Jamie, are you the one controlling right now, Jamie? Or is it Tamina?
It's Tamina.
Oh, Tamina, can you see what that impact would be? And this is the last thing we're looking at right now for Senate. I'm just going to... Can you just highlight it, please, Tamina?
Yes, Chair, one moment.
Thank you.
Chair, the population of Fairview is 11,353 people. This will result in Eden Tech having a deviation of 4.89% and Cocoa having deviation of 0.46%.
Thank you. Are there any concerns with making this switch? Okay, let's go ahead and do it. And we are done. We're done with
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for bringing that up. So this is Senate. These are our Senate maps. We are, as I mentioned earlier, we are not coming back to this because Karen and her wonderful group, they require at least a day to go into number them, look at the deferrals, ensure that all the lines are intact and no person is left behind. That's how I like to put it. So with that, Karen, do you require additional direction other than the deferrals and numbering and the other magic that you do behind the scene that we're not aware of?
One moment, Chair, let me ask.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much. And sorry for the delay. I was looking for the unmute button here. I think we're done. Thank you so much. I would just need the instructions to go forward, to do deferral and then number the districts, and then we will have those ready to go for you with a nice bow on them by Monday. Thank you.
Great. Since it is Christmas or holiday season with a bow, that'd be great. Yes. So if you can please number them, deferral, whatever else you need to do with them so that we can see them again soon.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Whew. Okay, that's the Senate. So now we're moving on. Let's try to finalize somewhat the congressional. So let's move on to the congressional. Let me grab my list real quick for congressional. And so what I had, and we haven't closed out the congressional yet, but what I had for congressional, we were going to go to Los Angeles, I believe. Commissioner Kutagawa, I believe you had brought up Thai-Town and Eagle Rock. Is that right? Was there anything else? I thought we were really, really close. So was there anything else? Commissioner Sinai?
The splitting of Carson.
That's the assembly. Uh-huh. That's okay. We're all here. It's been long days, and it's sometimes the maps are moving back and forth, and we have to remind ourselves which map we're on. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, so I'm just going to say this out loud. I did read something that asked from Plumas, or not from Plumas, from Lassen, that wanted to be with Plumas in the ECA district. I don't think it's going to be possible, but I'm just lifting that one up. Definitely, we've heard two requests that might help each other. Eagle Rock is split, and Thai-Town has asked to be kept with Northeast Hollywood in the Glen 2BA district and not wanting to be in the Nila district. And I think Eagle Rock wants to be in the Nila district, so it might be possible to do some swaps that would accommodate both those requests. Also,
okay, go back a second because I'm trying to write these down, and I have much more sympathy or empathy for our ASL interpreters because I can't. You probably interpret a lot quicker than I can write. So one more time, okay. I had the Thai-Town, Eagle Rock wants to be in the.
Eagle Rock wants to be whole, right, and most likely in Nila, and I think we've heard a lot of testimony about that one.
And then the next one, something else.
And then Thai-Town,
yes,
wants to be together with East Hollywood, and they are asking to be moved away from Nila into the Glen 2BA district.
All right, hold on. Into the Glen 2.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
And then I had just one of the something that I read, there was a request for Lassen to be kept together with Plumas.
I got that.
Don't know if that's possible, but just wanted to lift that up. Also got some COI testimony about the split in Brea. I looked at it. I don't think there's anything we can do about it, but I wanted to just lift that one up. And then there was also COI testimony about the Santa Clarita Valley taking in some of the Angeles Forest as well too for fire management purposes.
Okay. And just a reminder, with congressional, there is no deviation. Down to zero.
Yes,
is
exactly.
the goal.
Yes.
Actually, it's not the goal. It's what we have to do.
That's what we have to do.
Okay.
Commissioner then the last one was that Azusa Fork thing. It was specifically, the COI testimony that I saw was specific to the congressional district.
Okay. Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, we have received a lot requests on the coastal area and the inland areas of San Diego on the congressional district. And as we've said, we've looked at a lot of this, and it is about a bigger picture and about getting to zero deviation throughout the state of California. And we have explored, and it hasn't worked. We couldn't make the changes without doing the whole map all over.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
I'm not bringing this forward because it's mine, but bringing it forward because there has been a lot of request for it. The potential swap of Los Alamitos and Rossmore for a small portion of northern Huntington Beach. Thank you. And Jamie has that.
I believe we explored it. But yeah. Okay. Commissioner Anderson. Again, we have limited time today, so.
Well, this will help you, Chair. We did look at switching Palumas in and out, to put it back north when we explored the taking more of of Yuba. That didn't work. The only way you could do that would be to put Calusa into that, in with the lake and YOLO. And then it would track a little too difficult to try to make, because it's zero. You could almost do it if you had any play at all, but I appreciate Paluma saying that, and I certainly understand, but we really can't do that without making exchanges of areas that really don't kind of make sense.
That was helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Vasquez.
Hoping very small cleanup. The area in Mount Washington that Jamie did on her own. I think there's a little bit of walking back so that we can get even a few more blocks of Eagle Rock into, I think, the Nila district. So that's what I would like to do.
Great, thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Kennedy? All right, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Sinai? Okay. So with that, it looks like we're going to go to LA. And it appears that there were quite a few of you that wanted to go to the Eagle Rock. So why don't we start there?
Was that for me, Chair?
Actually, probably you and Commissioner Kitagawa, but you both had brought it up. I believe Eagle Rock wanted to be whole and it wanted to be in Nila. Was that yours also, Commissioner Vasquez?
Sort of. I don't think we can make Eagle Rock whole without doing major changes, but there are some changes that I was going to propose to get a few more blocks of Eagle Rock.
Okay. Commissioner Kitagawa, should we go with?
Maybe we could try the Thai-Town one first and see
Okay.
what that will do to create room.
Okay, let's go to Thai-Town. And again, you know this area better than I, so if there's a better way to address this, that's great. I appreciate it.
So just to check for understanding, the exploration is around moving this East Hollywood area that includes Thai-Town into the Glen to BA, or is it just the Thai-Town area?
Yeah, they just requested to be in the Glen 2BA. They just wanted to make sure that the entirety of Thai-Town was with East Hollywood.
So just the Thai-Town area or all of the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council, please?
What portion?
The request was, yeah, let me just double check the actual COI testimony again. I didn't write down the actual numbers of it. They just requested that they were currently separated. I believe there's a small portion that is around Sunset Boulevard and Hollywood Boulevard. That is in the Nila district, and I think that's what they were most concerned about.
Commissioner Sadwani?
I think Commissioner Vasquez was first. Yeah.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Just really would like to keep an eye on the Latino CVAP in Nila as an indicator of communities of interest within Nila that I've spoken quite a bit about. So I'm okay with exploring putting portions of East Hollywood in Glen, but I want to be sure that we protect communities of interest in NELA.
Jamie, it might be that the change was already made. Looks like Ty-Town is already in Glen 2BA. Is that correct?
That's the one it wanted to be in, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Sorry,
and if it's that, not the
It was-
underneath the highlight, it looks like it's
It
in.
looks like they might have already, the change may have already been reflected.
Hightown is currently in the NELA district. So this highlighted area is about 48,800 people. And we're talking about moving that into Glen to BA from the NELA district.
Okay, so it just says here, they recommend that Ty-Town remain a part of Glen 2BA because of East Hollywood's close proximity to Glendale and other nearby communities in Glen 2BA that face similar challenges and share common interests with Ty-Town. They speak about, similar to Ty-Town, these communities consist of small businesses, workers, undocumented immigrants, and renters vulnerable to gentrification and displacement. Therefore, it is critical that our vulnerable communities remain in the same congressional district in order to preserve our collective voice and political influence.
If I may, I
Yes,
would
yes.
suggest that we take all of the East Hollywood
Yes.
Neighborhood Council and keep it whole. And that will allow us to bring in as much of Eagle Rock as possible. And then
Right.
we can check, all the different stats.
I'd agree.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I will make this change and then
Thank you.
move on to the Eagle Rock
Eagle
area.
Rock, yes, please, thank you. And Jamie, remind me, what was that population? Sorry, I should have asked you before you moved, that we moved.
We just moved 48,864 people.
Thank you.
I believe.
Commissioner Sodwani, did you have another question?
No, I was just going to add, I think the testimony that's come in about Eagle Rock has said, bring as much of it in as possible, make it whole if possible. If not, use the 134 freeway.
Thank you, those are good boundaries if we need to.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the whole thing in.
So all of Eagle Rock is highlighted. That's only 16,550 people. I will zoom out and ask where else the commission would like to bring into NELA.
Okay, Commissioner Sadwani, you have some suggestions?
Yes, because I think we had gone through all of this previously. And so, again, we had swapped out parts of Mount Washington. And I think if we can start by pulling some of that back in, the neighborhoods are very much connected. Alternatively, we could start pulling Glassell Park, but I think Mount Washington was a carve out. So to me, putting some of that at least back in would make sense. It's kind of nestled into many of these communities.
So I also highlighted Mount Washington. I'm going to start adding areas of Glassell Park as Mount Washington plus these areas of Eagle Rock was not enough population.
Commissioner Vasquez?
I was going to say, we don't have to now, it seems like, but I was going to say I'd actually prioritize pulling in Glassell Park first before Mount Washington, but if we can get the whole thing.
I believe it's bonus day, so that might be possible.
Yay, love bonus day.
Super Saturday.
And also just wanted to state, since we're right around in my home, I have no interest as to which district Mount Washington is in.
And Chair, I'm butting in, but I just want to say I'm in full agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Do you have more comments, Commissioner Sadwani? Or will? Okay, thank you.
And I'm So
We're
now
getting
this
close.
is the LA River. Wondering what additional areas I should look to add to NELA. This NELA needs basically NELA needs 1,300 people.
Okay, so I'm going to phone a friend. How about a Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I'd start there, the Greater Cypress Park portion. I'm not sure that that's going to be enough. Then I would go, I would take that whole portion north of the 110 freeway. I'd go on the other side. Yeah. Ideally, we will not split Echo Park. I'd even say if you wanted to stay closer to that, I think it's the LA River, if you wanted to stay closer to that and go further north, like follow it further north rather than taking even numbers. Yeah,
Okay,
exactly
now
what you're
okay.
doing. Yeah. Yeah, this makes sense.
We're getting close. 200. Oh.
Sorry, Jamie, we left you right in a very densely populated area.
You're trying to find 4 or 5. Actually, I have to find a combination of out and in, probably.
There may be, you may have better luck now.
Whoop. Bonus day.
We are in bonus day.
Can we just zoom out just a little bit so we can see what this looks like? And then if I'm reading this correctly, is the Latino CVAP is 55.63, is that right? Or is it 56? So it's actually a little bit higher than what it was. It was 55.91. Do we have any hesitations moving forward with this?
I really like this.
Okay, we are going to lock it in. So what we did is we made Eagle Rock whole. We also brought in Glassell Park into the NELA district, and to offset that, we took out Thai-Town, was it? And East Hollywood. Okay, so let's mark that one off the list. Yeah. Okay, we're done. I'm dropping my pen. Okay. Let's see, in this area, we also,
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I noticed there were a couple
non-contiguous
census blocks, and so NELA is out of balance again.
Okay, so let's
I'm just gonna zoom back in.
Okay, thank you for catching that. Look at that. Yeah, we got to get that one because
I'm gonna
Commissioner
just-
Kutagal would not let that one go, right?
Just gonna zoom out. Is this an agreeable change? It's just taking a couple census blocks in Glasell Park.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that it's a bit of a bummer to leave Echo Park now in this newly configured Glen 2BA. I was feeling a little soothed that it was also with some of the other NELA portions of what's considered NELA, just given the huge gentrification concerns, etc. That being said, I do think overall this is a better configuration of the map, and I am very much in support of this new configuration.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Jamie. Thank you for finding numbers for us and valuable people.
Where would you like to move next?
So also on the list is the split in Brea. What is that? Can you tell us what the population is, please? In each, I guess on each side?
One moment, please.
And you know the second question is going to be, well, since you know the maps and the numbers, what will that create if we try to move one side or the other to make it whole?
So the population of Brea that is currently in Savannah, Anna, is 36,959. And the portion that is in OCSBLA is 10,438. And I believe that some of this unincorporated area surrounding does have population in it as well. A note that
it looks like we'd have to go around because we have the Santana district right there.
Yes, we would have to go around and either, if we were going to add this into Savannah, Anna, then make a split probably in, well, yeah, in either Seal Beach or Huntington Beach, and then populate this way, either by splitting Laguna Beach or Irvine, or if you're going to move the 36,000 into OCSBLA, then you would need to look at splitting one of these cities along the border, or perhaps Tustin, and then I believe this little Saigon area, and maybe splitting that or adding Rossmore, Los Alamitos into NO Coast.
Well, I think one of them is dealing with Rossmore and Los Alamitos. Correct, Commissioner Kennedy? So I'm wondering, do we go there first maybe and see what that looks like? Although that's going to be it's probably going to be an even split between the two districts. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I just want to state that splitting Huntington Beach in this particular case, I'd be opposed to it. One, it would be bringing in portions of a city that I think it's best left all in a coastal district, especially for a congressional district, given a lot of the coastal issues that the city is facing right now. Putting a portion of it with an inland city like Westminster and Fountain Valley does not do any justice to the issues that this community is facing right now. I think if right now it's not about moving in Los Alamitos and Rossmore to move out a portion of Huntington Beach when all the cities are whole right now. If we're looking at possibly moving in 10,000 people into Brea, plus some of the unincorporated areas, I don't know if it's a lot of population. I know it's a canyon area. It may be then moving maybe Rossmore into it, but then I know Rossmore and Los Alamitos have a lot of connections, as does Rossmore and Seal Beach. So that could be possible to move Rossmore in. It'll shift something down. I know that there's, I've seen a recent request to put Laguna Beach or the Lagunas together was the input that I saw, but I think right now I would be very much opposed to splitting Huntington Beach to put a portion into an inland city.
Thank you. And I have read quite a bit of communities of interest recent that many like how it's configured right now. So I also am hesitant to touch anything there because my feeling was that Orange County was pretty happy with it. So that's my concern, or my statement, I should say. Commissioner Sadwan.
I agree with you completely, Chair and Commissioner Okudagawa. I think we have spent a whole lot of time on this map in Orange County, and I think we've gotten positive feedback actually on this map from groups on the ground, from individuals. I know that not everyone is happy with this map, but I do think that things that we do in this map, we don't do in other maps, right? So Huntington Beach is with Little Saigon in our Senate map, and it's whole, in fact. So, you know, I feel like we have spent a lot of time here. If we start tinkering, I'm afraid then the Long Beach conversation is going to come back up, or, you know, all of the pieces that I really felt like were settled. So I think a small change in this area, given all of the different COIs and all of the different considerations, and a VRA district right in the middle, could really set off a host of issues that I don't think we have time for anymore, unfortunately.
Right. Once I started looking at it, we're rebuilding it again is basically what it would, and you'd have to go around because you've got the the Santana district in the middle. So Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, this is congressional, and this is a federal issue. The dredging to replenish sand along this coast here is crucial. I think we need all of the beach cities in there as we possibly can, because this affects the entire county, and then a large portion of the Los Angeles area. I mean, beaches are huge, and unless you have one united voice here, you're not going to get that action. So I totally agree with leaving this one at the congressional level, leaving it whole. So this is a federal issue, and I think it should have a congressional district.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I wish we could do more in this area. I wish, because we have heard a lot about Huntington Beach and Little Saigon, and I would want to support that. It just, the maps are so tight right now. I think probably should just stick with what we have, given that the testimony we've received testimony both ways. Thank you. So I'm in favor of staying with what we have.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Toledo. So with that, I'm trying to think of, Commissioner Kennedy, you had brought up the Los Alamitos Rossmore exchange for part of Huntington Beach. It appears that some commissioners would like to leave it the way it is. So did you still want to go down that road? Is that a no? Okay.
As I said, I brought it up not because it was my idea, simply because we've had a lot of very positive reaction to the idea. I'm happy to go with the will of the commission on this.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So with that we are going to leave it the way it is for now. And again, great opportunity to make new alliances, meet new neighbors, and have new partnerships. So with that, Santa Clarita Valley for the Mount Washington cleanup? I can't remember which commissioner brought that one up.
Mount Washington we did it was next to Eagle Rock. I don't know if there was.
Oh, we did that one?
something
Okay.
for Santa Clarita.
And that was a Santa Clarita?
Santa Clarita
Is
is
a separate,
further
right?
north. I
Right.
don't know if there was
So
additional
the Santa
changes there.
Clarita, oh, okay. And who was Santa Clarita?
Yeah, it was
you?
just the force. I don't know. I was just, I
Oh.
just know we heard something, but I honestly don't know much about the area.
Okay.
There was a conversation or testimony about fire suppression, but I would, if anybody is much more aware of this, I would definitely welcome that. It looked like it was just extending that eastern border, but I don't want to impact the SFV district. So if it does, then I would just be just as satisfied to just leave it.
Okay, great. And I believe that's all I have on the list. Oops, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm not in favor of tinkering with this lineup here in Santa Clarita.
Thank you. And I believe that's it for congressional. We're good? All right, thank you, everyone. General consensus? Oh.
I'm not sure if
Commissioner
this is I'm not sure if this is an assembly one or if it's a congressional one. There was a note about Chapman University being split. I know it wasn't in the Senate. I was trying to look on the map viewer. It's I think I was a little unclear as to where exactly it is.
Chapman University?
Yeah, they said that they were split.
Jamie, could you take us there?
Where is Chapman University, please?
It's in the city of Orange.
Thank you. I was just asking that. Thank you. I'm glad that you didn't know either, Jamie.
So I hope it's coming across through Zoom, but
Okay.
this area that is purple is Chapman University. We can see how many people live in the census blocks on either side and see if it's easy just to add those blocks to one district or the other.
And I know this is an odd way of thinking of it, but if the university itself has zero population, maybe we at least have that in its own, in one district. And yeah.
So the highlighted area on this side is 2,352 people. And I will look, and actually that move would, so again, Santa Ana
we don't want
is,
to touch. That's right.
well, just really quickly, it is a VRA district, and that move would change the Latino CVAP to 50.34%. So we'll see about moving the other areas into OC SPLA. One moment, please. So the highlighted area is 87 people. So making this change would just require balancing to Santa Ana, adding 87 people back in. I'm going to turn on the census blocks with the population numbers and see if there's like something amazing.
Super Saturday.
It is Super Saturday. That's absolutely right.
Right, and the CVAP's the same, correct?
The CVAP is the same.
Okay.
However, moving
that's true,
people
if we move
in
it.
might change, and it's only 87
Good
people.
point.
So
Oh. It's an 8, is that 84 or 94 or 64? My eyes are not very.
Just wondering if this is like a change that the commission would wish to pursue, and if so, then I can make this change and then go on a scavenger hunt.
I like making the change, but then I'm also fearful of what that might cause. I would prefer not to split a school for sure, but we just did that. And it's true, you'll have 2 Congress people. That's a. So anyway, comments from or feedback from my fellow commissioners, please. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm with you. I'm not. I would like to hear what others would say.
Right, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. No, I'm going to Kern County.
Commissioner Sadhwani.
Yeah, certainly as a higher ed educator, I do not like splitting college campuses. That being said, our number 2 priority is the Voting Rights Act. And I believe this, what is the street that we are currently using as the dividing line? No, well, but right now it's Glassell Street, correct? And I believe that we had COI testimony for that as well. So as much as it pains me, my sense is this should stay as is, because I am concerned about lowering the opportunity to elect in that Santa Ana district any lower.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Sadhwani and others. And I think it is an opportunity to have 2 elected officials represent and hopefully advocate for the university. Thank you.
And maybe an opportunity for rivalry amongst the school. What side are you on, right? I can see the shirts now. I'm just saying. But anyway, I do feel that it's split, but yes, VRA is our number 2 criteria. So thank you. Thank you for that, Jamie, and thank you for the feedback. And Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to say that having 2 members isn't coming from nowhere. It does come from being told by a university that they liked having 2 members of Congress because then they had 2 people advocating for them at all times. So I didn't want the public to think we were being flippant, but we have been told that by others.
Yes. Okay, I believe we are done with this area. Are there any other areas? I see Commissioner Turner said Central Valley. Any other areas for congressional? Okay, and our next break is at 12:45. We've got 6 minutes. So we're going to, was it Kings Tulare? Commissioner Turner?
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Kern County area. So COI testimony number 37391. I just need to take a look at these Air Force bases for congressional district. The COI testimony is concerned about splitting them and impacting national defense. And so China Lake and Edwards Air Force Base, if Kennedy, when you get a chance, if you can show me that area. I guess we have it split part in VCD, Fresno, Kern, and another part maybe. I'm gonna, let's see. We do not want China Lake and Edwards Air Force Base split from the rest of Kern County. The 2 bases need to be kept together for federal representation.
So, so Edwards Air Force Base is down here. China Lake is up here next to Ridgecrest. This move was in efforts to bring in that 17,000 that was missing in the southern parts of California. And they are in different districts. Edwards Air Force Base is in more the San Bernardino County district, and China Lakes is next to Ridgecrest in the Fresno Kern district.
So let me do this for those. This is not an area that we spent much time in or talked about a lot, so that commissioners will understand. It says China split from the rest of Kern County. These two bases need to be kept together for all of the federal representation that they need. Let's see, it will be disastrous for our community to be in a congressional district with 4 other military bases. China Lake Naval Base and Edwards Air Force Base can't get the desperately needed representation they need on the federal level because of the type of military bases they are and how strategic they are to the national defense. These 2 bases are not operational bases, and the other 3 military bases already in the San Bernardino County. Congressional districts are operational military bases and do not need the same kind of federal representation as China Lake and Edwards need. And going on about national defense, China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station and Edwards Air Force Base are the most important tools in the president's toolbox. Anyway, so I don't remember, we haven't spent a lot of time in this area. I do know that we've balanced and we did pull for the numbers, but I did want to call this to our attention. Plus, we cannot afford to have Eastern Kern County split because of the Mojave Air and Spaceport, also located in the Eastern Kern County, as it assists the United States in commercial space launches for national defense purposes that protect our nation. So that's the full testimony. So this is the area here that I wanted to call to your attention.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I guess I'll just say, so China Lake is a naval air station. Edwards Air Force Base is obviously Air Force. I hear what Commissioner Turner is saying. I do wonder if there may be it may require a little bit of a shift in that the Mojave Air Station, as well as the Edwards Air Force Base, and if you wanted to extend up into Ridgecrest and China Lake, I know that they wanted to stay in Kern, but another alternative is to shift it down into the Antelope Valley and then perhaps move some of the Antelope Valley. And if you could just go down a little bit more, I don't know if there's some of that population that can be moved back over to Morcoa, because within the Palmdale, Lancaster area, there is Lockheed Martin that does a lot of work with the bases. And so that might make for a better combination in this particular case, so that there's, from a representation and national defense perspective, that might make some sense and bring in, those communities together.
Commissioner Toledo?
My understanding is we made these changes because of our first priority, which is deviation. And I completely understand the what the COI that's coming in. Coming from a military household, I think that's we always want to support defense and its importance to the nation and national security. I think in this case we have a situation where representation. These bases will get appropriate representation either way, right? They may not be together, but they will have representation at the federal level that it will allow for the resources to come to California. So I'd be comfortable with staying the way with what we have, because we did do these changes for our first priority. Under redistricting requirements, but I'm also not opposed to exploring if that's the will of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Great points. It's time for our meal break right now. Kennedy, would you mind just looking at what that might entail? And we will be back at 1:30. I'm just trying to think of alternatives, and we would have to keep pushing down. So it is, what is it, Super Saturday? So maybe.
And if I may.
Yes, please.
I selected China Lake Air Force, or Navy base or whatever this, sorry, the China Lakes area, and then northern up into Kern County without grabbing Ridgecrest. So that Ridgecrest is staying in Kern County and taking it out that way. That's about, that's 1,764 people. I could shift the line in California City to make up for that population.
Can you zoom in just a little bit more? Because it looks like up top, did you leave part of it out? Oh.
Try like it, Griffith. Press control. No population change.
In Yokin, what is that right next to it? What's the population in there? It just seems, it would seem rather odd to leave. That seems like that would be a population that's associated with it.
That is
Just out of curiosity.
That is Inyokern, and
Yeah.
I will select that now. China Lakes and Inyokern together is 2,762 people.
Okay, we probably would not include it. Okay, that could be a possibility, what you just mentioned. And can you just zoom down at the bottom where the Air Force Base is?
Yes, the Air Force Base is in with North Edwards, Boron, and parts of California City, and the rest of the Moore COA district.
Okay, and so what you were suggesting was to go and cut into California City.
Yes, so
right,
we
because there's already
a
a split right there. Okay, so I think something that we could look into. We do have to go to break though, and we will be back at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully everyone had something to eat and we're ready to go. We are ready to go back. We're still on the congressional maps right now. And where we left it at last conversation, at our last episode of season 2, is we were looking at the naval base as well as the Air Force base and trying to see if we could get the naval base into Morcoa. And with that, I believe Kennedy was working on it. Was it Kennedy? Yes, I believe it was Kennedy.
And we left off kind of not having too much direction of what I would be doing.
Oh, I
so-
thought I did give direction that we were going to try to move the naval base into Morcoa, and then the population split would be from California City. But I'm going to go to Commissioner Anderson because she was waiting in the queue. Then it's Commissioner Vasquez and then Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, these are not regular bases. These are test stations and research. This is where they design. It's a naval air station and an air research base. This is where they design and test and fly all the airplanes for our military services. It's a joint effort. It's not like a regular Air Force base. And the China Lake is, the city of Ridgecrest is deeply connected to that. And if Ridgecrest was in San Bernardino, I'd say put it in San Bernardino. But they have been they're financially tied to Kern County because they're in Kern County. And that is where they get all their services from. And the mayor's been on several times and said, hey, please, please, please keep us with Kern. Edwards, and so I would really rather not take that into San Bernardino. In the Edwards vicinity, I was trying to see, California City has like 12,000, Mojave's about 5. And so I think those two could go into Morcoa and make our 17. The issue is, where do all the employees come from? Those are two cities. It's also the Rosamond, Lancaster, and Palmdale. So if we have to do this area, and the reason why I wouldn't go further east, if you put the terrain layer on, this Tehachapi is up the mountains, has the Tehachapi Loop if you're a rail buff. And you can see as you go north, this is the area which is on the other side of the range. But as I said, Ridgecrest can't go in. It really needs to be in the city or it's financially broken. So if we want to do this, unless we go down into and rearrange in LA, I'd say Cathedral City and the Mojave.
Okay. Actually, Kennedy, can you zoom out just quickly? I wanted to see where the rest of Fresno Kern goes. Okay. I mean, and third option would be to just carve in Edwards Air Force Base into Fresno Kern and then offset it with the split in California City again. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like we're going this way, but I just wanted to express my opposition to splitting up any portion of Palmdale or Lancaster into either of the two districts that we're considering. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, I'm with you too. I've actually was in this area about a year ago. I love it. It's a beautiful area. Commissioner Turner and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chair. In looking at it, I was going to actually back out of the initial request, particularly as it looked at splitting, moving that line in California City, because if their line would be moved, I'd be more interested in having it moved on Hacienda Boulevard, which is about 7,000 people. And I couldn't figure out how to make the shifts happen. So I think I'll just stand down in this for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani, any other comments? No, we're good. So standing down from further iterations of this or review, Commissioner Kitagawa?
I think it's just more of a question. There's that portion. I mean, we have heard from, okay, let me back up. Is this a VRA district, Morcoa? It is not. Okay, so there's a section in the Antelope Valley that is, part of Morcoa, and we have heard that they do not want to be part of LA County. What percentage of population is that? I know that Kern doesn't necessarily want to be part of LA County, but to me, it just makes more sense to bring Edwards and Mojave in with Palmdale and Lancaster, mostly because of the connections to the industry that's there, specifically, the aerospace, Lockheed Martin's there. Otherwise, then I agree. I think we just, I think we're going to look at much more changes than we're able to do right now. We just need to move on is, I think, the next best option.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez, Anderson, and then Turner.
I am open to moving more of Edwards Air Force Base into the Antelope Valley and thinking about sort of community assets and the workforce coming from Palmdale and Lancaster. So I am open to that, but I don't know that I'm completely sold that we need to make this change. So I'm not open to a whole bunch of changes across, these three districts to make this work for China Lake.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
The industry itself, there is research, down in Palmdale, Lancaster, but Edwards and China Lake Naval Air Station do need to stay together. They're kind of a group. Their research back and forth and the planes flying back and forth out across the desert is crucial. So I don't want us to separate just one from the other, please, because this is congressional. This is where they get the funds. If they're divided, they can't work together very well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for saying that. And I wanted to try and get back to it. We all heard testimony about the difficulty in this area. So it's combined. It's Air Force Base combined into being brought Edward Air Force Base into Fresno Kern area. But the other part of that talks about, it was a woman testifying about the levels of government and the lack of support for people of color in the area. And so the request is to carve out Fresno Kern west of Hacienda Boulevard and parts of Rosamond and Mojave that's required to balance the population, and then carve Edwards Air Force Base into the Fresno Kern district with China Lake, you know, so that it is with China Lake. So it's kind of twofold. Edwards Air Force Base would come in, and what we would be doing is also carving this west of Hacienda Boulevard and parts of Rosamond and Mojave to be able to protect some of the people. It's no level of government functions for this community of color, and state and federal intervention is almost always the only way to get relief. So with the policing issues, this is often a matter of life or death, as I have testified previously. So I think we had a couple of different testimonies in this particular area, and it's trying to protect a community of interest, trying to have representation for people of color in this district, and also bringing in Air Force Base with the China Lake.
Thank you. Although, if I'm reading this right, isn't that the wrong direction in terms of the cut? Because your Hacienda would actually bring in more of California City, and if we're going to move in the Air Force Base, we actually have to move the line to the west in order to accommodate whatever population comes into Fresno Kern. Okay.
So I guess if we start by looking at moving the line to Hacienda.
No, what I'm saying is that it's going in the wrong direction, because my understanding is that we want to bring the Air Force Base into Fresno Kern. So that means we have to offset that population. We can't bring more of California City in. It would actually be less of California City to offset the population from the Air Force Base.
And thank you, Chair. And what I'm saying is, I guess in remembering the testimony, my priority would be protecting the communities, the people, more so than the Air Force Base. And so with that, to see what those numbers are, and then perhaps being able to or not touch the Air Force Base.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around this, because at first I thought it was about the Air Force Base. I was going to say, given what I'm seeing, it looks like if we wanted to try and keep them together, it would be very hard to do it in Kern, given where that population is relative to where the geography of the districts currently lie. I could see what we were originally looking at was Edwards and China Lake into Morcoa, and then putting the cut elsewhere in California City to balance, since California City has already cut. I still think that that's a reasonable option. I understand it's not what the folks are asking for, but if the desire is to be kept together, given our current structure, and we are not going to start, completely redraw this whole area, it seems that we could do it in Morcoa, not in Fresno Kern. If the issue, though, is about the communities surrounding it, I wouldn't know where to begin on that. I don't think that we can keep all of them. I don't think we can keep Rosamond, Mojave, California City, Edwards Air Force Base, and up in China Lake all together as well. But I do recall, I remember from the very beginning, and certainly we've had a regular caller, I believe it was Ms. Westalesk, who I believe was from Ridgecrest, and I remember hearing that testimony very early on about the Edwards Air Force Base in China Lake, and and there was also conflicting testimony, right, about the connectivity between Lancaster, Palmdale, Rosamond, Mojave, and California City as well. So, I see the opportunity for Edwards Air Force Base in China Lake and Morcoa. I'm not sure how to proceed to put them into Fresno Kern. Thanks.
Right. Commissioner Anderson. And if we, I don't
Yeah,
want to do this, but if we could try to be brief, no, going forward, because we, as I noted in the beginning, we are behind. Not that I'm going to rush people through this, but yes, let's get through this.
Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner. I misunderstood. I'm a little unclear. You want to keep California City in Kern? Is yes.
Yes.
Okay. All of California City?
Well, if we could do all of California City, but it was already split. So I'm asking at Nuroria something or other. I'm asking for the split to be on Hacienda.
Okay, but yeah, okay. So
because
California,
in doing that, that actually moves them into Mojave and Rosemont.
Okay, that's what I want to understand. So you want to keep Mojave, Rosemont, Mojave, and most of or parts of California City in Fresno. Okay.
Yes.
Then okay. Then yeah. Then we have an issue because to put Edwards into San Bernardino, you'd want to put China Lake into San Bernardino, and then you've stranded Ridgecrest, and it's a smaller area, but it also has a large. Miss Westelux does not live in Ridgecrest. She's actually in Indian Wells out there. They all have groundwater.
Okay, let's not say where people live. Thank you.
Sorry, but she's not in Ridgecrest. But they have repeatedly asked because they do not have any financial connection whatsoever to San Bernardino, and they'd be completely isolated.
Okay, thank you. Jamie, and my inclination right now is to leave it as it is. Jamie?
Just a quick note that Edwards Air Force Base is already in the Morcoa district. When Kennedy was looking earlier at China Lake, that was approximately 1,700 people or so. This section in California City that is highlighted is about 6,800 or so people. So if the commission wants to move forward with including China Lake and Edwards Air Force Base in the same district, they could go in Morcoa. This could be shifted to go into Fresno Kern, and then I do believe it would be possible to balance somewhere else in California City just to have equal population on both sides if the commission wishes.
If it balances, I would like to, yes.
I will probably be against it, but so Jamie, what you were saying was to obviously leave the Air Force Base in Morcoa, and then we go up to the naval base and take that out. Jamie?
So to make this switch and then move China Lake? Was that the request?
Yeah. Commissioner Fornashari.
So when you were looking at China Lake, you were just looking at the base and Inyo Kern, right? You weren't looking at Ridgecrest, right? Because Ridgecrest is, integral part of China Lake. That's right. Where, I believe part of China Lake is I think part of the base is in Ridgecrest, and most of the people who work on the base are in Ridgecrest. So I wouldn't want to separate the city from the base.
Yeah, that was my thinking as well. Commissioner Sadwani? Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, if you put the highway on, you'll see if you take the naval air station, and then Ridgecrest can't sort of get to Kern.
I'm sorry, may you repeat that?
If you take the China Lake, the air station, then Ridgecrest is completely isolated if you want to like trying to keep Ridgecrest still in Kern, you can't get there. You have to without going through the area. Additionally, Ridgecrest has about 30,000 people, where California City has 12, Mojave is 6. I don't know what Rosemont has.
Right, and then I believe we have testimony that Ridgecrest wants to stay in Kern County. So that's those are other communities of interest as well. So right now, due to the conflicting communities of interest, we will leave it as is. And we will move on. As far as I know, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I just have I guess maybe a couple questions. One, I am reading some other different testimony about I guess the kind of the relationships between the military research facilities and the private industry too, and there is advocacy or comment requesting that they remain separate because it actually benefits both to be in separate districts. But with that said, Edwards Air Force Base is separate from the other military research installations, so the Mojave Air Station as well as China Lake. This may not be what was intended, but this just does raise a question of, would it make more sense to move all of California City into the Morcoa district, move out Edwards Air Force Base only, so that then the 3 military research facilities are all in the Eastern Kern district?
And that's what I thought we were going towards, but then the boundary in California City was opposite. But that would be it sounds like the cleanest and the most reasonable. What's that population again? And then I've got Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you. We have had this conversation, and I want to say we've had it a couple of times, and there's, when we come back to something and we start pulling up COIs again and trying to remind ourselves, we do miss, the conversations that we had in the past, and I'm just concerned about how much time we've spent on this and how little time we have left.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of putting all of the military facilities in the same congressional district. I actually think that splitting them up somewhat evenly among the different populations that are impacted by their activity, whether it's employment or I'm guessing even environmental concerns, et cetera. I feel like each community has a little bit of a stake in each of these military bases. And so for me, the current configuration, barring maybe Commissioner Turner's adjustment to the California City line is where I'm at. I would not like to make many more changes to this current configuration.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say in response to Commissioner Sinai, we spend time where we want to spend time, and we revisit in areas that we want to revisit in. So I don't appreciate at all any of us at this point having an issue with wanting to look at one more area. I think it's what we've all done, and it's what we're doing right now. And so to that, I don't want to move California City into the Fresno Kern area. Just kind of reading and rereading through, trying to balance out the testimony in this particular area, trying to protect people even over an air station that has been disenfranchised and suffered in this area for a while, still trying to figure out how to get them to an area where they will be served. They're not being served currently, and I'm trying to find a space based on testimony that's been received of what to do with them. And I don't have that answer yet, so I don't have necessarily where to move it, but the explorations and getting it figured out is important, just as important as every other area of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Commissioner Turner said quite a bit of what I was going to say. Thank you. And if Commissioner Turner would like to find a bit more time to see where these people would be served better, I would like to do that. Which should they stay in Kern? Should they go to San Bernardino?
I think the recommendation about them being moved into San Bernardino, if they can go that direction whole, we just need to have this west, make sure that Hacienda line is important. I don't know if they can all fit into Morcoa district, and with balancing that out, but that would be wonderful as well.
Thank you. Okay, and again, I do believe if we try to move the naval base, you also have to take Ridgecrest. So that's a bigger population, but again, that's another community of interest that we would be breaking because they prefer to stay in their current county. So it would be choosing which community of interest we are going to honor at this point. But it looks, and I don't understand the boundary in California City. Is that a specific neighborhood? I guess that's my other question.
I'm not sure where the line Neuroria came from. That I think was a population balance. And the numbers that we have, if we're looking at all of the Air Force Base and the attached cities that you mentioned, might balance out with the population, because we talked about them in terms of just the one area, China Lake. But if we're looking at including Ridgecrest, the numbers might be a swap, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners Kutagawa and Anderson.
Commissioner Turner, I apologize. I think I'm still a little bit confused what the goal is. Is the goal to move either a portion or all of California City outside of the Kern district into just any other district, or is it specifically to Morcoa? And I'm not sure which COI testimony you're looking at, but would it be acceptable to actually move all of and just only California City, and then try to balance it out by moving out the Air Force Base? I think that's what I was seeing, or that's what I thought I was hearing.
Thank you, because I've not been clear. Thank you. Yes, what would be great is if we're moving California City, particularly and especially the portion to the west of Hacienda, I'd like to have that moved out of Fresno Kern. And yes, then that will allow perhaps the Air Force Base to move in.
Right, but right now the portion that is highlighted is not in Fresno Kern, and Commissioner Turner, you just said you did not want to in Fresno Kern.
That's right.
So right now that portion that's highlighted is in Morcoa.
Okay.
It's not in Fresno Kern right now. It's in Morcoa. So it's opposite of what's been said in terms of moving the Air Force Base and the Naval Base. If we move that to Morcoa, that's the opposite. What's highlighted is opposite of what needs to be done. So we are going to move on. We are going to come back to congressional tomorrow. So Commissioner Turner, if you want to do some more research on that and then come back, is that okay?
Yeah, I will, because it may have already been moved. Yep.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I guess just for the sake of perhaps again understanding, what I thought I heard Commissioner Turner say is to the line, basically it's the other side is what she wants moved in, not the part that's highlighted, but it's the portion that's on the other side, which is in the current Fresno Kern district. But I definitely, perhaps Commissioner Turner will just need to help us clarify that so that we can move on.
Right, so when we come back tomorrow, because tomorrow is minor. So Commissioner Anderson and Sadhwani.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, can we see the population of the Air Force Base in that section? I think Kendi showed that to us, and it was about 2,000 that would want to stay from Morcoa, currently in Morcoa, would stay with Fresno. So it would be that red area, and then I believe it's the whole tan area as well. I think. We zoomed in. I think that's some airstrips. Yeah, so it was like 2,500 people. So I believe that the idea would be take this, keep it in Kern, and take California City and put it where it might be better served in San Bernardino.
Commissioner Sadwani?
I just want to know the number.
Yeah, thank you. I was just saying, we were going back and forth, and I think we have a lot of conflicting COIs throughout this region. And I think, as we've said in other areas today, having two representatives isn't necessarily a bad thing. So, if Edwards Air Force Base and China Lake don't end up in the same district, that might not be a bad thing because they'll have two members looking out for them and the interests, and hopefully those two members will coordinate and work together, and everyone will get along. So I would actually be in favor of just keeping things the way they are. Thank you.
Thank you. And so it looks like it's about 2,300. 2,329 to be exact. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. So we may come back to this tomorrow. We'll see what further research comes with that. And Commissioner Sadwani, did you have anything else? Okay. I believe we're done with the congressional. Okay. So general consensus, we're done with the congressional. Karen, could you please number the districts? Woo, we're excited up here, woo. And as I mentioned, we plan to come back tomorrow briefly just to, if there's any minor edits to the lines that we have been drawn. And Karen, is there anything else that you need from us right now?
I think that's it. We're going to be numbering and then posting the files, and we are ready for you with BOE in just a minute.
Okay, great. Commissioners Yee, Anderson, and Sinai.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Sorry, I thought we were still going to go to the Bay Area. I had 3 small already balanced changes for the Bay Area.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not have that on my list when I asked this morning or earlier today. Oh, sorry, Karen. I know. Too late, sorry. I brought my whack-a-mole gavel. That would be Tamina, but let's go to Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I just was hoping that Jamie could tell us a little bit more about numbering and what we should be expecting, and also is there going to be, how does the public usually react to the numbering, and how should we prepare?
Was that for Jamie or for Karen?
Karen, sorry.
Karen, yeah, Karen will be the one.
But just to have a little bit more than just say, okay, you're going off to number, because these are congressional districts, and no one knows what number is what.
Right, but we also redrew the districts, so they're going to be
No, I know,
new
but
districts.
just for us to have a little bit more background and be prepared for what the public might be asking us.
Karen?
Yes. Would you mind repeating the question? So you want to know a little bit more about numbering or of the congressional districts?
Yes, what are the factors going into it, and
Yes.
how they may or may not raise it? Is numbering just numbering, or is there a possibility that the public will react in different ways, and so we just need to be aware?
I believe in the government code section, it's specific as to how we start our numbering, but I'm going to let Karen talk about that.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So numbering is pretty much just numbering for Assembly, Congress, and BOE. For Senate, it's a little bit more complicated because there's that issue of deferral, which is why we need to take a little bit more time. And deferral, of course, refers to the odd and even numbered districts and the amount of persons that are being, basically displaced or deferred to another election cycle. So there's a little bit of math involved there. But regarding the congressional districts, we basically start numbering up in the north, as Chair Fernandez just mentioned. And then we go from north to south, always looking at the most northern point of the district. And that district then gets the next number. And then we keep on moving down in order. So that's pretty much it. It involves a ruler.
Thank you, Karen. So from that, people's district there's a high probability the number may change, like from one to the other, from what it currently is to what the new district number will be.
Well,
Thank
for
you.
Congress, we also have one less district, of course, right, than last time. So there will probably be a little bit of switcheroo. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, Karen, could you also say about the east-west order? When you start north and go south, but.
Yeah, we've just always been consistent. So we start at the same point. We usually we've been starting on the east side and then move our way down that way in order of the most northern point. If that was the question. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can move to, what area was it again, Commissioner? It was the Bay Area. I always just say the Bay Area, but.
Bay Area, yeah.
What specifically?
Martinez, San Leandro, and San Jose. These have all been worked out with Tamina already.
Okay, and so what, can you just back it up a little bit in terms of what the goal was with this reconfiguration?
Okay, the Martinez one was simply to make the Shell refinery there whole. As it was, our boundary went right through the middle of the refinery. So just making it whole, yeah, it's a zero population move. And this will make North Kant contain all 5 Bay Area refineries whole. So it seemed like a reasonable move. And that was initially flagged by COI testimony.
Yes, I actually had that on my list as well, so thank you. I can take it off my list. I put Martinez Refinery is divided into 2 congressional districts. Thank you.
And Tamina's already worked out the correct change. Yeah, I apologize earlier. I thought when you were making your list, that was a regional, not a statewide list at the time.
Oh, when I said statewide, it would include anything within the state. And I had it on my list as well, so I'm glad that you actually brought it back.
Yeah, all good. So I recommend we go with this.
Okay, I would agree. Any other discussion regarding this zero population change and bringing our refineries together? Okay, please lock it in. There's a little, there we go. Yeah, thank you. There's a little area there. Great, thank you.
The second one was San Leandro.
And Mountain View is whole, correct? I think it's whole.
Yes, Chair, Mountain View is whole.
Yeah. Okay, and then the next area, Commissioner Yu?
San Leandro. So one of our callers last night suggested a better split, which, as I thought about it, made a lot of sense. So this split would give the greater part of San Leandro its entire shoreline whole. And the caller talked about development and coastal concerns there. It also moves in Bayfair Mall, right there above the word Alameda. In exchange, a slightly different split on the bottom, and then exchanging out the Bayo Vista neighborhood, which is above the 580 freeway there on the right, which is what the caller suggested. So that made a lot of sense to me, and it's a better split.
Okay, and you're pretty familiar with this area, so. And again, you're able to split it and even it out, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any comments regarding this change, proposed change? Commissioners Toledo and Anderson?
The change looks appropriate. I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
The same.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note that every time Commissioner Yee comes with a change, it's so clean. It's always with a full round solution. So I appreciate that, Commissioner Yee.
Thank you.
Me too. I will second that.
It's entirely to the credit of our mappers.
The idea and the listening had to come from someone. So thank you, Commissioner Yee, and to our public. Okay.
Okay, the third change is in San Jose, and responding to what Commissioner Okudawa mentioned this morning about the Little Saigon area of San Jose, and they have a commercial district that we had drawn out and we wish to draw in. It does come into Cupertino, which has VRA concerns and considerations, but as a commercial district, it's I think there's just a few dozen people, so I don't think it changes the CVAP. So let's take a look.
Okay, and that's the only piece of Cupertino that we are splitting, correct? Or is Cupertino already? I can't see the cities on here.
This is the Cupertino district, not.
Oh, Cupertino. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
We
still
really
San Jose.
should-
Okay,
Yeah. We should have renamed that district long ago.
that's fine. Thank you.
It'll be-
Okay,
yeah.
Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, could we, oh, well, let's finish this. Then I just wanted to go back to the cleaning up on the last one. It just looked like there was a little square that was left behind, but it was probably not.
I'm glad that Commissioner Sinai is joining the OCD club.
Just on
I'm
this.
sorry, just what I was
Where
just-
the triangle is, zooming in near the triangle. On the right, yeah. Where did I see it?
to the right?
Wait, can you zoom out a little bit? Sorry. It was right at the border and it looked like, oh yeah, that little triangle right there doesn't need, okay, so it's in the right district. Okay, never mind. Sorry about that.
You know what that is? It's a right triangle. Sorry.
In the right place.
Sleep deprived right now. Okay, and balanced out.
And so, yes, and so I just cover, dot all our I's. For the Little Saigon change, Tamina, can you tell us what tiny part of adjacent neighborhood that you adjusted to accommodate the 56 people or whatever it was?
Yes, absolutely. So the change that we made was the line right here, which was cutting the Vietnamese business district. So we moved that back, and there were actually relatively few people in there. And we switched it out with a little tiny census block along this area. And it actually was able to improve our LCVAP by 0.01%.
Win-win.
Wow, it is a super Saturday, isn't it? Okay. Okay. We're done.
Thank you,
with the
Tamina.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you,
you, Commissioner Yee, for bringing that forward. Thank you, Tamina. Thank you for all of the commissioners for bringing forward all the various changes that we worked on today. And okay, now we're done with congressional. Karen, please number, and then we will do a quick little review tomorrow for anything we might have missed or want to clean up. So thank you so much. And then our next course is Board of Equalization. So with the Board of Equalization, criteria number 6 is nesting of 10 Senate districts into one Board of Equalization district. So I believe Jamie's the one that will bring up our Senate map, please.
Yep, and just one moment while I am changing the, I'm just running a couple checks to make sure there's no issues with contiguity or anything like that, so that we can export this file and start numbering them. And then I'm gonna switch over to our BOE plan. So that'll just be one moment, please.
Sounds great. And just for the community, after we discuss the Board of Equalization, we will be going into a closed session. And that's under the pending litigation exception. So we'll do Board of Equalization first, and then we will go to that. Thank you.
And just an update is that there were no little non-contiguous blocks anywhere hanging out for Congress. So I'm just going to take one moment to export this file and then switch over to BOE. Thanks again for your patience.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. While we wait for that, I just wanted to bring forward that I've been reviewing Board of Equalization testimony, and we haven't gotten anything since November 20th on Board of Equalization that I found. I don't know if someone else has found anything.
I think you're right. I do remember receiving 2 callers that called in for Board of Equalization, so thank you so much on that. Commissioner Sinai?
Could we review what the 2 callers did say, since there were 2 on the 20th? I remember one of them, but the other one, I keep racking my brain.
Yes, Commissioner Ackerman?
I think I would refer you back to the Airtable that has all of the comments related to Board of Equalization.
Okay. Yeah. Because there's more than 2? Yes. Okay, so there's more than 2. I do remember one of them was with the Latino, having to do with the property taxes. Both were very good feedback, and unfortunately, I have that folder at home where I took my notes. But yeah,
I'm looking.
And right now we are waiting, right, for Jamie? Should we take a quick break, Jamie, so that you don't feel like you're pressured?
I actually just need like 60 seconds, and then I can start sharing my screen. So just one. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, so for 60 seconds, we'll just go over what we planned. Outreach director, if she comes on her turns on her video, she has an announcement for us.
Just any of the callers that have called in, they're also captured in the Airtable, so that's on there, just so you know.
Oh, yes, all input comments have been captured in Airtable, regardless of mode of forwarding that information, be it verbally to us during our meetings and writing. We also, very exciting, have received quite a few of the paper communities of interest from our incarcerated population. And I've got to tell you, I've loved actually reading through them. So I encourage all others to read through it as well. It really does touch my heart. So thank you for writing to us and letting us know about your communities of interest. Was that 60 seconds? Okay, I'm going to continue. Oh, nope. I think we have trivia from Commissioner Yee.
There's just a question, actually, about the input from persons incarcerated. I'm wondering how, for the public, if they wanted to read those, what would be the easiest way to find them in the Airtable?
Right, so you can go to the Airtable, and I believe you can actually sort it by source, and it actually notes paper, community of interest, or COI. So you could sort it that way. And it's, I think it may warm your heart. Okay, so we still have 30 seconds. Here we go. We are doing well. Everyone, we're doing well. We're marching through. Thanks to Commissioners Toledo, Anderson, and Kennedy to getting us to this point. And so we are going to continue with Board of Equalization, then we're going to go to a closed session. So I'm just going to give you an overview. And then after our break in closed session, then we'll come back and review the assembly map, again, just for very, very brief edits at that point. Commissioner Lamont.
Commissioner Fernandez, I just wanted, Chair Fernandez, I just wanted to thank you for raising that about the feedback from the incarcerated members of our community. I too was struck by many of those, but more importantly, I want to say your advocacy in the early days of this work around that, it took me back to that. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I'm glad you lifted that up today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I will also thank my partner in this, which is Commissioner Sinai, and then we also had Commissioner Turner, who's a huge advocate. And for those that don't know, I did spend quite a bit, the majority of my professional career with the Department of Corrections. So don't think we're all the same. We're all people, and we all emphasize and sympathize with all of our challenges in our daily life. So thank you so much, Commissioner Lamont. And then we have Jamie.
Yep, thank you. Just a note that the mapping program is being fussy, so might be a good time to go on break after all, or enter closed session.
You know, why don't we go to closed session? We'll go to closed session. What time is it now, Christian? Is my watch? Okay, so I need to look at my, what time is it? 2:20? 2:20 is 3, so 3:15. So hopefully we'll be back at 3:15 because we do have a break at 3 o'clock. So hopefully that gives you enough time. I'm sure it will, Jamie, because you are a miracle worker. So thank you so much. And we will be going to closed session, but please join us once again at around 3:15. If that time changes, we will update the information. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. We had a closed session under the pending litigation exception, and we took no action. And we were initially going to go, actually, we are going to go to Board of Equalization, but unfortunately, at this time, it does take longer for our line drawers and mappers to get that information together. So I'm thinking what the best course to try to be more efficient at this point is reviewing the Senate districts and verbally conveying that information, and then having our line drawers go back and have that information, and then when they come back, we can see the draft Board of Equalization. Will that work okay, Jamie? Or Karen? Is that, oh, it got thumbs up.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, that would work fine. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. No, thank you so much. Okay, so with that, Commissioner Toledo has his hand up. Hopefully he has a recommendation.
I do, and actually, and my recommendation will be to align the districts that we created back in the draft map districts and align them with an updated version of those districts. And so I'm going to read off the 4 districts for BOE as reflected. So I'll go through. The first will be NorCal.
And again, these are the districts in the Senate, so that everyone's aware.
Oh, that's right. So we'll be
Right.
nesting the Senate districts. So we have 40 districts in the Senate. We're going to create, we're going to nest 10 of them to create one Board of Equalization district. And so just like we did in our draft maps. And so I'm just going to list them out so that our line drawers can go back and merge all the maps together and present one big map for us to look at and review later this evening. So number 1, NorCal. Number 2, Placer, ED. Number 3, Sacramento. Number 4, ECA. Number 5, S, Ben Fresno. Number 6.
Can we just go a little bit slower because we do have our ASL interpreters
Yes,
and
I
our
will read a little bit
captioners.
slower. I will read slower.
And
Thank
me.
you, Chair. So steady.
Oh yes, Katie, can you please give instructions to Commissioner Toledo on the pace?
I'll read slower. I just have 40 of these to read off. So number 6, Fresno Kern. Number 7 is Kings Kern. Number 8 is MCV. Number 9 is Anti-VCAL. Number 10 is POF. That's our first district. Let's go on to the next district. The next district will be San Francisco, so SF. End Coast, SD80 Core, Cocoa, Napa Byron, Peninsula, San Jose, Eden Tech, Mid Coast, and lastly, S Coast. Thank you. We'll go on to the third district, which is Sika. SWRC, SD POW, POW, SOCNSD. Number 5 is No Coast. Number 6 is IOC. Then we'll go on to SBRC, SD10WE, SD210.
Would you mind repeating the second one? We missed that one. After Sika?
Oh, Sika SWRC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll go on to our last list. SD Nila, west of 110, SPCC, 7102 Water, SD60. The next one is SD60X605, SAA, SD Shoreline, and Event SFV. And I see a thumbs up, so I see that our line drawers have the list, and they'll be working on compiling our maps for us to review later this afternoon. We did, and these districts are aligned with how our draft maps were visualized. So it's just the updated maps reflected on the Board of Equalization. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. And hopefully, I'm not sure when we will be able to see that draft, but hopefully, let's see, our next break will be at 6 o'clock, right? At 6 o'clock? At 6 o'clock, yes. I got a thumbs up from Christian. He's our official timekeeper. So hopefully, if we can, a little bit before then, and then at 6:30, we will take our break, and then we will come back at 6:45, and then I believe at that point we will go to public comment. Is that correct? Okay. Yes. So that's the plan so far. And then okay. And in terms of Commissioner Toledo, I think I missed this. In terms of the rationale for the districts that were picked, I believe it was based on the districts that we picked for the draft maps. And if I'm going to try to remember correctly, one of them was kind of more of a coastal. And then we had another one that was concentrated in the LA area. And then we had a third one that was Southern California. And then the fourth one covered kind of like the Sierras, mountains, and Central Valley. Is that correct?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. And we nested 10 from each one of those regions, as you stated.
Okay, great.
In alignment with our draft maps. So it's we're sticking with the draft map alignment. It's just that at this point, of course, we will get these back, and of course we can have discussion around them. But it's in alignment with that, so that we can get a map with our updated districts.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Sinai, and then Commissioner Anderson.
And we looked at the BOE map, our draft maps, at kind of the CVAPs and the diversity, and it was pretty reflective of the entire state, even the way we had done it. So, just addressing some of the questions that did come up around the BOE map from individuals.
Great, thank you for that feedback. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I must have missed one, but could you read the first group again? Because I can only come up with 9. And I missed something, but
I'm happy to.
Please, thank you very much.
Yeah, and so NorCal, Placer ED, Sacramento, ECA, Esben Fresno, I'll read slower, Fresno Kern, Kings Kern, MCV, Anti-Viscal, and then POF. And we're putting that together, and we can send a list out to the whole commission, so that the whole commission just has the list. It's also, if you go to the draft maps, all of the districts are in the draft maps as well.
Oh, Chair, thank you. I didn't realize the anti-viscal because it was in LA County. That's what threw me. So thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee?
Thank you, Chair. Just wondering if, I suppose the line drawers are going to do the deviation analysis for these, because they may or may not add up to 5% each. I just wanted to make sure that was being done.
Yes, so when they come back, we will be able to see if we are within the 5%, and if not, then we can adjust accordingly. Thank you for that, though. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, and so while we wait for that to come back to us, right now we are moving into the assembly. And again, this is just going to be a brief look, minor edits, and hopefully looking at different areas, and hopefully whatever you suggest, we've all gone back to see if it works. And so hopefully each one doesn't take too much longer than 5 minutes. I know that's kind of short, but if we've done our homework, it should be pretty quick. So what I want to do first is I want to create a list. Again, please, let's minimize, because time unfortunately is not on our side right now. So we need to minimize the time, because we still have to go through the Board of Equalization, and then tomorrow we will also go review the congressional again. And if we don't get done with assembly, we'll have to carry that on to tomorrow. And so with that, I'm just going to note the few that I've heard already. And when you mention what area you want to go to, please mention actually like it's in LA or it's in Orange County, just so that I have it down and we can ensure that we're not going back and forth from area to area, and as well as from line drawer to line drawer. And so the few that I've heard commissioners discuss is Carson. And Carson is requesting to be whole with West Carson, I believe, and that's in the Los Angeles area. Is that correct? Okay. And another one that I've heard commissioners also discuss, as well as myself, is for the UC Riverside to adjust the boundary to ensure the campus with the city of Riverside. I believe that was discussed. Riverside, yeah. And then I will open it up to my fellow commissioners. And hold on. And when you do discuss it, I'm trying to write it down. So as Katie says, please watch your pace. I'm trying to write it down. Okay. And with that, we will go to Commissioner Akutagawa. Oh, and again, and what we'll do is try and create a list. And fortunately, Commissioner Sanai is helping me, which is wonderful. Because if there are 30 items, we're really going to have to prioritize. So with that, I'm going to Commissioner Akutagawa.
Okay, and I think you already noted them, the UCR one, the Carson one.
Yes, and please state the areas. I already have those two.
Okay, I also saw, and I know that this came up in the Senate one, but I did see some COI testimony about a split in San Leandro for the Assembly District. And then I also saw some additional COI testimony, and I did check into this. I think it should be fairly simple, but there is a request to move one of the southern borders for the West San Gabriel Valley Assembly District down slightly to encompass a little bit more. That's another one. There was also, I saw a COI testimony about linking the Santa Susana Lab. This is in the Ventura County Hidden Hills, West Hills, Bell Canyon area there was a request that Santa Susana Lab should be in one assembly district with Bell Canyon.
And you said that was Ventura, correct?
That was that Ventura East, I guess West San Fernando Valley. Also the Maywood request that we've been hearing a lot about, moving Maywood into the Gateway Assembly District. Maywood, LA, sorry, LA.
You.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what, yes, that's
I'm actually getting very good at this, but
yes.
So Maywood into the
Gateway District outside and out of the NELA District. There was also, I'm coming back to San Francisco Chinatown. I know that I mentioned the Van Ness move, but then there's been additional, clarification on that they gave some specific requests for that. So San Francisco Chinatown, Also, I saw something, Phelan and Pinion Hills has asked to be removed from the 210 district and wants to be in a similar district with other mountain communities, rural mountain communities. And then, sorry, I have this.
Remember, we're limited and we have all of the rest of the commissioners. So at some point, I may have to ask you to prioritize.
Yes, and, oh, the Jewish community in the San Fernando Valley. We've been hearing quite a bit from them, too. I have two more. These are all from COI testimony. There was, in the Alum Rock Assembly District, I guess there was a request to make a slight change because the Latino Business District is being split. And Alum Rock in San Jose. Yeah, and then, yeah, and then Highland was split 3 times, has been noted, and it's a small city. That's it. Thank you. San Bernardino, I think, or Riverside, I believe. One, San Bernardino, I guess.
Sorry, I'm just taking a little bit of time because I want to make sure that I note which commissioner actually requested it. And Leandro split. Okay. Now we have Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have an extensive list. I have one, and it is input 37901. It's Santa Rosa, which is North Coast, and it's from the Providence Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. They wanted to change the lines just a little bit to allow for greater continuity in the representation of our patient population in the region. They included a map.
Great,
pretty
thank you.
straightforward.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. One would have been the Maywood, that's been spoken of already. 2, I have 3. 2 is Big Garden Loop, doing similar to what we've done in the Senate. And then the 3rd is in an area around bringing back Century City, Cheviot Hills, and Rancho Parks area in N10.
Just one more time. Sorry about that, Commissioner Turner.
Bringing in Century City, a refinement, a 2-district refinement that will bring in communities into in the Century City area, into the Crenshaw South area.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I should have put my list in the order of California, but I wasn't smart enough to do that. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things that I'd like to look at seeing if we can respond to. First of all, moving Walnut Park into 110 LA with Florence Graham, and it sounds as if moving Maywood into Gateway would ensure that there's room for that. Second is, again, you know, I go to my topographical map and I look at the Santa Clarita Valley and listening to community of interest input, I'm wondering if we do have space or a way to put Acton and Agua Dulce with Santa Clarita. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a slow writer, obviously. Commissioner Sadhwani.
Thank you, Chair. Most of mine have already been mentioned: Maywood, Riverside, Carson. I think we have a very complete list already. I just wanted to lift up the San Fernando Valley. We've had a lot of competing testimony in that area, and it was actually the last place that we had finished when we were working on the assembly. I remember we had cut into a lot of different neighborhood councils. I don't have a plan, but I would at least like to have a conversation about it. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Kennedy, did you still have something? Okay, that's okay. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, for me, it would be Maywood, and I think that's already been named. Santa Rosa with Sonoma, so just there's uniting some of the little towns around the city of Sonoma, and then San Fernando Valley, just taking a look at that I don't have a plan for that either, but at least taking a look at it and seeing if there's any refinements we can make, or sticking with the draft. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Oh, I know Commissioner Sinai has, I just have one, well, other than the other two that I already mentioned. Mine was in Sacramento Carmichael area. We split Carmichael, received lots of communities of interest regarding not splitting it. There's a Slavic community plus the business community, lots of business community organizations there that we've split out. That's the only one I have, and now it's Commissioner Sinai.
Seeing if we can put, when we're looking at Carson, if we can also look at San Pedro, seeing if we can get them together. And I know we finally don't split Santa Cruz in one of our plans, but I think in this one they get split multiple times. And if we can just look at that, I don't have a plan. It's just I heard them.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're going to be aggressive and we're going to tackle all of them. What do you guys think? I think we're ready for this, right? That's right. Well,
5 minutes each one?
Let's see. Let's see how this goes. Yes, I think maybe we'll do some of the easy ones. Although, however, I do want to check with Jamie and Kennedy and Karen and Sivan and Tamina, what area makes more sense for you, or does it matter? I'm thinking the ones as we move towards Los Angeles with San Fernando Valley, those conversations may take a little bit longer. I'm thinking maybe we can work north going to south. Again, if we don't get done today, our first slot tomorrow, we can, of course, devote to this. So, Karen, does that sound good if we go north, kind of north to?
That sounds great.
Okay,
Perfect
great.
idea. Thank you.
So, I'm looking to see. Kennedy, you're there. Okay, should we go with Kennedy? Okay, Kennedy. And I hope you heard everything because I'm not going to repeat it. Just kidding. I'm going to repeat it. So we'll go with north. And I believe the Sacramento area was the first one. If we go into the West Platte Sac, so right there, Carmichael is split. Yeah, if we can, I believe we can grab that area, the north part of Carmichael that is split, and we can put that all into, yes, thank you. I'm so glad that we've worked so long together. I don't even have to say anything. You already know what I want to do. So thank you.
One moment, I will select that city now.
Thank you.
So moving that portion of Carmichael over puts West Platte at 4.1% and West Sac at 0.33%.
Great, thank you. Do we have any concerns with moving that over? Okay, please make that change. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't make the change, so it's good and in effect.
And you did make the change? Yes. Thank you. And okay, so we're going to move to, I believe, would it be San Leon? Oh, okay, we want to do yours. Okay, perfect. So we're going to go to Commissioner Turner. We're going to go to the Fig, right?
Okay, sounds good.
Right?
Yes.
Fig Loop. Fig Loop.
Big Loop.
Yes.
Big Loop.
Yes.
It's going to be similar to what we did in Senate. We're going to be bringing in all of Fig Garden Loop. And we will bring in Delhi and Cressy to Merced Fresno, which will raise everybody, all of this is going to raise the CVAP. So everybody, we're going to do great. We're going to populate Stanislaus with Gustine and Stevenson North. Wait, let you do that.
And Kennedy, would you mind putting up the CVAP on all of the districts just so that as we're moving, we know which ones are potentially VRA? Thank you. But yes. Continue with this. Thank you.
Okay, yes. One moment. I just selected the rest of it, so I'll put it up right now.
Got it. And we're going to be also bringing Delhi and Cressy in to Merced, Fresno.
So I will, is it okay to make this change and then go forth and make the rest of those changes as well?
Yes, and then yeah. So right now, the AD 27, that's the current, right? What you're showing?
Yes, and so
CVAP?
then we would,
Okay.
oh, yes.
I just want to
So
make
CVAP.
sure I note them. Okay, great. Thank you. Yes. And then, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I turned off the terrain layer to make this move a little bit faster. And so now I'm going to bring in Delhi and Cressy. One moment. And now I'm going to move Stevenson and Gustine up to populate Dennis. I'll do that right. Sorry, I'm gonna just remove all these extra little water blocks that make a little squigglies.
So is this for population moving those out? Is that what it was for?
Yes, because we took too many out of this. When we took Delhi and Cressy, it underpopulated Stannis. Stannis, sorry. And I'm moving in Stevenson and Gustine to help balance that population so that it was at a -6 point something. So I moved that in to balance the population. And so now with that change, oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm. And then we need to give back, because we're watching our CVAPs, I think they're going up. And then we want to give back, I think we have to balance back. Yep, we got to give back, let's see, the West Park and parts of Fresno so we can take out old Fig Garden.
Okay, one moment. Okay. Oh, my voice. Okay.
Okay, so what does it look like now?
So now it looks, so in the Fresno district, I actually do not have the old lines on, so I do not have.
The old CVAP,
The
is that
old
what
Fresno, the old CVAP was 53.07 for Fresno.
And so now it's at, the Latino CVAP is now at 53.51. And then moving to Merced Fresno, if you could remind me what it was before.
You all should have saw it at
51.03.
5101, or you had 3.
Yeah. So it went up. It did go up. Pardon?
It went up 5144.
And so, yeah, those are the changes, bringing Old Fig Loop and bringing in Delhi and Cressy up north and moving out the Goostine Stevenson was able to help bring up the CVAP in Merced. And then we brought in West Park and another part of Fresno, and that helped to bring out Old Fig Garden, and that helped to bring the Fresno district. Oh, sorry.
I did want to say, so the CVAP in both of the VRA districts increased, it went up. I did want to name that the Stanislaus area CVAP went slightly down, but yep, and that's what I'll say about that. But the VRA numbers increased a bit.
Okay,
but it balances out those COIs that was requested.
Right, and the Stanislaus is not a VRA district.
Right.
Okay, and so this was for the Old Fig. Oh, what is that with that squiggly lines? It's interesting.
Yeah, it's like a weird, must be a little river running through. So I was just gonna take it out.
Thank you.
And there you go.
Okay. Okay, do we have anyone have any concerns with making this move? Okay. No concerns? Please lock it in.
Thank you.
Okay. And then, let me see. Are we going to, was that the last one for you, Kennedy? I've got like the north.
From what, yeah, I was.
San Leandro, we've got San Leandro, Santa Susana, Santa Rosa, San Francisco, Chinatown. So I think that is Tamina. Thank you so much. I don't see anything else for north. Thank you. But we know you're there in case we need you. Very comforting. Welcome back, Tamina. So glad to see you again.
Good evening, Chair. Where would you like to go?
So how about if you tell me which order you want to take it in? We've got the San Leandro split. We've got the Santa Susana lab. And we've got Santa Rosa, so that's a little bit more north. And we've got San Francisco, Chinatown.
Anyone you like.
You want to start with Santa Rosa? That seems to, maybe we go north and come south a little bit. And this would be Santa Rosa is Commissioner Anderson. And that's the Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. Oh, I'm sorry, and Commissioner Toledo also had Santa Rosa with Sonoma, correct? So
it was the same one, Santa Rosa
it's the same
Memorial
one?
Hospital, and just making sure that that is in the North Coast District, and then uniting some of the Sonoma, the cities around Sonoma, the city of Sonoma.
So do you have direction for Tamina?
I believe we may have given Tamina has the correspondence from Santa Rosa Memorial, and I think she has already she has it for us as an iteration for. So there we go.
Or we just recreate it? Okay. Okay.
So it's already there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already
Chair,
in there?
that's what I was going to say, and it is there. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
And I believe, Tamina, were you able to work on the city of Sonoma as well? So the change is basically putting Memorial Hospital into the North Coast District, and then making sure that the cities of El Verano, Boys Hot Springs, Agua Caliente remain with, or are united and connected to the Napa area, the Lake Napa map. And that's
it is
presented here as well, and it's been balanced. So those are the two changes.
Okay. Do we have any concerns with these changes?
I'm almost thinking that we probably should also add the city or the town of Eldridge as well, if there's enough deviation.
Is that
if
the one
not
that's
right next to it?
It looks like we might. There's a negative 3.94.
Because generally it's El Verano, Boys Hot Springs, and the Springs area, but Eldridge is right next to it, and just to be just to unite those little towns that are contiguous.
Right. Tamina, can we see what that population is, please?
Absolutely, Chair. One moment, please.
It's about 1,300, I believe.
The population is 1,315 people, resulting deviation for 8004 Lake Map is negative 3.68%, and for 8012 Sonoma is negative 0.82%.
Okay, any concerns with that? If we do move forward, can you just make it, just connect it on the bottom right there on Eldridge? The little piece that's, yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's lock it in. And this is again so that those communities stay together, correct?
This is a community of interest that has requested to remain whole and together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then we have, we've got San Francisco Chinatown, we've got Santa Susana. That was, oh, the other three are Commissioner Kutagawa, yes? The San Leandro split, the Santa Susana lab with the district with Bell Canyon. And the, okay, which one are you taking us to? Okay, San Leandro. So it is split?
San Leandro is not split in this map.
Oh, okay, it looked pretty whole. Or maybe it's in the other one?
Commissioner Yi clarified, he thinks it might have been in the congressional district.
Okay,
So
okay.
the input sounded like it was in the, or the inputs sounded like it was the assembly, so.
Okay, so if you can remind me for tomorrow when we do congressional. Great, thank you. Okay, so then we can go to the either San Francisco Chinatown or the Santa Susana lab, the Bell Canyon. Which one?
Whichever one you want to do.
Well, it looks like we're in San Francisco.
Okay.
Looks like we're going to go to Chinatown right now.
Yes. And this did input came in. And if we could go to, it looks like it's where the border of Chinatown and North Beach is. And it specifically speaks to, it's along Columbus Avenue. There's like this little triangular area there that I want to specifically note. So the inputs did say that making this change would keep the communities in Chinatown and North Beach together. They have, there's also been some coordination with LGBTQ partners, and they've also suggested alternates to move out to balance the population. So specifically, the request is the blocks directly north of Broadway, particularly around Vallejo and Green Streets along Columbus, have many Chinese businesses as well as apartment buildings. And they've requested to be together with North Beach so that they can all advocate together for policy issues that they care about, housing issues to worker protections to language assistance. So what they've requested is there's a point like at the triangle that is Jones and Columbus on the street. So if we could go to there.
Do you want to zoom in a little bit, or are your eyes better than mine, Tamina?
I think you might have to go a little bit further up or north, I guess. I guess that's the way I'm seeing it on here. So the corner of.
Is it, I'm sorry, I missed this part. It's in the East SF district?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you.
And one more time.
So Tamina, do you know Jones and Columbus? It looks like when I was looking at it, it's kind of like, it's a triangle, but there's a name for it, but I don't know what the proper name for that triangle is.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So can you find Chinatown on here?
Is it above?
I think it's further up.
Okay. Further up or down? Other way?
No, it's right around there. Do you see, yeah, where your cursor?
Chinatown, where it
Yeah.
says Chinatown.
Yeah, do you see that upper, where your cursor was? Yeah, right around there.
Right
Do you see
there?
that? Yeah, right around there. Can you just zoom in on
Okay.
there?
Sure.
So that should be Columbus Street. Okay, so then if you go to, now you go just a little bit to your left, to that triangle where do you see where it says Russian Hill?
Yes.
Like that triangle
Okay.
that is to the right of that label. And if you could just zoom in a little bit more. And you should see Jones and Columbus up at the top. What they're requesting is just move the area between Jones and Columbus, go down to Broadway and Columbus. So it's like a triangle. I know you can't see me move my cursor.
And I'm sorry, they want to be moved out of West SF into East SF?
Yes, that part of North, and it should be North Beach. And then the balance would be in consultation with LGBTQ partners to balance it by moving Diamond Heights and Glen Park into West SF. It's all up to Jones.
Okay, all the way up to Jones?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying that like I know it. All the way up to Jones.
So Chair, Jones is like 4 or 5 blocks to the west. So this is a large move, a large triangle that they're proposing.
Yeah, that's quite a few blocks going out. And so, okay. And this is to unite Chinatown? Is that what it is?
Chinatown and North Beach together.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, north to, okay, so we're on Jones and we're going north
Go
to.
north to, up to the corner of Columbus and Jones. It should end in a point, a triangle point.
So that would be all the way up Columbus.
Oh, all the way to the other corner of.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You know what that is? It's another right triangle, just saying.
Is that what the name of, I did not remember. I knew there was a name to the triangle. I just couldn't remember what the proper name was.
That's a 90-degree angle right there.
So they've asked to balance it with population. They said move Diamond Heights and Glen Park into 80 West SF to balance the population.
Okay, so this is 7,232 people. I can't balance both sides at the same time. Can I make this change first?
Chair? They asked if it's okay to make the.
Yes, let's see where we're going with this. We're almost, I gave away a few minutes on mine, so we're ahead. And we didn't have to do San Leandro, so that worked out really well.
And I didn't take all 5.
You did not. You were set and ready to go, Commissioner Turner.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, would you tell me the other swap?
Diamond Heights neighborhood and Glen Park. And let me look at and Tamita, if it's easier, there were, I believe, some specific areas that a PDF of the actual streets that accompany the input. I'm trying to blow it up more so that I could see the actual streets. So it looks like the eastern border is Diamond Heights Boulevard, and the western border is O'Shaughnessy Boulevard, and the northern border is, hold on, I'm trying to move this. Looks like Portola Drive. And the southern border is, oh, Monterey Boulevard.
And so I just want to make sure we were very specific when we drew these assemblies. I just want to make sure we're not breaking up some other communities of interest. I'm hoping that
This area is part of the LGBTQ COI, but they have already indicated their support for this change. And they, the indication is that it does not impact their COIs.
And so their indication for the support, was that in the same COI that we received, or was that like a separate one from the LGBT?
It was in the same input that we received, but they indicated that they have already talked to their LGBTQ partners.
Okay, great, thank you. Are those the boundaries, Tamina? Commissioner Kitagawa, are those?
It looks like the, excuse me, the map that we received.
Okay. I have Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'm not recalling what the reasoning behind that line was before, but if Commissioner Kudokawa has recent input, then that's fine.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, no, I am questioning, particularly this last bit, or Diamond Heights. You know, the Noe Valley here, right through there, that is basically LGBTQ area. And where is this coming from?
This is coming from the AEPI Amensa State Redistricting Collaborative, and they have indicated that they have already spoken to their LGBTQ partners.
Correct. And do we have corroborating from the LGBTQ partners, though?
That's what I had asked, but right now we don't have that information, correct? It was in the same communities of interest information that they stated they had received kind of the okay from the LGBTQ community. So that's what we can go with right now.
Okay, I can see adding, you know, that it's not really Chinatown, but it's North Beach up in the north, that triangle. Removing this though, this causes great pause for me, the Diamond Heights area in particular. The Glen Park, I'm sort of looking at that, but I would really like to see other input to corroborate that rather than the same letter. I'm not comfortable with this change.
I guess all I can say is I can't imagine that they would just say that they that they spoke to their partners without having spoken to their partners, knowing that it could be corroborated. But if it makes it more comfortable to hold off and to see if we do get input in from the LGBTQ community, I'm not sure in terms of the schedule what would work.
I anticipate us going into tomorrow morning with this, so it could be something that we could hold off and then address tomorrow. So hopefully, if you're listening, which I'm pretty sure you are, hopefully we can receive some input into our Airtable. Would be great. We are going to be having public comment later as well. So either way, we are reading it. We are taking all the information in. So with that, we'll hold off. So I'm going to leave it on my list as something that we will address tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, may I ask, would you
Yes.
like to leave this area unbalanced, or would you like to balance this
Oh,
area?
let's balance it back. I am so sorry. Did you want to take a snapshot of it? So in case we have to do it tomorrow, we don't have to find the areas again. Just wondering if that might be a good idea.
Sure. If Okay, I'm going to commit the change to make the snapshots and then I will back up.
Okay, sounds
Thank
great.
you.
Could I weigh in?
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, so I mean, I just want to agree with Commissioner Kutagawa. My guess is that if a community group is saying that they've touched base with their partners, and I'm hoping that's going to be true, and I'm going to take them for their word for it, and we're talking about it here, so certainly folks can call in. I just wanted to know, I mean, I would be fine moving forward this change at this point and revisiting tomorrow, or walking back and revisiting tomorrow, either way. I just wanted to lift up, my understanding is the LGBTQ community had always asked for west of Twin Peaks being connected with Twin Peaks. I don't know, this doesn't achieve that. It doesn't not achieve that, they're already split. So I think my sense is that that's probably kind of what the logic behind, it's okay with them. But if there's a way to pull in west of Twin Peaks, that might be worth figuring out, though I don't have a swap at the ready to move that forward. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to write that down. Swap. At Twin Peaks? Okay. Okay, thank you. It's already reversed out. Tamina, did you get your snapshot?
Yes, Chair, ready to move to Santa Susana.
Yes, Santa Susana. That again is Commissioner Kutagawa. It says Santa Susana Lab into the district with Bell Canyon?
Yeah, and it's for everybody's, if you want to look at it, it's 40297. And specifically, it says that we have split the contaminated site, which is a major cleanup site in Ventura County, into 2 assembly districts. That's what caught my eye. So I thought we could look at it. It does speak to the Santa Susana Field Lab as, let's see, is a historic nuclear and aerospace research facility. One location at the Santa Susana Field Lab is known as Boodle Flats. The Boodles make an appearance again. This is a Department of Energy as well as cultural area for the Chumash Tatviam tribes. And it says the southern portion we've put into, I guess it's the ADSCV, the northern portion we have in a Ventura County district. And this person is just asking that it be put into one district. It says this site is a contaminated site that qualified as a federal EPA Superfund site, but the state of, I guess, the way the state of California is working with it, she just thought that it would be, I guess for the areas around it, it would best be served by having it in one district for the communities there. This person says it can be drawn in with Bell Canyon in Ventura County, which is landlocked and only has access through West Hills. So I think that's why she just suggested this. I'm assuming she, I shouldn't say she, but this person, they have said that that was just a suggestion. I guess it could go either way. Just one district is better, it sounds like.
Okay. Let's highlight it. It's probably not populated, correct? I hope not. Just saying. Oh, Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I would think we'd want to put it in Ventura County since it is in Ventura County, and the representative from Ventura County would have a vested interest in representing it as opposed to the representative from the San Fernando Valley. I think there's more to it. I think it pretty much goes to the border of Bell Canyon.
Okay. There should be nothing there. Did we get it? Yeah, it looks like you got it on the west side too. It's just kind of blending in. I can't tell for sure. Oops. Oh, too much. Okay. Does anyone have any concerns with or any comments regarding this move? Okay, we're going to lock that in. Thank you. Did not change any of our numbers. Okay. So we are moving to Los Angeles. Right?
Can do. Thank you, Chair. Can do. Jamie will be with you in a moment.
Great. Thank you, Tamina. Oh, Commissioner Furnishari, did you still have?
Yeah, just looking at this map really quick. I mean, we have a bunch of unincorporated Ventura County in with the San Fernando Valley south of Bell Canyon. It's all like mountainous region and that kind of thing. I would think that we would want that with the county that owns it. I mean, I don't have any coys to, but that's just a reaction I had.
With Ventura?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we have. Even though it wasn't on my list, we will look at that. Okay.
All right,
Thank
we
you.
made that change. Where would you like to look at next?
Oh, actually, there was a little bit left with the Santa Clarita, with the Agua Dulce, Enactum. And that is, oh, Commissioner Kennedy?
Chair, I think Acton and Agua Dulce are probably better taken up if or when we take up the San Fernando Valley, because if we end up shifting populations, that's going to end up impacting. So, I mean, if we're ready to go to the San Fernando Valley now, I'm fine with looking at this. I just wanted to suggest that we might want to hold off until we do the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
That was a great segue. Thank you so much. We are at the San Fernando Valley right now. So, San Fernando Valley, let's see, we had Commissioner Kujagawa?
Yeah, I have a really quick one that I think will be quick, because I think San Fernando Valley is going to take a little time. The El Monte one.
What was your, was it on my list?
It should have been. El Monte, I said it was it should be a quick fix. They wanted to just move the line down.
I did not have that one. Okay, let's do that quick.
It's the West San Gabriel Valley District. There was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it move West San Gabriel? Okay. Okay.
You called it something else?
I did. I have Alicia speak. So I'm trilingual apparently. So. Okay, so let's go there really quick.
Yeah, the West San Gabriel Valley. It's around El Monte. They just asked that the line for the district be moved down to the next major street, which is Garvey, so that more of the community can be brought in. However, this is where, until I see it actually happen, it's going to be hard to see what the impacts are going to be, but I just wanted to lift that part up.
And to Garvey, is that named after Steve Garvey, who was the first baseman for the Dodgers?
No, I don't think
Everyone
so.
should be impressed that I know that. I'm just saying.
That Garvey was there way before Steve Garvey came around.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Just turn that away. Yes.
Chair?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just really wanted to stress that just north, the district we're modifying right now is a VRA district. So we should be very, very careful even about making these small adjustments.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to see what it was going to do before.
Committing anything.
Yeah, because I know it sounds like it's a small change, but I didn't want to say, let's just make it for sure until we saw the numbers.
So with that, for the West San Gabriel Valley Base District, the percent deviation would become -1.83. Percent Latino CVAP would be 28.46. Percent Black CVAP would be 1.48. Percent Asian CVAP would be 52.73, and percent White CVAP would be 15.98%. Not sure if perhaps your VRA team would want to weigh in on this, or.
I'm sorry, did it go
Wait,
up or down?
Hold on.
It went down for Asian CVAP,
Down.
but slightly.
And then for the other the AD 56, I wanted to see that one as well. What were
Absolutely.
yes,
For
what were
the
yes.
AD 60
Yes.
corridor, the percent deviation would become negative 2.73%. Percent Latino CVAP would become 56.32%. Percent Black CVAP would become 1.89%. Percent Asian CVAP will become 27.99%. Percent White CVAP will become 12.86%.
Okay, thank you. There does not appear to be a significant change, but I definitely will want our VRA council to weigh in. Commissioner Sadwani.
Oh yeah, can you remind me, Commissioner Kutagawa, where the COI testimony was coming
That
from
was
for
all
this?
part of the earlier testimony that we had around the West San Gabriel Valley Senate District, and that was added on as part of that too.
So they wanted it in the Senate district, or they wanted it?
No, in the Assembly District. It was separately
mentioned?
Yeah, mentioned as for the Assembly. But if it's going to impact the in this case, because it's the West San Gabriel Valley District is an Asian VRE district, if
That's
it's going to
right.
bring it down, then I'd rather not do anything that's going to, even if it's small, I'd rather just not make that change then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. So we are not going to make the change, correct? Okay. Sorry, I was. Let me make sure I knock this one out. Okay, great. So now we will go to the San Fernando Valley. We had a couple there. Commissioner said that was fast. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kutagawa. We've got Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sadwani was more of the general San Fernando Valley, and then Commissioner Kutagawa was for the Jewish community. So who wants to start first? Okay, are they all? Okay, so Commissioner Sadwani, would you like to start?
Well, yeah, just as an overview, I mean, we've heard a lot of back and forth from the San Fernando Valley. Definitely, it seems that there's some competing interests there, presenting various interests, and also presenting various maps. So we've had a number of callers and certainly submissions in the last couple of days about a firefighters map. So I just wanted to point folks to that. We've also, of course, had the VICA maps that we've seen in the past, and it seems like they've done some updates. So I just wanted to remind folks about that. So as we had completed this, we had moved Sylmar into this district to kind of shore up many of the working class communities throughout that area. My sense is that that district is looking pretty good as is. I know that LGBTQ community folks have asked to keep North Hollywood and Toluca Lake together, which I believe we do. Do we do that? Yeah, I think so. So I just wanted to raise it and see if we do want to make any shifts or changes in this area. And just kind of get a temperature check from everybody. If you recall, when we were finishing up in LA on whatever day that was, December 8th, I think it was, this was actually the last area that we had worked on. And we had gone back and forth about one or two districts that consolidates many of the working class communities in this area. We had to, and then we had a lot of negative feedback on it. We walked back from that, and this was kind of our compromise. So I just wanted to raise it and see where folks are landing.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Actually, I didn't want to weigh in on her question. I had an area that I wanted to talk about, but I'll wait.
Commissioner Sinai?
in addition to the VICA and the firemen, there's also a community unity map that's out there. So there is a lot of different competing interests. So just wanted to be able to look at it.
Thank you for raising. I thought that the firefighters map was the community unity map.
What I
I'm
heard
sorry.
last
There's
was-
3. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the firefighter one is similar to the VICA is what I heard.
Got it. Okay, I see.
Okay.
Jamie, can you click out 1 tick so we get more of the map? Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I was wondering. I was wondering if someone could quickly sort of summarize how the firefighters and the VICA map. I've honestly been I've heard all the comment, but I've been lost at exactly what they're asking in compared to what we have here. I'm guessing it may be a major change.
Does anybody have a response for that? Everyone's hand's still raised, but I think we've talked, so I'm not sure who's going to respond.
I'll be honest, I have not been able to find the firefighters map. I hear about it, even though I feel like I have.
Okay, so are there any recommendations right now? I believe I heard Van Nuys maybe, but
I think it might be okay to just leave it as is.
okay, all right. Okay, I think it's okay to just
I'm
leave.
not seeing any, I mean, I really wanted to raise it because we've heard so much about it.
Right.
And there's clearly divisions in the community.
Right, but I also feel that we were very intentional.
We were.
We went through this and felt
Yeah.
good about it.
We
so,
did.
Okay.
We did.
Okay, great.
Chair?
Yes. Oh, Commissioner Vasquez.
I have found a small version of the firefighters map, but it makes major changes. It's bringing portions of the San Fernando Valley and pairing them with the Santa Clarita Valley, splitting. It looks like right now we have Santa Clarita paired with the north part of the San Fernando Valley, and instead the firefighters map sort of splits Stevenson Ranch off, and then takes San Fernando into like a C shape, so goes south and then goes east underneath toward Tarzana and Encino. And then there's another portion that takes Santa Clarita and goes south through, avoids Silmar, but then I think takes portions of Burbank and Glendale, etc. I think those are fairly major changes, and I think I personally agree that we spent a lot of time in the assembly trying to get this architecture to a place where we feel comfortable with it, given all of the conflicting COI testimony we have here. So for me, I don't have any changes based on this firefighters map.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Toledo and then Commissioner Kitagawa.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with these maps. I think we had a conversation during the draft maps drawing. I'm comfortable with these maps. I have seen the other versions of this. These maps seem, and the architecture for these maps seem appropriate. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kitagawa, then Commissioner Ahmed, and then Commissioner Morishari and Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I just took a quick glance at the Unity map too, and it too also makes some pretty big architectural changes that I think is going to ripple into some of the other areas because of the structure.
Okay, thank you for looking into that. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. And the firefighters map also talks about reuniting Burbank, Glendale, and Santa Clarita, and the iteration that we have in front of us does do a portion of that, with Burbank and Glendale being in the same district. So there's some overlap.
Okay, thank you. And you're comfortable with the maps that we have, Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Commissioner Toledo or Akutagawa, anything else on this?
I think the only thing is that I know that some of the inputs that we've gotten about the Jewish community is that they're in 3 different districts. Honestly, I'm not sure what we can do to try to unite, maybe make it less split, but without really having those ripple effects at this point in time. So that's my main concern right now. So, but I wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I looked at the communities of interest as well, and it did include quite a few communities to try to bring together. Okay, so with that, we will leave it as is. We do have, let's see, Commissioner Kennedy, did we want to go to Santa Clarita? Or which one?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, looking at this, moving Acton and Agua Dulce into the district with Santa Clarita again. Jamie, could you put on the terrain layer, please? See, to me, that just makes sense to put them in with Santa Clarita rather than Lancaster and Palmdale. The issue is that's 10,000 people. That's going to overpopulate SCV, and we have enough room in the East San Fernando Valley District to absorb that, but I'm not sure. I mean, there's no easy direct swap. And so then you get into a multi-district swap, and I don't know what the pathway to that would be. I mean, Jamie, do you have any thoughts on how we might accommodate 10,000 people in SCV and
Sure. Let me take a stab at this. I think if Acton and Agua Dulce were with Santa Clarita Valley, then of course Santa Clarita Valley District would have to shed population. I think that could be up to the commission. Maybe some of the Northridge areas could move into AD Central, and then perhaps Panorama City or North Hills areas could go with East SFV. I think that would be I think that would probably be the split or the change that could then maybe make neighborhood council areas whole that are currently split, for example, and move in those cities or those areas with Santa Clarita Valley.
Okay, thank you. And we have heard some testimony, certainly advocating for the Northridge area to be whole, which it currently is not. As for the areas that would then move from the central San Fernando Valley district into the eastern San Fernando Valley district, I don't have as good a sense. Thank you.
I think you have a couple. Are there a couple of cities split in that East San Fernando Valley, right where you had your cursor? I didn't know if part of the answer might be to put more.
Burbank is split in East San Fernando Valley, and then the other neighborhood council areas are whole right now in the East San Fernando Valley District.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy, is this something that you want to think about a little bit more and maybe come back tomorrow morning?
I would be happy to.
Okay. How about if we do that? Is that okay? Thank you. And Jamie, is by chance the Board of Equalization information ready yet? I wanted to check in before.
We are still working on that. I think it's getting closer for sure.
Okay.
And also just a note that I think that we could try this swap, and I don't think it would necessarily take a very long time to try it if we wish.
Okay, let me just get Commissioner Kitagawa, Commissioner Vasquez, and Commissioner Taylor, and Commissioner Toledo. Let's see what wise information they're going to give us.
Thank you. So I I'm just going through the COI testimonies for Acton and Agua Dulce. It does seem like Acton and Agua Dulce does identify or is seen more as part of the Antelope Valley, less so the Santa Clarita Valley. So that would be I guess my only caution, just trying to get through some of these as quickly as possible to just try to understand. Again, like with everywhere, there's lots of mixed testimony, so just
Right.
trying to make sure that we're not going to accidentally do something that shouldn't be done. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I will say, while I understand we have some recent community of interest testimony about this, I personally would not lose a lot of sleep, unfortunately, if we don't make this change. So I worked for a couple of years in the Antelope Valley and made that very long drive up the 5 and then the 14 through Agua Dulce and Acton. It's a very, I mean, once you leave Santa Clarita, like the terrain changes, you have to go up like a huge series of hills. It's geographically, as you can see with the terrain layer, incredibly different from the Santa Clarita Valley. And I do think there are interests, and I believe we have testimony that also sort of has Agua Dulce and Acton feeling tied to the Antelope Valley as compared to the Santa Clarita Valley. So for me, I mean, happy if it's going to take, a few minutes to just show the ripples. I'm happy to go on the journey, but this is not a priority for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, similar comment as to Commissioner Vasquez. If there's something in totality to where it makes sense, great. But on its face, we've had earlier court testimony that they wanted to be with the Antelope Valley, and it's one of those spaces where even though it's next to a suburban area, it's distinctly different in that it has more of a rural environment. So it's like suburban rural. So thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that because I definitely know the feeling. I'm 10 miles away from Sacramento, but once I'm home, I'm completely rural. So thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
I'm not 100% opposed to the change. I think it's fine to take a look at it, and if there's a way to unite Glendale, and make it whole as part of this rotation, perhaps that's something that would be beneficial. I don't know if it is. I think it's a large population, but I just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think Glendale might be a little bit too much.
It may be too much, but I'm not sure how much of a rotation we need to make.
Right. I'm not sure how much of a super Saturday this is with Glendale.
We've had a pretty super Saturday.
Okay, why don't we just take a really quick look? Because Jamie seems to feel that it can be a really quick look at what the impact.
If we're talking about Glendale, then things just got a lot bigger than I had thought that they would be. So
I think he was piling on.
I was piling on.
Piling on, fingers crossed. Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Taylor, more comments, or are we doing a Taylor?
I was doing a Taylor.
Oh.
I did a Taylor.
And it was very appropriate for you to do a Taylor. Okay. I think you're absolutely correct, Jamie, in terms of the Glendale. Let's do it without that goal for now.
So if the commission's okay, I can just kind of do a quick change and see the how things kind of pan out, and then we can assess and make changes from there if the commission likes the general structure of where things are going with this, if that's okay with you.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna zoom out so we can see what happened. So in this, and we would be able, if the commission wishes, to include these parts of the forest with 80 SCV, but this is Acton, Agua Dulce with the Santa Clarita Valley District and Granada Hills, Porter Ranch, Chatsworth, Bell Canyon. The central San Fernando Valley Base District is Woodland Hills with Canoga Park, Northridge South Neighborhood Council area is full, and southern parts of Northridge West were added in. And then this very northern part of Panorama City added to the East San Fernando Valley District, and that is the changes that happened.
And so we did split up what was it? Panorama City?
Yeah, so Panorama City Neighborhood Council area is split now.
It works, but we have, I believe it's Commissioner Vasquez was, if I could get her feedback, and then Commissioner Toledo.
I mean, like I said, I'm okay with this. If the rest of the commission feels like they would like to make this change, I won't stand in the way. I do think just overall, for me, Acton and Agua Dulce make more sense with the more rural Antelope Valley.
Right, and as I look at it too, it looks like it would be attached more to the Antelope Valley than to Santa Clarita. But Commissioners Taylor and Akutagawa and Toledo, no more? Okay. Commissioner Taylor.
I agree with Commissioner Vasquez. I think it's properly placed, but yeah, I think it's properly placed as is. Thank you.
Properly placed right now as we changed it, or where it was?
Where it was.
Where it was. Okay, so not this iteration. Okay. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, you could add me to the Commissioner Vasquez and Taylor train there. I won't oppose it. I just think that they are probably better off in a more rural district with the Antelope Valley, because you still do have Santa Clarita, which is a pretty, it's home of Magic Mountain, right? And then you have, the San Fernando Valley too. So that would just be my only concern. But if that's what they want, if it makes sense, there's, again, mixed testimony. Some are saying yes, some are saying no.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Vasquez, do you still have another comment?
No, sorry.
That's okay. Commissioner Turner?
Yes, so the California is engaged and responding, and just a comment that came in that says Agua Dulce is part of the LA County Service Planning Area together with Acton, Palmdale, Lancaster. It makes sense for that to stay as is.
Thank you for the to the minute. Love it. Love it. Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Sadwani?
I'm happy to defer and move on.
Okay, Commissioner Sadwani is in agreement. So, okay. So with that, let's see, we have 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes to break. Karen just informed me that Board of Equalization is ready. Maybe what I suggest is that we bring the Board of Equalization districts up right before break, and then right after break, we will discuss it. But also, right before break, I would like Katie, our wonderful moderator, is it going to be, it's going to be time for public comment. If you could please read the instructions for public comment. It's almost 6 o'clock, and I expect that we would go to public comment around 6:30, 6:45, because I would like to come back and discuss Board of Equalization. Thank you.
Chair, you would like the instructions prior to break?
Yes, prior to break would be great. I think Karen's going to show us really quickly the Board of Equalization districts, and this was based on our Senate districts, or 10 by nesting 10. So we see quite a bit of deviation information. Okay, so just look at the A, B, C, and D.
So here
okay.
we have your Board of Equalizations districts. I will start with naming off which districts were put in where in starting with Norca in this D titled Equalization District. We have Norca nested in here. We have Placer ED, and zooming in, we have Sacramento, ECA, South Sac Stannis, S. Bend Fresno, Fresno Kern, Kings Kern, MCV, and Tivicow. And those are the 10 that are in this red version, in this red district. And now moving south into the blue shaded district, we have Sika, Cor Cajon, SD POW, SWRC, SOC NSD, OC Coast, IOC, SBRC, SD10, WE, and POF. And then moving into the greater Los Angeles area, we have SD 210, SD 6605, SAA 710 to water, SPCC, SD NELA, west of 210, SD Shoreline, Event SFV, and SCSFV. And then moving to the yellow, the coastal side of California, we have S Coast. And moving north, then we have Mid Coast. And then we have San Jose, Peninsula, Eden Tech, SF, SD 80 Core, Cocoa, Napa Byron, and North Coast. And I will zoom out again so that you can see a bigger picture of all of the state.
Wow, thank you. It'll give us something to look at during break, and it's within deviations. It's actually within very close deviations. I think 2.23 is the highest. And with that, Katie, if you could please read the instructions for public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5244. 847. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. And once you are waiting in the queue, remain alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down your live stream volume. And back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Right now, we do have to go to break, so I will get back to Commissioner Anderson and Vasquez when we return. So it is 6:01, so if we can please return at about 6:16. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So where we left off at the last episode was we had just called up the Board of Equalization, and we did have a couple hands up. We have Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Vasquez, so we'll go to them first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just checking that, we are still coming back to the assemblies tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yes, we did not get through our list, so
Great.
we will come back tomorrow to finish the list that we created today. Thank you so
Great,
much.
'cause I do have a small addition as well.
Oh,
Give it to you in the morning.
Commissioner
Easy,
Anderson.
easy peasy.
Okay, I'm trusting you on this. Commissioner Vasquez
Chair.
and then Commissioner Sinai.
Yes, if we're ready to go on to comments in Board of Equalization. First of all, as always, thank you to the mapping team for putting this together. I was looking at the map, especially over break, and I'm not sure there's a clean way to accomplish what I want to do here. I would like to, in these Board of Equalization maps, try to get the East San Gabriel Valley in with the greater LA metro area. So B, moving it from District A to District B, in order to move out population. I would first maybe recommend looking either at Ventura, the event SFV portion of C, and then I sort of got stuck because there's not really, I don't see a good clean swap between A and B, and so what I have been struggling with over the break is a three district swap between A, B, and C.
Okay. We will be coming back to it tomorrow. Would it help if you looked at it tonight and maybe considered some of the swaps?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay.
And would appreciate other thought partnership or ideas in the interim.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Sinai.
Is it possible, I know there are 10 million people, I get that, but could we just look at the CVAPs for all of them? Just so, I know that the last ones really did reflect the diversity of California, and it was, thank you.
Thank you for that. And next we have, did you have any other questions with that, Commissioner Sinai? Oh, no, that's okay. I was just making sure. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to, in my mind, make these a little more coherent, and I'm thinking that keeping counties as whole as possible is also part of this. I mean, it's criterion 4 rather than criterion 6, which is nesting.
Mm-hmm.
So in my mind, we don't necessarily have to nest. We, of course, criterion 1 have to have equal population. So I'm looking at the Coachella Valley and neighboring areas along the Riverside San Bernardino line and thinking those would logically fit better in A. And I don't know, what that would do to the deviation, but it seems that, you can move a pretty good chunk of population from one district to another if your district is 10 million people without disturbing your deviation too much. And then likewise, it seemed to me that the Antelope Valley would, it'd be nice to have Los Angeles County, as much as possible in the same district. So those were just the two things that struck me when I looked at this. Thank you.
Okay, those are good. I'm going to jot these down because what we can also do is provide instructions or directions, and then we can look at it in the morning, right? That would be great. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you. And so as I was working with LineDARs on putting this map together, we did explore some options, including moving event as FE out of this of map B, but it created many ripples. Now, if we took the whole district, and of course nesting was part of our, I wanted to continue with our philosophy of nesting because we hadn't talked about it in terms of making a change, and I could potentially be supportive of keeping county lines together and making some cuts so that maybe we nest in most of the areas and maybe not one or two, but there was quite a bit of ripples when we moved event SFE. We would have to swap something in the Bay Area, and so to make the rotation work if we wanted to do that. But it is possible to do it and to keep the character and the spirit of our philosophy for putting this together. But it may require splitting some of these. Or not nesting, right? Because nesting has to be completely, district would have to completely nest. So I'd be supportive of exploring the possibility of doing that. Of course, because it's 10 million people, we're not going to reach 50% of any minority group because it's 50% and the way the minority groups are distributed plus all of the jingles. And so, so we're really contiguity. We have to follow the criteria, and so I think we can do that if we respect county lines as well. So we could potentially do that as well.
Right. Yes, thank you. And I actually did like that respecting because LA would be its own because it is 10 million, and that's approximately the size of, and maybe we just start there, start having with. LA County being one, and then we just go from there. That would be my recommendation, but we still have wonderful ideas coming our way. We have Commissioners Anderson, Fornashari, Vasquez, and Akutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. The one thing we should consider, what does the Board of Equalization do? And it's, they deal with property taxes. So, and that is done by county. But the most important thing is that they know the area. So switching things up gets tricky. And that's why we sort of have kind of grouped this like this, because, you know, the Antelope Valley property values are even though it's LA County, it's sort of a similar terrain, which is one of the things that they consider. You know, what is the area, what are your property taxes? But on Commissioner Kutagawa's, if she just took SD10WE, put it in B, and took put that in B, so that becomes green, and take SSA and put that in A. It has more, you know, it looks more compact. So that's what I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest we take the LA County part of SD10, put it in LA County, and then put the Orange County part of SAA in Orange County. Did you look at that, Commissioner Toledo?
No, because we were so focused on nesting, we didn't. I thought about splitting, but we didn't move in that direction because we hadn't talked about it as a commission. So I wanted to have that discussion here before we went off and explored that possibility. But I am in support of that. Okay.
Commissioner Vasquez?
I think Commissioner Fornashari has a great suggestion that I would absolutely support. Because for me, it's the LA County portion of the this district that's SD10 West that I feels most like it should be with LA County in terms of sort of tax policy. I disagree with putting the Antelope Valley with the rest of LA County for that purpose. I feel like in terms of sort of tax policy and considerations of property values, et cetera, that it makes more sense to put apples with apples and property values and sort of those mechanisms in rural parts of LA County. It seemed to make more sense in District D.
Okay, so you do not want necessarily county specific, right?
Correct.
Okay, rural. Okay, Commissioner Kitagawa and then Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I guess, one, I really do like what Commissioner Fornaciari noted. I think there are definitely distinct county differences too. And so that's why I was in favor of what Commissioner Kennedy had also suggested. I don't know, to be honest, I don't know if the property values matter as much as the tax policies of the different counties, and having that be together. But I think those are all, these districts are humongous, so, I can definitely go various ways, but I do like the idea of, especially the LA County parts of some of the districts that are currently crossing county lines probably makes more sense to keep together. Thank you.
Thank you, and I really like our discussion. It's very warming again. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. And if the mapper can bring the map down, speaking in terms of the property taxes and policy on tax, I'm concerned more about the area in the Bay Area that crosses over in the way that we have the maps currently nested. Yeah, so it's this area that goes into Alameda. So that's a concern for me with the areas in the Central Valley and even into the Sierras. And so for those that will have an opportunity to take a look at it a little bit later, this would be an area that I would be interested in having split. And perhaps there is a different area up towards, I'm not sure what would be closer to these areas, maybe, maybe closer to, if we move it down, I can't see the whole map. And so I'll just leave it at that Alameda, that Bay Area portion, distinct difference in pricing and tax is what would give me pause with nesting them as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. All wonderful ideas. I'm just wondering if possibly Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Fornaciari, would you be willing to work with our line drawers on what your vision is and bring it back tomorrow morning? Is that something you're willing to do?
Sure.
And I have a head nod from Commissioner Fornaciari. And Commissioner Turner, did you have something else?
Yes, I wanted to say thank you because I surely was not doing it, Taylor. Thank you.
Great cover up. Commissioner Fornaciari?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to step on Commissioner Toledo's toes. It sounds like he was already working on it.
No, I'm okay with you working on this because I have a couple other changes that I have to do. And I was just following the nesting philosophy, but I do agree that that it may not make sense to nest, especially given some of these considerations that have been raised. And I'm completely comfortable with having Commissioner Vasquez and Fornaciari take the lead on this. Thank you.
And then I didn't catch all of Commissioner Kennedy's. Did you want to make Riverside whole in the southern part?
Yes.
Was that
I
the
believe
idea?
he did.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We can look at that.
Okay, and Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I was just going to say, happy to take it from here, Commissioner Toledo, but I think you absolutely were on the right track as a foundation and starting point, starting with the nesting. And so I think you've left us with a great foundation that we can pretty I think, pretty easily and quickly make some minor adjustments in certain key areas.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, just a quick, across the entire state, it's a base of 1%. And then it all depends on local, county, and city taxes. So it does make sense, for counties, nesting just helps it because the populations have to be pretty, within our 5%. So just with that little added tidbit, hopes to, which I'm sure they're going to do, is look up what BOE does and that kind of stuff. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think the nesting was great. It's a great starting point and a good place for us to see where we are. But with that, let's see, Commissioners Vasquez and Fornishari will come back to us tomorrow morning with their iteration, which we're looking forward to. That'd be great. And we will continue with the assembly first block tomorrow morning. Hopefully we get it done in one block. In terms of what we had on the list, we'll go through that. And is there anything else before we go to public comment? I was going to go back to assembly, but I think we'll go to public comment instead. But anything from Commissioner Turner?
Yes, I just add to the list. I have a slight adjustment for San Diego.
Okay, and so what? Just a little bit more information on the San Diego, so I get it on my list.
It's from COI testimony. We made some changes in that area around Normal Heights and Kensington. And the suggestion is just for us to clean up the line. We split some COIs in so doing. And so there's a request that we just clean the line, and the street offered to do that, either Meade or El Cajon.
Okay, I've got that.
Thank you.
And this is for assembly, Commissioner Turner?
Yeah.
Okay, and Commissioner Sadwani?
I just saw a note come in through the COI testimony about the change we made to Carmichael today. And I just wanted to ask if that change was simply to keep Carmichael whole.
No, the change was based on, we've actually received quite a bit of testimony. There's a Slavic community that we just apparently went through their community, and then also quite a bit from the business communities, tearing up some of the business communities in Carmichael.
So that's why we made that change?
Yes.
Okay, because we just got stuff in that by doing that change, we broke up the Afghan and Syrian refugee COI. So, which I think was probably why we had put it there in the first place. So maybe we can just take one last look at that tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and anything else? Commissioner Turner, you're good? I think you were just going to say thank you, right? Because you're not.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's not a Taylor move. Okay. And with that, we will go to public comment. Katie, please, if you can get us going. Thank you.
Absolutely, Chair. If you have not done so already, please press *9. Actually, let me just read these real quick. The short ones. The Commission will now take public comment will now take general public comment. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions were read previously and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. Public comment will be for 1 minute and 30 seconds this evening. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. I will be identifying you by the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Please remain alert during the entire public comment period for your number. Please speak at a steady pace and take your time with all counties, cities, and numbers. And we will begin with caller 0349, and up next after that will be caller 0129. Caller 0349, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, yes, my name is Maria Aviles, and I'm calling in from the San Fernando Valley, from the Valley Village neighborhood. And I'm calling to ask for you to please consider keeping Glendale and Burbank unified in the East San Fernando Valley with Santa Clarita. These are similarly sized communities that are independently incorporated and work together on brush fire prevention. And to please keep North Hollywood and Toluca Lake unified, working with working class communities of the central San Fernando Valley. The map also keeps the communities along Mulholland Drive unified and in a single assembly district. And I'd like to thank the community. I'd like to thank everybody for the hard work they're doing.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0129. And up next after that will be caller 8742. Caller 0129, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
My name is Mike Labar, Mayor of King City. I urge your adoption of the submitted Central Coast Community Fix Map using the Monterey Fix shape files. Commissioners, I am speaking on CD Mid-Coast, CD Cupertino in all iterations, and 8030 Mid-Coa. In these maps, you have created a CD Mid-Coast 70.5% supermajority white district and created an AD 30 Mid-Coa 74.4% supermajority white district, all by splitting Monterey County, a 59.4% Hispanic population. It seems solely so you can create CD Cupertino, a district that segregates COIs, bypasses nearby population, and instead adds distant population by connecting Monterey County with San Jose. I do not understand this commission's persistence to dilute the Hispanic vote of Monterey County, especially given it has been protected for almost 50 years by Section 5 of the VRA. It is basically stabbing them in the back. It is frustrating that no one on the commission has any connection to the Central Coast, and it is reflected in the lack of attention to the Central Coast
20 seconds.
While the majority of your time is spent on areas where you are from. You have the authority and power to do the right thing. You cannot be forced to vote for a map because of a deadline imposed by the courts. Make sure all final maps are available for 7 days for public view to comment on.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8742. And up next after that will be caller 2309. Caller 8742, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for finally connecting Sylmar with the Eastern San Fernando Valley in the congressional map, as many have asked before. Now, please focus on uniting the assembly districts in the San Fernando Valley, too. Santa Clarita has absolutely nothing in common with the Western San Fernando Valley, so we should not mix. There seems to be a spontaneous new effort to merge Santa Clarita with the San Fernando Valley, and it seems pretty suspicious to me to see these people come out of nowhere at the last minute. Please make the Santa Clarita Valley Assembly map look like the Senate and congressional ones by adding Acton and Agua Dulce and more of Northwest Los Angeles County, and keep the San Fernando Valley intact. Thank you, Commissioners, for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2309, and up next after that will be caller 3752. Caller 2309, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to the needs of the Santa Clarita and San Fernando Valley communities, Commissioners. It is important that both of our communities have proper representation for the next generation by having separate districts. I'm still waiting to see you all make the same proper changes to our assembly maps, Commissioners. You need to keep the San Fernando Valley Assembly Districts 100% within the San Fernando Valley and keep the Santa Clarita Valley Assembly District with the rest of the northern LA County. Please make these changes to our communities at your earliest convenience, commissioners, so that we can have equitable and fair representation for the next decade. I don't want to see any gerrymandering affecting the San Fernando and Santa Clarita Valleys by mixing both areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3675, and up next after that will be caller 0304. Caller 3675, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for taking my call. I want to ask you all, just like many other callers have before, to please not mix the Santa Clarita Valley and the San Fernando Valley in assembly maps. The new Senate and congressional maps are good templates as to how the assembly maps should look, since the San Fernando Valley wishes to remain whole and not with Santa Clarita Valley. Moreover, the Santa Clarita Valley community should be with Northwest LA County. That means the assembly map should have Acton and Agua Dulce along with Eastern Lancaster and Fraser Park to make a solid and equitable assembly map. We don't want politicians and other groups wanting to gerrymander both the San Fernando and the Santa Clarita Valleys at the last second by mixing them.
30 seconds.
These last-minute requests seem very sketchy, and we just need you to fix the assembly maps so that the San Fernando Valley and Santa Clarita Valley are separate. I appreciate you listening to me and other like-minded callers, so don't fail us, Commissioners. And thank you, and please have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0304, and up next after that will be caller 9685. Caller 0304, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 0304. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. It seems like some people are having amnesia because every version of the draft maps have had Santa Clarita and the North San Fernando Valley, and the current district, which has been around for 10 years, has united the San Fernando Valley and Santa Clarita because there's a lot of overlap between the two from work and school and CSUN and College of the Canyons. But I share frustration that there are still some serious issues in the San Fernando Valley. And one of the glaring issues is that West Hills does not go with Santa Clarita and really should be united with its neighbor, Woodland Hills, in the central district. And you can make that quick switch by uniting Northridge, which should be part of the North Valley, as a united group. And so by swapping West Hills into the central district and uniting Northridge in the North Valley and Santa Clarita district makes the most sense. So we hope that you will make that quick change to address some of the glaring issues that continue in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9685, and up next after that is caller 6030. Caller 9685, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 9685. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 9685, I do apologize. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. I have you marked down for a retry, and I will come back around. And right now we have caller 6030, and then up next after that will be caller 7840. Caller 6030, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
My name is Daniel Maldonado. Commissioner Vasquez, glad to know that you won't lose any sleep about the Santa Cruz Assembly rep. Maybe you should rethink about being a commissioner if that's how you really feel about us. I live in Canyon Country, Santa Cruz, and I know for a fact that our local firefighters go from Canyon Country to Agua Dulce and Acton to fight fires there. So would you prefer that their homes burned down to the ground? You obviously don't know very much about the Santa Cruz because we're more than just Six Flags Magic Mountain. What's next? Castaic should be part of Ventura County since it's a rural neighborhood of Santa Cruz, like Agua Dulce. You obviously don't know what you're talking about because all you seem to ever do is push things for the San Fernando Valley. And when it comes to Santa Cruz, you cannot care less. Maybe you should stop pushing things only for your pet areas and do your job as you were hired to do. Commissioners, I prefer the new map you just drew live today for Santa Cruz, as Agua Dulce and Acton are part of Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7840. And up next after that is caller 7051. Caller 7840, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 7840. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Do apologize, caller 7840. Oh, nope, there you are. Floor is yours.
Yes, hello. Thank you, everyone, for tonight. My name is Antonio, and I live in the East San Fernando Valley, specifically North Hollywood. Commissioners, to be frank, your work is not done. I commend you all for what you've done so far, but I've lived in the San Fernando Valley for over 30 years, and I can say that these maps are rushed. There are over 2 million people who live in the San Fernando Valley. They require 4 assembly maps. It needs more time. It needs more attention. I'm calling in because I want to tell you I really do support VICA's proposed map, specifically Map A and only Map A. First, it keeps North Hollywood, Toluca Lake unified with different working class communities of the central San Fernando Valley. The Map A also keeps communities along Mulholland Drive unified in a single assembly district, and they keep Glendale and Burbank unified in the East San Fernando Valley with Santa Clarita. These are similarly sized communities. They are all independently incorporated and work together on brush fire prevention. Pleading that the commission go back and redo this. We are not done, and these maps will stay this way for the next 10 years. So again, I thank you for your work, but we're not done, and I implore you all to go back and consider changing these maps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7051, and up next after that is caller 3995. Caller 7051, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello. I first want to thank the Commission for all their hard work. I know you guys have been at this for weeks now, and I really appreciate all the work you've been doing. My name is Abby Rodriguez, and I'm calling in from the Toluca Lake neighborhood to support, like the last caller, VICA's proposed Map A. This map, I know not everyone's gotten a chance to look at it, but it unites North Hollywood and my neighborhood of Toluca Lake with working class communities. I know other commissioners have brought this up, the importance of that, but we need to unite the working class communities of the central San Fernando Valley. As well as this map keeps the communities, as the last caller had said, along Mulholland Drive unified in a single assembly district. This is extremely important to my community, and I really would appreciate you taking this into consideration. This map is also the only acceptable map submitted by VICA. The other maps proposed break down too many communities of interest to be considered. Finally, the San Fernando Valley home to 4 assembly districts and 2 million people, and it needs a little bit more time and attention from this commission. Please don't rush a map that could cause a decade worth of challenges to the Valley residents after you said you would go back and finish them.
30 seconds.
Let's take some time, finish getting this done. Again, I appreciate all your work, but let's take this across the finish line. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite all those that have recently called in and who have not done so already to please press star 9. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Right now we have caller 3995, and up next after that will be caller 9951. Caller 3995, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'd just like to please ask again that you keep the high desert whole. It's important that we respect communities that identify with each other. And an easy way to move forward in these final days would be by respecting county borders. I think that there's definitely a way that you can keep all of the high deserts, all of San Bernardino County's high desert together in one single Senate district. And I even think the same for the Assembly and congressional maps, of course. But please, just consider this, especially as you're wrapping up in these final days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9951, and up next after that will be caller 9048. Caller 9951, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Masih Segovian, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Clarita City Council. Despite the city's historical significant population growth, the city of Santa Clarita proudly maintains a rural-like environment with over 80 miles of multi-purpose and equestrian trails and preservation of nearly 12,000 acres of open space. More specifically, our Sand Canyon community, located in the northeast portion of the city and a mere 10-minute drive south of Agua Dulce, adequately depicts our rural identity with ranch-style homes, equestrian trails, and one of the highest horse-to-person ratio in Los Angeles County. Additionally, as part of the city's efforts in preserving wildlife corridors and sensitive habitat in the area shared between the city and Acton and Agua Dulce, the city has acquired and secured open space parcels in these areas. With that said, we implore you to reconsider adding Acton and Agua Dulce with the city of Santa Clarita, along with the rest of the unincorporated communities surrounding our city, which makes up the Santa Clarita Valley in the Assembly District. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9048, and up next after that we caller 9290. Caller 9048, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name is Steve Ferguson. I'm a member of the Board of Education in the Burbank Unified School District, which is in the San Fernando Valley that you all have been discussing. These maps are far from done, and I know it's an exhausting process. Having said that, things have changed in the San Fernando Valley, and we need to be tied with communities that we can function with in the state legislature. Tying Burbank in with the Los Angeles Unified School District drowns out our voices because we have different funding levels based off of the student populations we serve. Our student populations more reflect that of Glendale and all the way up into Santa Clarita. So while we traditionally haven't been tied together, these communities are more like each other than tying it on the Woodland Hills side and the western portion of the San Fernando Valley. So as all Valley communities prep for these maps, we really just ask that you, again, look at what the state government does, education being one of those main services. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9290, and up next after that will be caller 9652. Caller 9290, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Adria Orr, and I'm calling from Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus on behalf of the AAPI and MEMSA State Redistricting Collaborative and our partners in the Sacramento area. Thank you all for your ongoing work to finalize the maps. We know this is an incredibly complex and challenging process. As you review your work and make your final adjustments, we hope that you will not mistakenly undo good work that was captured by previous iterations. The December 8th Assembly iteration kept whole a crucial Muslim refugee community of interest in the Arden Arcade and Carmichael area. This growing Syrian and Afghan refugee community includes portions of both Arden Arcade and Carmichael. We are aware that this is a very densely populated area and want to emphasize that the boundaries of this community do not include the entirety of either place, but our Howe Avenue to the west, Auburn Boulevard to Winding Way to the north, Manzanita and Fair Oaks Boulevard to the east, and then Hurley Way, El Camino Ave, and Marconi Ave to the south. For your convenience, my colleague Amrita Singh resubmitted a shapefile and image of this community of interest by email earlier this evening. We ask that when you return to the assembly map tomorrow, you please revert the boundary of AD07 West Stack as captured in your December 8th iteration to ensure that the voice of this vulnerable community is preserved. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9652, and up next after that it'll be caller 1560. Caller 9652, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Sky Allen with IE United, calling on behalf of the IE Redistricting Hub. I hope you all are doing well. Congratulations on nearing completion of this process. I know redistricting is not easy. I wanted to thank you for always considering our feedback and trying to the best of your ability to ensure the voting needs and communities of interest for people of color in the IE are considered and honored as best as possible. If I may make one last ask of you before you finalize your assembly map for ADJRC, Grand Terrace should not be with Haruba Valley and Riverside, and UCR and the surrounding area really should. UCR is one of the most diverse universities in the country and has a lot of commuters. The students are a big part of that community. I say this as a representative of our partners, but also as a recent alum myself. Likewise, Grand Terrace is deeply connected to Colton and the surrounding cities in San Bernardino County. So we ask that you make this last switch, and that will be the final map drawing request I have of you. Thank you so much, and I wish you all, commissioners and staff, a very happy holidays. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1560, and up next after that will be caller 8609. Caller 1560, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 1560. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 1560. I have you down for a retry, and I will come back around. Right now we have caller 8609, and up next after that will be caller 4397. Caller 8609, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller 8690. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. 8609. Sorry. All right. I do have you down for a retry. Caller 4397 will be right now, and then up next after that will be caller 8544. Caller 4397, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Commissioners. As an elected official here in Kings County, I'd like to share my strong opposition of iterations S, T, CV, 2, 3, and 4 of King's Tulare current congressional visualizations. I urge you not to split up my county. My community deserves to have adequate resources and fair representation in Congress, which is better accomplished by one member, not two. Kings County is a coalition of a collection of small and rural towns, separated by expansive farm ground, and connected and by shared resources and similar needs. Public transportation, known as CART, connects much of Kings County by bus, including Avenel, Kettleman City, Stratford, Lemoore, Hanford, and Corcoran, And during the September recall election, some of the small towns did not have voter centers or ballot drop boxes. So residents of these towns relied on neighboring Kings communities to vote in person. The population of the town in Kings County are predominantly Latino and share culture and political interests, making the entire community of interest. The whole county community of interest. So anyway, I'd like to thank you guys for what you're doing here. If you continue to adhere to the gerrymandering, politicized congressional maps by MALDEF, it splits the county. We can't have that. So I want to thank you for what you're doing and appreciate your time. And
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8544, and up next after that will be caller 2652. Caller 8544, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
My name is Catherine Tattersfield.
Caller 8544. We have not started your time yet. We're having trouble hearing you. Could you please get a little closer to your microphone?
Hello, can you hear me?
Just barely. Could you get closer to your phone, please?
I have my phone right up next to me. Maybe I should try putting you on speaker?
That sounds good there. Just talk louder, please.
Hi, my name is Catherine Tattersfield. I'm calling from Chatsworth in the West San Fernando Valley. I am a native of the San Fernando Valley, and I am very surprised to hear several callers say that there's no connection between the Northwest Valley and Santa Clarita. You guys have heard so much testimony to the contrary, and it seems pretty suspicious as they've accused, that that line of reasoning to be that they're coming in at the 11th hour. I have not heard any such claims until today, so that's pretty odd. I think that the commission is doing a good job with, the San Fernando Valley maps and making some additional changes. I would push West Hills into the Central District, where it can be with Woodland Hills, and unite Northridge with the Santa Clarita and North Valley District, because Northridge is really part of the North San Fernando Valley communities of Chatsworth, and we should be together, as CSUN is a big economic driver, and it should be in the district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2652, and up next after that is caller 9677. Caller 2652, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Michael Kuziak, Kusiak. I am a resident of unincorporated Castro Valley, which is located in central Alameda County. I'm calling because I'm concerned about the sudden shift of about 140,000 residents in central Alameda County and San Leandro, Castro Valley, and the Eden area. I think it's kind of funny that the Eden area was taken out of the Eden Tech Senate district and put into the Contra Costa Coco iteration. We are unincorporated communities, the Eden area, unincorporated areas, Castro Valley. We already face a Democratic deficit. By putting us into a different county that honestly is not in the sort of same place that we are with the lack of local government and just sort of our redevelopment needs is very problematic. Up until this map, the map that you all had yesterday, we were in a firmly Alameda County district. We share common school districts, a sanitary and health district in central Alameda County. And in the unincorporated communities, we share a common challenge of achieving democratic local control. Placing the Eden unincorporated communities of Castro Valley, and particularly Ashland, is not only irresponsible, but it further diminishes the power of our communities that are often overlooked. Please take some time and fix this. Please keep Alameda County together. Please restore Eden Tech with Castro Valley and the Eden unincorporated communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9677, and up next after that we caller 0805. Caller 9677, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 9677. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Oh, that's excellent. Thank you. My name is Brian. Good evening, commissioners. We're almost there at the finish line, and I greatly appreciate your hard work. Please remember to adjust or fix the Assembly District maps in the San Fernando Valley and Santa Clarita Valley communities. Excellent progress has been made in the Senate and congressional map, so please make the Assembly map reciprocate those changes. Again, the San Fernando Valley wants to remain 100% intact, and in Santa Clarita, we deserve Acton and Agua Dulce to be back in our community since they are part of the Santa Clarita Valley. Our Assembly District should have the rest of Northwest rural LA County to ensure that we have proper representation for the wildfire epidemics that we go through each year. Also, we use the Northwest part of LA County for recreation all the time, and we really appreciate remaining intact for the new State Assembly District. With those changes of keeping the San Fernando Valley intact and the Santa Clarita Valley connected with Northwest LA County, we will be solid and have excellent representation. I appreciate this. I think it's overdue, and please make these changes as soon as you get the chance. And thank you very much, and have an excellent, joyous holiday.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0805, and up next after that will be caller 7592. Caller 0805, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Christina Hernandez from Van Nuys. Commissioner, I know that your time is precious, but I'm going to take your time to repeat to you your own words. This is from your December 6th meeting. You were talking about the San Fernando Valley, and you can hear them for yourself. They start at 3 hours and 33 minutes into part 2 of your own video transcript. They were spoken after midnight, more than 11 hours after you started that day. Definitely happy to collect public comment on this area and to continue work with Jamie on potential options when we have more than 20 minutes, end quote. Tonight, you took less than 20 minutes to debate the San Fernando Valley, and you spent less than 20 minutes to talk about public comment in this area. You decided to take no time to look at additional options. So tomorrow when you wake up, how about you decide if the San Fernando Valley deserves a bit more of your time than was allowed tonight? Thank you, and thank you for your hard work. Let's get this done.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7592, and up next after that is caller 7175. Caller 7592, please follow the prompts.
Thank you and good evening. In regards to state assembly districting, your Santa Clara County...
That was my fault. Please set caller 759. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Oh, yes, thank you. Good evening. In regards to state assembly redistricting, your Santa Clara County state assembly districts can easily be improved. My most recent state assembly plans are posted at public input number 42576 and 42944. These plans differ in regards to districts 23 and 28. Both plans include a number of improvements. 8029 Bonita would have more Monterey County. Its Hispanic percentage is increased by 1 percentage point. One of 8029's modifications was mentioned as a possible modification by Commissioner Bonachari. For 8026 San Tino, the Asian percentage is increased by 3 percentage points. My 8025 is more similar to the current Assembly District 27. It would include part or all of the Hispanic majority San Jose Gardner neighborhood, while it would not include the Rose Garden neighborhood. West Valley Cities Campbell, Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, and Saratoga to be one district rather than 2 districts. I ask that you incorporate my modifications with either public input 42576, 42576, or 42944, 42944 to your state assembly districting plan. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1816, and up next after that will be caller 7181. Caller 1816, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Councilmember Karina Lopez, serving San Leandro. Today I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not on behalf of our council. San Leandro has deep economic and historic ties to Oakland and Hayward and is the heart of the East Bay in Alameda County. We are a tied-in diverse community of color in which we share public transit, human services agencies, schools, hospitals, highways, and an airport. The new SD and Tech iteration removes us from our East Bay communities, which we align with not only ethnically, but also as a coastal community. The Commission disenfranchises San Leandro, unincorporated Eden area, Castro Valley, by putting us in an SD that is primarily white and affluent. This is not your chore. Your job is to enfranchise us. Please keep SD Eden Tech communities together. Reject SD Eden Tech iteration and restore the SD Eden Tech draft map, or add San Leandro to SD 80 core. Please keep Alameda County together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7181, and up next after that is caller 9823. Caller 7181, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Barisha Spriggs. I am from unincorporated Ashland. We are a large community of unincorporated communities in Alameda County, 140,000 people. And I'm also speaking for San Leandro, which is right next door. We are a community of primarily people of color, and legally it will violate the Voting Rights Act if you combine our communities with Contra Costa, with the cities of Walnut Creek, Concord, and San Ramon. Please respect our Alameda County borders. We are not communities of interest with Walnut Creek, Orinda, San Ramon. And the unincorporated areas are already disenfranchised because we don't have city-level government. The unincorporated communities are essential parts of the East Bay with Hayward, and they significantly overlap demographically, geographically, politically, commercially. We share key concerns, and we have the same challenges in our environment, law enforcement, economic development, and we also, our students go to Chabot College and California State University East Bay. Keep us all together and make sure that we are empowered and franchised instead of disenfranchised.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9823, and up next after that will be caller 9307. Caller 9823, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, first of all, thank you to all the commissioners for your hard work. It's really appreciated. I support the current map that splits Boyle Heights and East LA into two different districts. However, I believe Maywood and Bell Gardens should not be connected to Koreatown. Alternatively, I'd like to suggest that Maywood should be connected to communities west of the 710 freeway, while Bell Gardens should be connected to communities east of the 710 freeway. And lastly, I believe that all of downtown LA should be kept together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9307, and up next after that will be caller 3889. Caller 9307, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you, commissioners, for all your hard work. My name is Joshua Anajar. I am the executive director of the Contra Costa Central Labor Council, a federated body of over 85 unions, representing over 85,000 workers in Contra Costa County. And really, I'm calling first when we think about what I hear is a working class district that we're creating here, my main worry is that you are putting all of the refineries into one district. It's really concentrating a lot of power for these refineries. And I think it really makes sense within Contra Costa if we've had refineries split into two districts. And I hope that you consider that an option. And I want to thank you for your time and all the hard work you're doing across California. I know democracy isn't easy, so thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3889, and up next after that will be caller 9287. Caller 3889, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. I just want to say that you guys finally discussed putting Acton and Agua Dulce into the Santa Clarita Assembly District. But what I saw is that you dismissed it so quickly. And in my opinion, Victorville has never had to deal with the power safety shutoffs. And they really don't know anything about the Angeles National Forest wildfires. They don't share the Santa Clarita watershed either. And you know who does? The city of Santa Clarita, where our residents go to the doctor, where they drive to go to work, where they go to have fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9287, and up next after that will be caller 9436. Caller 9287, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Omar. I'm just calling in to say thank you to the committee for all of the work that you've done thus far, and especially just to express my gratitude for the most recent iteration where you listened to the community from Redwood City and put all of Redwood City back in one assembly district together with other cities from San Mateo County. You have so much gratitude from us for that, and I just want to reiterate that we would love to see Redwood City remain unified and remain in one assembly district moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller. Hold on one second. Right now we have caller 9436, and up next after that we'll have caller 1960. Caller 9436, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you, commissioners, for your hard work. I know it's long hours, weekends. You have our incredible gratitude. This is important work, so thank you so much. I'm calling in regards to Congressional District Santa Clara. I support Mayor Liccardo in terms of not trying to split San Jose into more congressional districts than necessary. And I think the proposed map from Thursday morning, iteration 3, gets it close, but it has a couple of big misses. Basically, Mountain View and Palo Alto in Santa Clara County are grouped together with all the coastal cities. I think that was maybe an oversight. I think one way to solve this problem would simply be to keep that congressional district in Santa Clara. So basically don't have Newark or Fremont in there, and instead include Palo Alto and Mountain View. Because if you do that, then you don't split up the community's interest, because Silicon Valley really consists of Palo Alto, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Cupertino. And also, you're not going to be splitting up the Asian community. So I think it's better to basically keep that district in county lines rather than mixing the tech-heavy urban centers of Palo Alto and Mountain View with the rural coastal cities. So please, commissioners, take this into account and try to fix it. I think you guys are almost there. It's better to keep Fremont and Newark back in Alameda, and Palo Alto and Mountain View.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1960, and up next after that will be caller 4034. Caller 1960, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Alex Melendrez. I am a member of the San Mateo County community. I would like to reiterate my appreciation to the body for one, honestly, your public service and being able to craft the future of our democracy. This is not an easy job, and I know you don't get enough praise for that. But I would also like to thank you for your inclusion of Redwood City as a whole as part of the larger San Mateo County Assembly District area. It's really important for as a member of the Latinx community to see that a minority-majority city that has a significant Latino and Hispanic population be kept whole. So I thank you for that again, and I would like to reiterate that we keep that going forward. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4034. And up next after that, we caller 1535. Caller 4034, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Howard Miller, three-time former mayor of the city of Saratoga. I also serve as the chair of the Santa Clara Valley Water Committee Redistricting Committee, so I understand the challenges that you guys face. In your latest congressional map, the 1217 map, you inadvertently cut my city in half. So in the 174-year history of Saratoga, we have never been split. This line that you drew through our city has split 6 different school districts, 2 fire districts, a community college district, and 2 sanitary districts. This is not a way for our city to have any voice in the congressional area. So I implore you, if you're going to go with this map, the 1217 map, move the border to the west of Saratoga. That would cause the least disruption in population, but it would keep Saratoga whole. So please, change the map a little bit, keep Saratoga together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1535. And up next after that will be caller 5384. Caller 1535, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Commissioners, my name is Tony Maldonado. I've been living in Santa Clarita for 23 years. Commissioner Kennedy, thank you for the assembly map you just drew today, putting us with Agua Dulce and Acton, which is better than the crappy map drawn for us. As an independent Northwest LA County city, we want to be with the rest of Northwest LA County and the Antelope Valley, and nothing to do with the San Fernando Valley, just like our congressional Senate maps. Commissioner Vasquez, so you won't lose any sleep about Santa Clarita, and you prefer us with crappy San Fernando Valley? How freaking dare you? What an utterly asinine comment. You definitely know nothing about Santa Clarita with your ridiculous statement that Agua Dulce and Acton are like Palmdale and Lancaster. Either you have an axe to grind against the city of Santa Clarita, or you are working with politicians in the San Fernando Valley, as you only ever advocate for the San Fernando Valley. You should step down immediately. Commissioner Vasquez, you are the same duplicitous commissioner who today shut down the conversation about the decision of putting 2 other congressional districts and another Senate district on our side of the Angeles National Forest, penetrating into our city at a wildfire threat zone where many fires cross over the 14 freeway, getting all commissioners to claim they had no idea about this. Commissioners, apparently you don't read the comments, as we have sent pictures, shape files, and written descriptions of exactly what we're speaking about, where you assign 4 congressmen and 3 senators to one side of the mountain that goes into our city. So enough with this. Fix our maps immediately. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 5384, and up next after that we have caller 1532. Caller 5384, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
We sure can.
All right, my name is Zachary Griggy, Griggy. I'm a former Marin County Redistricting Commissioner before the process ended. I just wanted to thank you all for keeping Marin County whole in your latest draft maps and for putting Marin in a North Coast-based Senate and congressional district. I also serve as a elected student body senator for UC Irvine, and I wanted to thank you also for incorporating our feedback by keeping the city of Irvine whole in all 4 levels of district lines. And as you complete this process, I hope that you will continue to keep Irvine whole and ensure that my off-campus classmates are represented by the district maps by keeping the city of Irvine together as you move forward and revise the Orange County districts. So I understand how difficult this process is, so I just wanted to thank you for incorporating our feedback, and I hope that you will keep Irvine whole moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1532, and up next after that will be caller 6855. Caller 1532, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I am a longtime listener, first-time caller, and boy, you guys really know how to party on a Saturday night. My name is Kimberly Craig. I am the mayor of Salinas, California. And first and foremost, I just want to make sure that you're aware that hundreds of people have flooded your written public comment on keeping Monterey County together. I'm incredibly grateful that you listened to us in keeping the Salinas Valley together. But the change has unintentionally divided our county of Monterey. We've been protected under Section 5 for decades, and now it's splitting the county down the middle as that protection has recently been lifted. We work as a community to break down racial divide in Monterey County, and splitting it down the middle only exacerbates the issue. I'm asking you to keep Monterey County in the Mid-Coast congressional iteration. And just lastly, I thought being a mayor was hard, but man, I wouldn't want to be a redistricting commissioner. Thank you very much for your hard work. And lastly, please keep Monterey County together in the congressional Mid-Coast iteration. Happy holidays to all of you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6855, and up next after that will be caller 0794. Caller 6855, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Checking that you can hear me. Some trouble tonight.
We sure can.
Excellent. Commissioners, good evening. Sam Sugatan from California Environmental Voters Education Fund again. My compliments on coming close to the end of this process. My thanks for drawing Modesto out of the Placer, El Dorado, Tahoe, Sierra District and maintaining the North Coast to Marin, North Bay District in Congress. A couple fixes for tonight. First, echoing Sky, who's both a colleague and a personal friend, I agree that Grand Terrace should be with the San Bernardino Community College District in San Bernardino County, and UCR should be drawn with the City of Riverside and RCC for the JCR, the JRC edits in the Assembly. Secondly, and some of you may have seen me tweet at you about the quick fix in the federal maps. I've been riding for a whole North Coast seat in San Diego County. I know that's not happening, and totally appreciate the tug of war with all of you. With that in mind, just a very minor fix. It takes about 26,811 people. The idea is moving Ladera Ranch into OCSBLA, moving 26,811 folks in Tustin west of the 5 from OCSBLA into Enoch Coast to reunite the Irvine Tustin COI you've been kind of examining. 15. And finally, moving the entire city of Laguna Beach and the unincorporated coastal area between Laguna Niguel into SOCNSD to kind of affirm the coastal the kind of coastal COI on the north. Those are the two fixes I have tonight. A lot of conversation.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0794, and up next after that will be caller 9171. Caller 0794, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Selena Reynes. I'm a third-generation San Leandro resident and a former high school and middle school English teacher. San Leandro is my home. I care really deeply about ensuring that San Leandro residents are equitably represented. We are a predominantly working-class majority community of color. My grandparents who immigrated here were factory workers and fishermen, and we share so many more interests with our neighboring East Bay cities of Oakland and Hayward and the surrounding unincorporated areas like Ashland, Cherryland, San Lorenzo. Fairview, Hayward, and Castro Valley. Placing us in the same Senate district as cities like Walnut Creek makes absolutely no sense. It takes me over an hour on a good day to drive to Walnut Creek. We're in Alameda County. We're separated from them geographically with the hills and Lake Chabot, but also demographically, politically, commercially. We don't share the same challenges when it comes to important issues like law enforcement, economic development, healthcare access, you name it. So I believe the SD COCO iteration should remove the Alameda County unincorporated areas and the city of San Leandro from its boundaries. Please keep us together with our neighbors in Oakland and Hayward. Reject the SD Eden Tech iteration. We would be disenfranchising nearly 100,000 San Leandro residents otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9171, and up next after that would be caller 9605. Caller 9171, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rick Bonilla. I'm the mayor of the City of San Mateo in the 22nd Assembly District. I'm calling tonight to appreciate your efforts when you did return all of Redwood City to within the borders of the district. And I'm urging you to please keep Redwood City whole within the 22nd Assembly District in San Mateo County. Additionally, I'm concerned about the newly drawn congressional district showing Jackie Spears' 14th congressional district stretching 200 miles from the coast from northern San Mateo County down to San Luis Obispo. San Mateo County is a tightly knit community. Please do not spread it out that way and keep us whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9605, and up next after that is caller 8438. Caller 9605, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. First of all, thank you again for your tireless efforts in this really exciting, as many of you said, Super Saturday. I was pleased to hear the attention that several commissioners paid to the requested edits by the greater Riverside community. I just want to thank you for that, and hope that you can consider keeping UCR as a community of interest wholly within the Assembly District 58. UCR, located at 900 University Avenue, extends beyond the university borders and includes a broader array of landmarks, including partnerships with the California Air Resources Board, which recently relocated to the city of Riverside, much to the larger university and city collaboration. Currently, UCR is being split in the December 8th iteration, and we're just requesting that you consider this as a community of interest, as many commissioners stated today. Wanted to just thank you for that, for paying attention and being so great at listening. I know it's a lot of people coming and sharing their concerns, and so I've been very impressed with the thoughtfulness that you've put into your comments. And I just want to encourage you to consider the maps tomorrow that were submitted by campus architect Jacqueline Norman under comment 40611. Again, comment 40611. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8438, and up next after that is caller 6071. Caller 8438, please follow the prompts.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for your work during this marathon session. My name is Douglas Spalding. I'm a resident of San Leandro, where my family has been since Moses Wicks brought oysters in 1872. I was born in Oakland. I teach in San Lorenzo, but I spent most of my childhood growing up in Walnut Creek. So I have some insight as to this side of the hill versus that side of the hill. And I can tell you there's not much similarity between the two. The main difference being the demographics. There's a significant population of BIPOC folks on this side that doesn't exist in Walnut Creek or San Ramon or any places like that. So the effect of placing San Leandro and unincorporated communities in Alameda with Contra Costa County is to disenfranchise those folks. Moreover, in San Leandro, like in Oakland, we are trying to reimagine policing, and one of those efforts is mental health first response, an effort that's we're trying to coordinate among our cities. We won't be able to do that as well if you split us up. As previous speakers have said, there are a number of social and economic things that tie us to interstates, 880, 580, the effect of Oakland International, the Port of Oakland. These are our folks over here. Please don't split us up. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6071, and up next after that is caller 8897. Caller 6071, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Raymond. I am a resident of Castro Valley. I am calling tonight. I wanted to, first of all, just second all the comments that have been made previously by Michael Kuziak and Barisha Spriggs. As residents of incorporated Castro Valley and Alameda County, we do not believe that we should be separated from our neighbors in Alameda County. Placing our communities in a district that serves Contra Costa County is not a move that is in our best interests. Our communities share schools, a sanitary district, and a health district with our neighbors in Alameda County. Because we are unincorporated, we do not have local governance, and removing us from our current networks will disenfranchise us and hamper our abilities to advocate and organize for our communities. The only thing currently connecting our communities to Contra Costa County are two sparsely populated rural roads. Please reconsider this late change to the proposed maps and place us back in Alameda County District. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8897, and up next after that will be caller 3591. Caller 8897, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. Happy holidays. I'm calling to you from the city of Acton. As of right now, I'm extremely disappointed to see you not only failed to keep our Santa Clarita Valley separate from the San Fernando Valley, but also break off Acton and Agua Dulce from Santa Clarita Valley as well. It's a slap in the face to us. And, you know, my neighbors all literally went to school in Santa Clarita. Both of my parents work in Santa Clarita as well. And most of my life has been here in Santa Clarita Valley. If you read any of the SCV magazine or newspaper, they mention my city as part of Santa Clarita Valley, just like Castaic and Stevenson Ranch are. Commissioners, all that I'm asking of you is to please bring back Acton and Agua Dulce from the Santa Clarita Valley and Northwest LA. The San Fernando Valley has over 1.5 million people, and they can be divided into their own respective assembly districts. It's simple as that. Please, please make these changes as soon as possible, Commissioners. My heart dropped when I saw your changes an hour ago, so don't leave Acton or Agua Dulce combined, Commissioners. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3591, and up next after that will be caller 4422. Caller 3591, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you all for all of your time and effort to create an equitable map for the state assembly districts in California. I know that you did a little bit of work tonight, and there was some mention about correcting some of the San Fernando Valley. In particular, I wanted to speak about the historic Jewish community in the West San Fernando Valley and not having it in 3 districts. The Jewish community is an important community of interest like other critical communities throughout the state and must be kept united. This is why we join with other civic groups in support of the configuration of some of the maps that were discussed tonight, number 38778 and map 40334, which I think people also call VICA Map A. We urge the Commission to support a map that keeps our communities intact as much as possible, specifically Woodland Hills, West Hills, Tarzana, and Encino together, and then Sherman Oaks, Studio City, and Valley Village. To try to have them within 2 districts if possible. Thank you for your continued patience and care in this complex process.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4422, and up next after that will be caller 3270. Caller 4422, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Corrine Vida, and I'm from the city of Saratoga. And similar to Howard Miller, who spoke a few minutes ago, I've lived in the city 30 years, and we're a very small city in the Silicon Valley. We're about 30,000 citizens, and we have been split into two congressional districts. Makes no sense. We're a very tight-knit community. We share school districts. We share West Valley Community College. We share transit districts, housing districts, fire districts, police, sheriff. We're a very cohesive town, and we have a lot of common interests. So please do not split up this very small town in the Bay Area. It makes absolutely no sense. Keep us together, and so we can continue to be a connected, cohesive town. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3270, and up next after that is caller 8995. Caller 3270, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 3270. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 3270, I do apologize for some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. I will be doing retries after the break. Right now we have caller 8995. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Chen, a resident of City of Saratoga for almost 40 years. I also served my 23rd year on the Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District as a board member. In addition, I'm president of Asian Pacific Islander School Board Members Association of the state of California. I'm calling tonight to request you to keep City of Saratoga as a whole. I echo what Howard Miller and other residents of Saratoga has spoken up earlier. It does not make sense to split our small city into two congressional districts. I appreciate all the hard work you have done, and I wish you a happy holidays. But please keep Saratoga whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time we are up against a break.
Yes, thank you, Katie, and thank you everyone who has called. We'll be going to a 15-minute break. Whoever's called in, please do not hang up. You will lose your place in line. And when we get back at 8 o'clock, we will continue with public comment. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And we are continuing with our public comment. And Katie, can you keep us going? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and read the short instructions. The Commission will now be taking public comment. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And if you've not done so already and are already called in, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. I do have a couple of retries. I'm going to start our second half off with. We will be retrying caller 3270, and then up next after that will be caller 9685. And one more time, for all those that have called in that have not done so already, please press star 9. This will raise your hand. Caller 3270, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 3270. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. I do apologize, caller 3270. You still appear to be having some type of connectivity issue. Please reach out to the Commission, or you can hang up and dial back. And right now we will go ahead and give caller 9685 a retry. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Eddie de la Riva, council member with the city of Maywood. Thank you so much for your hard work on what is a very difficult task. I want to thank you for, I saw the latest SD map, and you have drawn us back into SD 710 with communities of interest along the I-710 corridor. I now implore you to please do the same with our assembly district. Take a look at AD 54 Northeast Los Angeles. Maywood does not belong in that district, as we have nothing in common with the communities in Northeast Los Angeles. I support the map, but I do believe that Maywood and Bell Gardens should not be connected to Koreatown. Maywood should be connected to communities west of the 710 freeway. Bell Gardens should be connected to communities east of the 710 freeway. Downtown LA should stay together. The city of Maywood has long been one of the gateway cities, and that's why I ask that you please include us in AD 62, AD Gateway, with communities of interest of Southeast Los Angeles. With that, I will end my comments. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7175, and up next after that will be caller 5141. Caller 7175, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Katie. Good evening, commissioners. This is Jeremy Payne. Thank you for your careful attention to the LGBTQ+ community of interest in San Francisco today. We particularly want to thank Commissioner Anderson for calling attention to this tonight. Quality California would like to confirm that we have been in communication with AAPI and Amenza State Redistricting Collaborative regarding the unification of San Francisco's Chinatown. We are 100% in support of unifying Chinatown and empowering our API COIs, but we misunderstood the cut that was being proposed in 8017 East SF to allow for this unification. A cut of Diamond Heights and Glen Park would indeed divide the LGBTQ+ COI in San Francisco, and we certainly do not want to disempower our LGBTQ+ community further. Since the Commission already removed west of Twin Peaks, which is part of the LGBTQ+ COI, out of East SF. Instead, to support the unification of Chinatown while still empowering our LGBTQ+ COI, Quality California proposes keeping Diamond Heights and Glen Park in East SF and moving Outer Mission into 8019 West SF. Since this neighborhood has a smaller LGBTQ plus population in comparison to Castro, Noe Valley, Bernal Heights, Twin Peaks, Diamond Heights, and Glen Park. All this can be seen in the LGBTQ plus heat map or LGBTQ plus shapefile submitted by Equality California. If possible, we would also ask the Commission to move west of Twin Peaks from West SF to East SF, since it's the crucial part of the LGBTQ plus community that is unified in the 2011 Assembly District. With these changes, we can create an AD17 East SF district that truly unifies.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5141, and up next after that will be caller 9699. Caller 5141, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Please do not split up Saratoga, a small town of 30,000 in Santa Clara County. My name is Tina Walia. I am the mayor of Saratoga. I care very deeply for my city. I'm speaking on my own behalf. The city council has not discussed this. How can the maps be changed at the last minute in a rushed manner? It is wrong to split Saratoga, a small city of 30,000 population, into two separate congressional districts. There has been a long tradition of West Valley communities working together. The state should not be dividing these communities. This proposal literally splits Saratoga down the middle of town, with one side of Saratoga, Sunnyvale Road, in one district and the other side of the road in another district. Previous versions of the maps kept all of Saratoga in one district with one representative. No apparent reason for the new map, which places Saratoga into a district that removes us from West Valley community of cities and puts us in a district with cities from South San Francisco to San Luis Obispo. Please keep Saratoga whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9699, and up next after that is caller 9268. Caller 9699, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, hello. My name is Tyler Dragoni, Dragoni, and I am a resident of unincorporated Alameda County. And this is in regards to the state Senate districts that were redrawn at the last minute, putting unincorporated Alameda County in a majority district of Contra Costa County. There is nothing that we have in common with the cities that are in Contra Costa County. Ashland, the community that I live in, has, compared to Alamo, which is another unincorporated community in Contra Costa County, has a median income 4.5 times less than Alamo. Politically, those cities that are in the district that we've been moved into cannot be further apart. The ideas of transportation, of housing, I just request that the commission move us back into Alameda County, put Eden back in the Eden district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9268, and up next after that will be caller 3212. Caller 9268, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Santa Clara County Supervisor Joe Simidian, and I want to ask the Commission to reconsider the Mid-Coast iteration for the congressional maps. Again, I'm calling to ask that you reconsider the recently announced Mid-Coast iteration for congressional maps. This was, I know, a well-intended effort to address concerns from San Jose, but what has happened is the result is that our 18th congressional district, which clustered a number of cities in South San Mateo County and northern and western Clara County, has now been essentially scattered to the wind. Over the past 20 years, as a state senator, state assembly member, county supervisor, and mayor and school board president, I've represented 23 of these communities. I think I have a good sense of where there are or not affinities. The new map splits Los Altos from Mountain View, where they share a school district, Los Altos Hills from Palo Alto, where they share a school district. The easy solution here is to go back to the old maps, any one of the prior iterations, the draft map, or the map that was in place 10 years ago. Any one of those would be a dramatic improvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3212, and up next after that is caller 1516. Caller 3212, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Lawrence Abbott. I live in San Leandro. I've been a resident for a little over 50 years, and I'm calling to express my full support for the December 8th, 2021 iteration of the 80/20 map. I think that San Leandro is better suited in Assembly District 20, not Assembly District 18 as it is now. We have less in common with Oakland and much more in common with Ashland, Castro Valley, Cherryland, Fairview, Fremont, Hayward, San Lorenzo. But the latest thing that we just heard is that they're trying to put San Leandro into Contra Costa County, and we have nothing in common with them, as other people have said. We're separated by a mountain range. You can't even get there. There's a wilderness area in between. You have to go all the way around. We're not contiguous at all with them, and nobody from here goes there. It's a high-class Republican area, and we're working-class Union people. So, yeah, so please put us put San Leandro, all of San Leandro, in Assembly District 20. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1516, and up next after that is caller 2263. Caller 1516, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller 1516. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 1516. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment, but I do have you down for a retry, and I will come back around. Right now we have caller 2263, and up next after that is caller 1404. Caller 2263, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller 2263. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do have you down as a retry. I will come back around momentarily. And right now I have caller 1404. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Jack Setlo, and I live in the city of Saratoga. Thank you very much for your wonderful work. The creation of the coastal district and including Palo Alto makes a lot of sense. And keeping Saratoga together makes sense, but I would suggest that it's included, combined with Cupertino, the neighboring cities of Cupertino, where we have a large Asian population, and that makes a lot more sense for us. And finally, it's the tech district. Getting Silicon Valley under one district makes a lot of sense because common issues can be addressed much more effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0133, and up next after that we have caller 9468. Caller 0133, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling from West Hills in the San Fernando Valley, and I'm confused as to why West Hills and Woodland Hills aren't connected. I think that if you're going to make like any small change, that would be a good change to make. Thank you, everyone, for all your really hard work. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9468, and up next after that will be caller 7826. And I'd also like to invite all those that have just called in or have called in earlier. Please press *9 to raise your hand, indicating you wish to give comment. Right now we'll go to caller 9468. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Rashan. I live in Chino Hills, and I'm calling because I am not excited about the map, and I'd like for there to be a reconsideration that the map not divide the North San Gabriel Valley and the Inland Empire. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7826, and up next after that will be caller 3270. Caller 7826, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Sirlene Grant, and I'm a former council member and a current convener of a group called Unity in the Community in San Leandro, California. Our group meets monthly to interact with more than 200 residents in San Leandro to fight racism and hate. I'm speaking to the Senate district map that shows San Leandro and the unincorporated areas of Alameda County and Cherryland being brought over the natural ridge line to be into Contra Costa County. Focusing on the factor of contingency of the cities in the district, this is forced association. The only connection of these western communities to the district within the district would be hiking trails and one country road. In short, this seems like a desperate grab to get a head count for the district, for the Senate district. To do so, you are tearing apart cohesive voices and programs, many that are serving historically marginalized and underrepresented groups. Focusing on community of interest, which others have already shared at this point, this proposal puts San Leandro and unincorporated Alameda County into the far reaches of East Contra Costa County. It splits the city away from the county, splits communities of interest, including large pockets of limited English speakers and lower income, from services that they receive in San Leandro, Hayward, and Oakland.
15.
The purpose is to build community, not tear them apart. I urge you to redraw these lines. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3270, and up next after that is caller 9447. Caller 3270, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 3270. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And I do have you down for a retry, and I will come back around. And right now we have caller 9447, and up next after that will be caller 4201. Caller 9447, please follow the prompts to unmute.
Hello?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Martha Krieger, and I live in the East Bay of Alameda County. I am an organizer there. I'm within the queer community, and I am also an environmental activist. We are organizing up and down the East Bay for environmental justice issues. We go as far as San Leandro and all the way down to Fremont. This is a really tough space. We have rising seas and wildfires. We have bad air days, and it really takes all of us working together to work on those issues. San Leandro and unincorporated county, Alameda County, work incredibly hard. Our leaders are API and Black and Brown communities, and they need to be able to take BART and bus lines to get to meetings. Sometimes we bring our kids. It's really, really important that you allow us to continue organizing together. It's important that we are working hard to try and reduce the vehicle emissions in our area, that we are working really hard to try and improve our health. Please, if you could, consider going back to the SD Eden Tech draft and leaving this iteration that takes out the heart of our community from our organizing work, that helps us to live safe, happy lives with good jobs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4201, and up next after that is caller 8575. Caller 4201, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi. Stuart Waldman from VICA regarding the San Fernando Valley Assembly maps. 12 days ago, when you all met and were working on assembly maps, the last 4 districts that you were working on were the San Fernando Valley districts. And I know you've had lots of testimony and things are getting a little blurred, but you were not happy with the maps and neither was the community. You said specifically that you would come back to those maps. You weren't okay with them. You didn't like that it put Woodland Hills with working class communities. You didn't like that it split up Burbank and Glendale. You didn't like that Burbank was split up. Another commissioner talked about North Hollywood and Toluca Lake needing to be together. Another commissioner talked about Van Nuys, Valley Glen, North Hollywood, trying to put them together. The VICA maps are not like the firefighters maps. I know a lot of people have called in saying that they like the firefighter maps and the VICA maps. I would urge you to take a look at VICA map A, which fits right in on those 4 districts. You wouldn't have to make a change. I would appreciate if you took the time to give a quick look. I think it does everything that the commissioners want. We looked at the commissioner's testimony over and over again to make sure that we could make you happy and fulfill all the needs that you had. We also don't split communities as well, which, neighborhood councils have been a priority for us as well. So please.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8575, and up next after that is caller 2263. Caller 8575, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. As a former Valley Glen Neighborhood Council member, but speaking on my own, not behalf of the Neighborhood Council, in regards to the San Fernando Valley map, Stuart is right. You guys did not like them. You have thousands of comments of people that did not like them. Please don't keep them the way you have them. VICA map A is great. But if you want a simple fix and you don't want to do VICA map A, which again, VICA map A is a better option than what I'm going to suggest. But if you moved Woodland Hills to South San Fernando Valley, connecting it with all the South San Fernando Valley communities, move Valley Glen and Valley Village into Central San Fernando Valley, where we belong, and unite North Hollywood, all of North Hollywood, you've split up North Hollywood right now, into East San Fernando Valley. That would improve the CVAP over 2 points in the Central San Fernando Valley district for Latinos, unite North Hollywood into 1 district, and unite the Jewish communities in the South San Fernando Valley district. That is a simple 3-way fix if you don't want to go with the better option of VICA map A. Again, I support VICA map A. You did not like this map. Thousands of people said this map was not good. You did not spend the time to fix it. There's 2 million people in the valley that are depending on you to fix this. Please spend some time and fix it, or don't spend time and pass VICA Map A. It is a good map for all the neighborhoods in the San Fernando.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2263, and up next after that would be caller 6769. Caller 2263, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is John Minot. I'm a resident of San Leandro. I've lived in Alameda County for 12 years, San Leandro for not as long, but I was very surprised to see the Senate District map dated December 18th that attached San Leandro and the adjacent unincorporated areas, the Eden area, to Contra Costa east of the hills, Concord, Walnut Creek, Danville. I agree with the previous commenters. These are very different communities. There's very little continuity. There are BART lines going from Oakland to San Leandro to Hayward. There is not this, and there are interstates. There's not the same kind of connection between the San Leandro area and east of the hills. If you try to calculate driving directions, you will see that all the driving directions will take you way out of your way outside of that proposed district and then back into it. So in addition to the community's interests that I understand are there, it would also greatly reduce our access to the electoral process by events being held in the bulk of the county, where San Leandro and Eden would be an afterthought. So please keep San Leandro together with other parts of Alameda County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6769, and up next after that will be caller 9835. Caller 6769, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Can folks hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Alex Mabonta. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a 20-year resident of Saratoga, California, in Santa Clara County. Saratoga is a wonderful community. It's one of the primary cities in the heart of Silicon Valley. It's being split into 2 congressional districts, and we're very concerned in West Valley, which is a political area, Cupertino, Campbell, Los Gatos, and Saratoga. This would divide Saratoga in half. I'm very concerned about the Asian American Pacific Islander community, which is almost 50% of Saratoga. Their API vote share would diminish in the 2 congressional districts. And so my hope is, as a community of interest, Saratoga is intact. Commissioners, please keep Saratoga as a city together. That would be a wonderful and very important and momentous thing for the future of Saratoga. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9835, and up next after that will be caller 0052. Caller 9835, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. I would like to thank Commissioner Kennedy for, throughout the last couple of months, continuing to try to put Acton Alba Dulce in with the Santa Clarita Valley rather than the high desert. Alba Dulce shares a watershed with Santa Clarita, not with, for example, Victorville. People in Alba Dulce try to commute or do commute through Santa Clarita. When they need health care, we go to Santa Clarita. Yet, very quickly this evening, whenever the idea of putting Acton and Alba Dulce in with Santa Clarita was brought up, everyone decided that it was basically based on one tweet. It was decided that they belong in with Palmdale. Meanwhile, Palmdale is split in half for VRA district, and the idea that that we belong in with a district with Victor Valley seems crazy to me when no one from Victor Valley has been to Agua Dulce and no one in Agua Dulce has been to Victor Valley. Please reassess this. We're talking about a very small change. We can make this happen. Please put Agua Dulce in act.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0052, and up next after that is caller 6308. Caller 0052, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
My name is Sally Christine Rogers. I'm a proud member of the Santa Cruz County Farm Bureau. I'd like to thank the commissioners for their thoughtful consideration of communities of interest. We want the Salinas Valley and the Pajaro Valley to be included in the Mid-Coast District. We are 80% Hispanic, most of who work in the agricultural sector. The obvious division should be the Santa Cruz County line, which is in the mountains. We are a rural and agricultural community of Monterey Bay and should remain with the Mid-Coast District, not a part of San Jose or Silicon Valley. I agree with Commissioner Kennedy that we should not be dividing our counties. Monterey County should not be split, and Santa Cruz County should not be split. Splitting the Pajaro Valley and Salinas Valley away from Monterey Bay would negatively divide our community, including these agricultural regions. And furthermore, it would dilute the voices and votes of our agricultural workers and businesses. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6308. And up next after that will be caller 5115. Caller 6308. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work, commissioners. My name is Carlos Amador. I'm a resident of the San Fernando Valley, and I serve as a local neighborhood council member. Recent callers saying that there's a last-minute ditch to try to unite Santa Clarita, San Fernando Valley, are now recognizing the Assembly District that has been in existence for the past 10 years that brings these two communities of interest together. I do want to state some minor suggestions. The North Ridge neighborhood and the North Hills neighborhood should stay whole, as they are considered part of the North San Fernando Valley and impacted by the Aliso Canyon gas blowout and aftermath, just like Santa Clarita Valley has as well. They are currently split between AD 40 SCD and also AD 46 Central. Also, there are more common interests between West Hills and Woodland Hills. The commission with West Hills to the AD 46 Central map and together with Woodland Hills, and move the North Ridge and North Hills and North Ridge to AD 40 SCD. I believe these changes should. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5115, and up next after that will be caller 7312. Caller 5115, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, commissioners. Happy Saturday. I know it is more likely for people to call in when they're unhappy versus happy, so I thought I would mix it up and just say I actually really appreciate how you've drawn the congressional lines statewide. That might be unpopular, but I do think that you have stuck to the criteria that was listed and really listened to the community, and just thought I'd show some appreciation and thanks this holiday season for all the work you've put into it. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7312, and up next after that is caller 6907. And I'd like to invite those that have just called in to please press star 9. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Caller 7312, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Tim Sanchez, and I'm just calling to echo a lot of the concerns from the San Fernando Valley. You guys, the commission, spent hours talking about Old Fig Garden and Old Fig Loop, and you spent less than 20 minutes in the last 2 weeks talking about the San Fernando Valley. There's 2 million people that live in this area. It's the 6th largest city if it were its own city. There are so many problems with this map. Woodland Hills, for example, is a median income of $100K. They shouldn't be with poorer communities like Canoga Park, Winnetka, Reseda, Van Nuys. That's a major problem. You've heard from the folks in Santa Clarita about Agua Dulce. You've heard from the Jewish community that said there's problems. You've heard from the Armenian community that says there are problems. There are massive problems in this entire map. All the other maps, the VICA map A, I support. The San Fernando Valley firefighter map, I support. These are all localized changes within 4 districts. This has an opportunity for you guys to really fix this. Every single other area has been dealt with except the San Fernando Valley. This is why we tried to leave the city of Los Angeles, because we're always treated like a ugly stepchild. Don't continue to do this to our community. 50. We need to be having advocates for our communities that are going to fight and just spend some time, spend more than 20 minutes on our community. We're asking you, begging you, Armenians, Latinos, Filipinos, Jewish folks, they're all united. Nobody likes these current maps.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6907, and up next after that will be caller 8676. Caller 6907, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm here to let commissioners know once again to please support public input 41011. With only 4 simple whole city moves, Southeast LA maps would be fixed and wouldn't negatively affect the current population balances. So please support public input 41011. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8676, and up next after that will be caller 1013. Caller 8676, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. First of all, I'd like to say thank you guys for your time. As well as I would like to say to please take into account the public input on 41011. We need to fix the Southeast LA map. I hope I can count on you guys to do so by moving the 4 cities in Southeast LA in a direction that would not upset the current population balances. Thank you so much and have a happy holidays.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1013, and up next after that will be caller 2228. Caller 1013, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm just calling to thank you for the work that you're doing, and actually not asking for any changes, because a lot of things come with, let me ask you for a change. So I'm just calling to thank you for all the work that you do. I know it's very difficult, and I really do appreciate the work that you guys did in the Assembly Inglewood map for keeping all those cities together. And a special shout out to Commissioner Yee, Commissioner Vasquez, and Commissioner Sadowani for making sure that those communities were kept together. So again, just calling to thank you and ask for anything else. Have a great holiday season.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2228. And up next after that will be caller 0347. Caller 2228, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Redistricting Commission. I want to thank you for extending the courtesy of permitting public comments to address the concerns surrounding the proposed redistricting maps. You know, we learned about the proposed redistricting maps at a recent meeting among residents down here in South Monterey County. Many of the comments that were expressed by the attendees of that meeting expressed a great deal of disappointment, a lot of frustration, a lot of anger, a lot of sense of re-victimization from the standpoint of certain folks that are elderly attendees who have a long history of experiencing actions that have deprived them of the ability to vote for minority candidates in prior elections over the years, going back to the 60s and the 70s, and that's while residing in South Monterey County. Many of us have reviewed the criteria that's been posted on the Redistricting Commission's website, and that proposed district map that divides Monterey County into 2 congressional districts fails to meet that criteria that the Commission must follow. That proposal is unacceptable in its current form. The alternative map that's been proposed by several Monterey County leaders, including Monterey County Supervisor Chris Lopez, stays within the footprint of the 3 districts encompassed by the Commission's proposed maps. Those proposed alternatives are more congruent and they preserve the salient interest of the.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 0347, and then up next after that will be caller 6638. Caller 0347, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Iris. As part of the community of LA, I would like to support public input 411 that fixes LA maps with 4 simple whole city moves in order to keep current population balances. I appreciate everyone's time on this evening, and I appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Have a good.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 6638, and up next after that will be caller 1220. Caller 6638, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller 6638. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. One more time. Caller 6638, please press *6 one more time. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Puede seguir, por favor.
Hola, gracias por su tiempo. Por favor, apoyen más a los líderes comunitarios en el comentario público 41011 que arregla los mapas del sureste de Los Ángeles. Con 4 movimientos simples a estos mapas no alterará el equilibrio actual de la población. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 1220. And up next after that will be caller 1547. Caller 1220, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Christine Rowe. I want to thank the commissioner that spoke about the Santa Susana Field Lab today. I'm the one that submitted those comments. And I asked for it to be drawn in the Southern District to be with Bell Canyon and the impacted communities of West Hills and Chatsworth and Canoga Park that are most impacted. I'm looking at the various maps and documents that I've submitted to you. I've submitted more than, I believe, 7 comments to you since the 13th. And we should be, the San Fernando Valley should be whole. I'm looking at a document from the 13th where I sent my suggestions to the LA City Council. And if you draw the West San Fernando Valley west of the 405, you get enough for a assembly district. If you basically draw the San Fernando Valley east of the 405, you get enough for an assembly district there. I would greatly appreciate you separating us. You've heard testimony about why, and I want to just reference the impact of the Woolsey fire here. And I had a cousin that lived in Canyon Country whose house burned, and I lived 2 miles from the Woolsey fire. And I'm thankful that I wasn't displaced by that. So we need to be separated because we have.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1547. And up next after that, we will retry caller 1516. Caller 1547, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary Lynn Bernald, current council member and former mayor of the city of Saratoga. Tonight I'm speaking to a newly proposed change regarding the 18th Congressional District. I'm asking you to approve any of the prior iterations or draft maps. The new proposal is ill-conceived. It abandons historic regional working relationships, creates a geographic district area too lengthy to cover adequately or efficiently, and specifically to Saratoga, cuts our small 12 square mile city in two, splits our school districts and community college districts, fire districts, and business districts. Thank you, Commissioners, for all your efforts. Please keep our city, Saratoga, whole. Thank you again. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will retry caller 1516, and then up next after that will be caller 1784. Caller 1516, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 1516. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 1516, you appear to still have some type of connectivity issue. I would suggest either hanging up and calling back or reaching out to the Commission in the numerous other ways. Thank you so much. And right now we will go to caller 1784, and then up next after that will be caller 2672. Caller 1784, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Mission, I just want to wish you all Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good luck getting across the finish line in the marathon. As a former elected official myself, I know you can't make everyone happy, and I just wanted to spend 2 seconds to wish you all Merry Christmas. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2672, and then up next after that will be caller 1816. Caller 2672, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello. I want to congratulate the Commission on coming very close to the end, and I know that there's still some cleanup to be done. A lot of folks have specifically brought up the San Fernando Valley and a number of kind of combinations. I wanted to bring up the firefighters map. Been hearing a lot about fire protection in the Angeles Crest and the National Forest, and with that in mind, kind of that questions of fire protection, fire evacuation, and the firefighters recognizing their service areas, I would encourage the Commission to adopt something that looks pretty similar to that at the assembly level for the, particularly at the assembly level too, because it's state government and kind of relationships between state and county and municipal kind of fire authorities, kind of consolidating the way that you've done in a lot of other places like the Sierras, like recognizing that fire prevention, fire protection, fire management is a really crucial part of how some places, particularly Burbank, Glendale, and kind of the western part of the Angeles Crest,
30 seconds.
are define themselves. In short, I know that you got a lot going on, heard a lot about Saratoga, a lot about other perspectives on the San Fernando Valley, but do want to emphasize, particularly because climate change is driving a lot of what's happened in the last 10 years and the next 10 years, the firefighters map does point the way forward. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you for your commitment and your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1816, and up next after that will be caller 2834. Caller 1816, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I have already spoken this evening.
Oh, thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 2834. And up next after that will be caller 4208. Caller 2834, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Emily Lowe, a Chinese American and former mayor of Saratoga. I'm calling to request that you reject congregational map dated 12/17 regarding District 18. Saratoga is a small city with less than 13 square miles and a small population of only 30,000. Splitting this small city into two congregational districts will completely dilute representation of our city and seriously divide the community. Please approve original map 12-15 Santa Clara, which kept cities and communities of interest together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 5038, and up next after that will be caller 5369. Caller 5038, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. We keep hearing many unhappy people call from the San Fernando Valley and Santa Clarita Valley, and rightfully so. No one is really happy with these maps, and the way to solve this, honestly, is by, first of all, keeping Santa Clarita Valley away from the San Fernando Valley, specifically referring to the Assembly Districts, when you've made progress, fortunately, on the Congressional and Senate maps. So we're asking instead for the Assembly maps just to have Santa Clarita Valley connected with Acton and Agua Dulce, since they are literally part of the district. Like, they're literally part of the Santa Clarita Valley. As a lot of callers have said before, you can ask anyone in the area and they will say the exact same thing. So to say something irresponsible like I can sleep safely at night while changing an entire district, it's not very helpful or even polite to say that when it affects thousands of people. So instead, just incorporate it with the Northwest LA County, kind of like the Senate and congressional maps, and that's that. Problem solved. Now for the San Fernando Valley, I encourage you all to look at the input that people have of where Woodland Hills should be or where Encino should be, the Jewish community, Latino communities, all those respectful communities can be in the San Fernando Valley, but they want to be intact. So again, just keep Santa Clarita Valley away and up north, and definitely not across in the San Fernando Valley, or even the map that suggests that it should be with Glendale and Burbank. When to make that trek, you'd have to pass through the San Fernando Valley. It doesn't make sense. So that's basic suggestion on how to do it. Keep each valley intact in the whole, Santa Clarita Valley up north, and the San Fernando Valley intact together. So with that, make the change.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5369, and up next after that will be caller 5690. Caller 5369, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kate. I'm calling to support the public input 41/11 that faces Southeast Los Angeles maps with 4 simple whole city moves that do not upset the current population balances. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5690. And up next after that will be caller 7455. Caller 5690, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, it's very important that Santa Cruz stays in the same district as Monterey, not Silicon Valley. Santa Cruz has coastal needs. It has an agricultural area. It has dredging. It needs environmental protections. It needs to stay with the Monterey Bay and the Monterey district. This is very important, just as Huntington Beach was decided that it needed to stay together for a coastal area. The same is true of Santa Cruz. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate your work, and I hope that you can make this change. It's important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7455, and up next after that will be caller 7575. Caller 7455, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you so much for taking my comments. I just wanted to voice my support for the public input number 41011. I believe that it would assist the Southeast LA maps by simplifying districts and reuniting Southeast Latino communities, which also includes the unnecessary split of Whittier. This can be done in 4 simple moves, and it won't disadvantage or upset the people in these districts. It will also help preserve this strong Latino voice. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you so much. I'd like to give caller 1516 an opportunity to retry. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. That's caller 1516. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Commissioners, what is going on with the San Fernando Valley? We need you to spend some time to fix it. This map is not acceptable. Please, someone made a comment. I live in Woodland Hills, and Woodland Hills is attached to Tarzana, Encino, Sherman Oaks, and should be in the South San Fernando Valley. Do not take us into the Central San Fernando Valley. We have nothing to do with those people. There was a suggestion to unite North Hollywood into East San Fernando Valley, where it belongs. Put Valley Glen and Valley Village into Central San Fernando Valley, where it belongs. And put Woodland Hills with our like-minded Jewish communities of Tarzana and Encino in South San Fernando Valley, where it belongs. Or do the San Fernando Valley map that is like a map A and call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, Chair, everyone in our queue has had an opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you so much, Katie. We still have a little bit of time left. So if you have not spoken yet, I will pass this back to Katie, and she will read the instructions on how to call in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Commission will now take public comment. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. At this time, we do not have anybody in the queue who has not spoke this evening. And for all of you out there who want to call in, please do so.
Great. Thank you, Katie. It looks
One
like
more.
we have someone in the queue, Katie.
We do. Caller 7575, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. I think you guys skipped over me by, I don't know what happened, but thank you, and thank you for being so patient. So my name's Michelle, I live in Northridge, and I wanted to call to ask to please keep West Hills in the central San Fernando Valley rather than Santa Clarita. I don't know who the last guy was, but it sounded quite racist. Like those people, like what does that mean? And that I find it very offensive. So I just wanted to state that for the record. West Hills belongs with its neighbors in Woodland Hills, and it's not at all connected to the North Valley and Santa Clarita Valley. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7268, and up next after that will be caller 4726. Caller 7268, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Angel Ruiz. I'm calling from Tulare in Tulare County. Again, I would like to thank you for making 3 effective VRA districts in the Central Valley. Thank you for my district of Highway 198, Lemoore, Hanford, and Tulare. This is keeping rural farm workers community together. It's going to give people like myself, immigrants, an opportunity to have fair representation in the greatest state in the union. I love the state of California. Thank you for that. Thank you for listening to the people in Little Saigon. Thank you for listening for everybody that's been, calling and giving you input. Everybody's very, very happy with the decision you guys are making. We have a few more hours left. You guys are not along. I know it's been a long road, but we've been along your side the whole way. So you're not along. A few more hours. Let's keep going. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I wish I can hug all of you because I am really, really proud of the work that you have done as a GIS student. I'm just, missed for everything that's been going on. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything that you're doing. Again.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4726, and up next after that will be caller 8338. Caller 4726, if you will please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Vince Kohler. I'm calling in from the Central Coast, and I know that you have to wrap up this line drawing in the next couple of days, and you've taken great care not to do harm, but there is one area, though, where there's a congressional map that does a great deal of harm. Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties have been together in a single congressional district for many decades. You could call it the Steinbeck district. The current version of the Mid-Coast and Cupertino districts is probably the most radical redraw under consideration. It puts the agricultural Salinas Valley in a district with the Silicon Valley, as you heard from others. And it clearly puts the ag communities of San Benito County and Salinas Valley at a severe representational disadvantage. Our current district is compact and unifies communities of interest in a most efficient and representative way. A reasonable alternative would be the Central Coast Community Fix Map, which has been submitted to you guys and which achieves most of the objectives that earlier versions have tried to address, but in a way that's much more compact and without the deleterious effects of the 1213 and the current map. So please do not harm our community's progress regarding sticking with the current Mid-Coast and Cupertino maps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8338, and up next after that will be caller 8798. Caller 8338, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Evening again, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm from Mountain View. I still ask, as with many people, to modify the Mid-Coast district such that Palo Alto and Mountain View, the two Silicon Valley cities, are out of this district. Mountain View and Mountain View and Palo Alto fundamentally do not have water-based agriculture. Our water lines are basically landfill sites that are now parks, and there are no boats that are commercial at this point, despite our previous history with it. So I feel like this community of interest does not mesh with much of the agricultural rustic portions of the south portions of the mid-coast. I believe those should be merged with perhaps counties like San Benito, or cut in half, maybe shift further south into San Luis Obispo further. Because right now, even for Mountain View, it's also cut into two portions, one inside Greater Eden and one inside Mid-Coast, which seems very arbitrary to people who are within that city. So I do suggest that perhaps the border should be shifted either further into San Mateo, into the mountains, or just further south into San Luis Obispo. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8798. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 8798. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Igor Tregup. I am calling from the East Bay, and I first of all want to thank you for all the care that you have taken to solicit public input. I would like to request that you revert back from the SG Eden Tech iteration to the original SG Eden Tech draft. The iteration undermines the organizing and cohesion